friend, how are you all? This is Proxima What If. I hope you all are doing well. On this channel, we create the fan fictions what if stories which is related to the Harry Potters and Deku. If you enjoy this kind of stories, so don't forget to subscribe and like the channels for the new upcoming video. Let's start the story.
Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What If. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry found the Gryffindor sword at age 6 and used it to slay the Basilisk before Hogwarts. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Found a Sword. The rain came sideways that night, which was the only reason Harry ended up where he did. He'd been locked out before. Plenty of times, actually. Aunt Petunia had a system for it. 3 knocks on the cupboard door meant get up, 4 knocks meant you're in trouble, and the deadbolt sliding on the back door meant you weren't coming inside until someone decided you'd suffered enough. Usually that was Uncle Vernon, red-faced and satisfied after his evening whiskey, grunting something about ungrateful little freaks before jerking his head toward the cupboard. Tonight was different. Tonight the deadbolt had slid at 4:30 in the afternoon, while the sky was still grey-bright and the neighbors were still puttering in their gardens, and Aunt Petunia's voice had come through the mail slot like a knife wrapped in silk. Don't come back until dark. And if Mrs. Henderson asks, you're playing at a friend's house. Harry didn't have friends. They both knew that. Dudley had made sure of it by the time Harry was 5, establishing with the ironclad social logic of small children that anyone who talked to his freak cousin would get thumped. The system worked beautifully. So Harry sat on the front step for about 10 minutes, watching the clouds stack up like dirty wool, and then he started walking. This was the part he actually liked, if he was honest. The walking. The Dursleys' house on Privet Drive was a box inside a row of boxes, and every box had the same hedge and the same car and the same expression on its face, a sort of smug, beige satisfaction that Harry found suffocating even though he didn't have the vocabulary for it yet. Once you got past the last cul-de-sac and the road turned into the lane that wound toward the old part of Whinging, things got better. Wilder. The hedges went ragged and the houses thinned out and you could hear actual birds instead of just Mr. Pocus's horrible terrier. Harry walked and the sky got darker and the first drops of rain hit his glasses and he didn't turn around. He was 6 years old and he was angry, though the anger sat in him like something swallowed wrong, a hot lump in his chest that he couldn't cough up and couldn't push down. The cake. Dudley's stupid birthday cake with the stupid racing car on top, 3 layers of chocolate that Aunt Petunia had spent all morning fussing over. Harry hadn't touched it. He'd been standing in the doorway of the kitchen watching Dudley count his presents, 37, and Dudley was furious because last year there'd been 38, when the cake just exploded. Not exploded like a bomb. Exploded like it had decided, all on its own, to become a chocolate fountain. The icing peeled off in ribbons and the sponge burst apart and the little sugar racing car launched itself across the kitchen and embedded itself in the wall above the toaster. Aunt Petunia screamed. Dudley screamed louder. Uncle Vernon went a color that Harry had never seen on a human face before, somewhere between raw steak and cardiac event. And they'd all looked at Harry. He hadn't done anything. He knew he hadn't done anything. But there was that feeling again, the same one he got when strange things happened around him, a kind of electric tingle in his fingers, a sense of something rushing through him and out of him before he could grab it. Like sneezing, except it came from somewhere deeper than his nose. The rain picked up. Harry hunched his shoulders and kept walking. He was past the lane now, into the stretch of overgrown nothing between Little Whinging and Greater Whinging that nobody seemed to own or care about. Brambles and nettles and the rusted skeleton of a tractor that had been there since before Harry was born. He'd explored this area before, on other locked-out days, and he knew every ditch and rabbit hole. Which is why it made no sense that he'd never seen the church. It sat about 30 meters off the lane, half swallowed by a stand of oak trees that were too large for the space they occupied. The building was small, more chapel than church, built from dark stone that the rain had turned almost black. The roof was partially collapsed on one side, and ivy had taken the walls with the patient aggression of something that had been growing for centuries. There was no path leading to it. No sign. No gate. Just the building, sitting in its circle of ancient trees like it had been waiting. Harry stopped walking. Later, years later, he'd try to explain what he felt in that moment, and he'd never quite manage it. The closest he ever came was telling Neville that it was like hearing someone call your name in an empty room. Not scary. Not even surprising, really. Just, certain. Like the sound had always been there and you'd only just now gotten quiet enough to hear it. He left the lane and pushed through the wet grass toward the church. The oak trees creaked above him, heavy with rain, and their branches interlocked overhead in a way that should have made the space darker but somehow didn't. There was a greenish, underwater quality to the light that Harry found oddly comfortable. The door was wood, ancient and swollen, and it opened at his touch with a sound like a long exhale. Inside, stone floor, stone walls, the smell of damp and something else, something clean and sharp, like the air after lightning. Wooden pews, mostly rotted, lined both sides of a narrow aisle. At the far end, where the altar should have been, there was a raised stone platform with nothing on it. Nothing visible, anyway. Harry walked down the aisle. His trainers were soaked and they squeaked on the stone and the sound echoed in a way that was too big for the space. The church was maybe 15 meters long, but the echo belonged to a cathedral. Each step he took sounded like it was bouncing off walls that were much, much further away than they appeared. He reached the platform. Up close, he could see that the stone was carved, not with crosses or saints, but with animals. A lion, a serpent, an eagle, a badger. They wound around each other in an endless knot, worn smooth by time but still clear enough to trace with a finger. Harry reached out and touched the lion. The floor opened. Not violently. Not like a trapdoor. More like the stone simply, rearranged itself, the way water parts around your hand when you push it into a bath. A set of stairs appeared, descending into warm golden light, and Harry could feel heat rising from below, not fire heat, but the kind of warmth you feel from a living body. Like something down there was breathing. Any sensible child would have run. Harry had stopped being a sensible child roughly around the time his aunt started making him sleep in a cupboard. He went down the stairs. The chamber below was small and round, maybe 4 meters across, and the walls were covered in the same animal carvings as the platform above. The golden light came from everywhere and nowhere, it seemed to live in the stone itself, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. And in the center of the room, on a plinth of white marble that seemed absurdly clean and bright compared to everything else, there was a sword. Harry had seen swords before. In books, mostly, and once in a museum that the Dursleys had dragged him to because Dudley wanted to see the gift shop. Those swords had been grey and functional and somehow disappointing, like finding out that dragons were just large lizards. This sword was none of those things. The blade was silver, not steel silver, but actual silver, bright as mercury and just as alive-looking. It caught the golden light and threw it back in patterns that shifted when Harry moved his head, like looking at the sun through water. The handle was gold, set with rubies the size of Harry's thumbnail, and the name Godric Gryffindor was engraved along the blade in letters that seemed to hover slightly above the metal surface. Harry stood there for a long time. Rain dripped from his hair onto his glasses and ran down his nose and he didn't move. Then, very slowly, he reached out and wrapped his fingers around the handle. The sword hummed. Not a sound, exactly. More like a vibration that bypassed his ears and went straight into his bones. It started in his hand and traveled up his arm and spread through his chest and settled somewhere behind his sternum, and it felt, Harry didn't have the words for it then, but later he'd call it recognition. Like the sword had been waiting for someone and now someone was here and it was satisfied. The rubies flared once, deep red, and then settled into a steady glow. Harry lifted the sword off the plinth. It was lighter than it should have been, not weightless, but balanced in a way that made it feel like an extension of his arm rather than something he was carrying. He turned it in the light and watched the reflections dance across the carved walls, and something in his chest, something that had been clenched tight and frightened for as long as he could remember, slowly, carefully, began to unclench. For the first time in 6 years of life, something wanted him. He didn't know what the sword was. He didn't know who Godric Gryffindor was. He didn't know why a weapon had been hidden beneath a ruined church in the middle of nowhere, or why it had responded to him, or what the warmth spreading through his body meant. He knew it was his. Harry carried the sword up the stairs, and the stone floor sealed itself behind him, smooth and unbroken, as if the chamber had never existed. He stood in the ruined church with rain hammering the broken roof and a legendary weapon in his hands, and absolutely no idea what to do next. The practical problem presented itself quickly: he couldn't walk home carrying a 3-foot sword. Even the Dursleys' willful blindness to anything abnormal had its limits. Harry stared at the blade and thought, very hard, about how much he needed it to be smaller. The sword shrank. It happened so naturally that Harry almost didn't register the impossibility. One moment he was holding a full-sized weapon, the next it was the length of a letter opener, sitting neatly in his palm with the rubies winking at him like it was in on the joke. He turned it over, marveling, and thought about it being big again. It grew. Small. It shrank. The transition was instant and silent and completely, absurdly responsive to his will. Harry laughed. It was a rusty sound. He didn't get much practice, but it bounced around the church walls and the echo sounded like someone laughing with him. He slipped the miniaturized sword into his pocket and walked home through the rain. The deadbolt opened when he knocked at 8 o'clock, and Aunt Petunia didn't look at him, and Uncle Vernon was already asleep in front of the television, and Harry crawled into his cupboard and lay there in the dark with the sword pressed warm against his thigh and thought, everything is going to be different now. He was right, though not in the way he expected. The changes came slowly, over months and then years, accumulating with the patient inevitability of water wearing stone. Harry didn't understand magic, wouldn't even learn the word until much later, but he understood the sword, and the sword understood him, and between the two of them they worked things out. The first thing he noticed was the reflexes. About 2 weeks after finding the sword, Dudley's friend Piers Polkiss threw a rock at Harry's head during lunch break. This was not unusual. What was unusual was that Harry saw it coming from the corner of his eye and moved, not flinched, not ducked, but moved with a liquid economy that surprised him as much as it surprised Piers. The rock sailed past his ear and Harry was already 3 steps to the left, balanced and calm, his hand instinctively reaching for the pocket where the sword sat. He didn't draw it. Even at 6, Harry had enough sense to know that pulling a magical weapon on a playground bully was probably excessive. But the impulse was there, and so was the speed, and Piers Polkiss looked at him with something new in his eyes, not respect, exactly, but wariness. The look of someone who'd expected a flinch and gotten something else entirely. After that, Dudley's gang left Harry mostly alone. They didn't stop hating him, that would have required an emotional sophistication beyond their collective capability, but they stopped hunting him. Something about the way Harry moved now, the way he watched them, the coiled stillness that had replaced his old habit of making himself small and invisible. Animals recognized a predator change in another animal, and children were, in many ways, closer to animals than adults. The second thing was the dreams. Harry had always had bad dreams, shapeless nightmares about green light and a woman screaming and a high, cold laugh that made his scar burn. Those didn't stop. But new dreams came alongside them, vivid, structured, almost instructional. He dreamed about footwork. About angles of attack. About the way a blade should move through air, not cutting but flowing, the edge finding its path the way water found a slope. He dreamed about a tall man with a red beard and a laugh like a thunderclap, moving through forms that Harry memorized without trying. He started practicing in the small hours of the morning, in the back garden when the Dursleys were asleep. The sword at full size, catching starlight. His movements were clumsy at first. He was 6, then 7, then 8, and his body was small and underfed and operating on a diet that Aunt Petunia calibrated to keep him alive but not thriving. But the sword compensated. When he got a form wrong, it would tug gently in the right direction. When his grip slipped, the handle warmed under his fingers, steadying him. It was like having a patient, silent teacher who communicated entirely through feel. By the time he was 8, Harry could move through a basic sword form without thinking. By 9, he could do it blindfolded. The sword had taught him something no book could have, that fighting wasn't about strength or size or rage. It was about listening. Listening to your body, to your weapon, to the space around you. Reading the way the air moved and answering before the question was fully asked. At night, in his cupboard, he'd hold the sword in its miniaturized form and feel the hum of it against his skin. It was warm when he was scared. Cold when something dangerous was near. And sometimes, when he was very quiet and very still, he felt something else, a kind of distant pulse, like a massive heartbeat throbbing somewhere far underground. The sword would vibrate in time with it, and Harry would lie there in the dark and think about what could possibly be that big and that far away and still make itself felt through stone and soil and air. He was 9 years, 2 months, and 16 days old when he teleported for the first time. It happened on a Saturday. Dudley was having another birthday party, his 9th, which apparently required a trip to a water park in the presence of every child in Surrey who was willing to tolerate him in exchange for free food. Harry had been locked out again, because the sight of him might have raised questions about why there was a bruised-thin child in oversized clothes lurking in the Dursley household, and the neighbors might talk. Harry walked his usual route. Past the cul-de-sac, down the lane, into the wild stretch between the whingings. He was heading for the church, his church, as he'd come to think of it, when the pull hit him. Not the church pull. Something bigger. Something far away and immensely powerful, reaching across distance the way a magnet reaches through paper. Harry felt it in his chest, in the spot where the sword's hum lived, and before he could think about what he was doing, he reached for it, and the world turned inside out. There was no transition. No swooping sensation, no flash of light. One instant he was standing in a field in Surrey, and the next he was knee-deep in bracken on the edge of a forest so dense and dark it looked like the tree-line was a wall. The air was different, colder, thinner, carrying the sharp mineral smell of mountains and the green-rot sweetness of ancient woodland. Behind him, rising from the landscape like something dreamed rather than built, was a castle. Harry turned and stared. It was massive. Towers and turrets and buttresses and windows that caught the late afternoon sun and threw it back in fragments of gold. It sat on a cliff above a lake that was so still it looked solid, and its reflection stretched across the water like the building went down as far as it went up. There was nothing rational about it. No modern building could have stood on that cliff, at that angle, with those proportions, without the kind of engineering that hadn't existed in whatever century the castle had been built. It stood because it wanted to, and that was enough. And it recognized him. That was the only way Harry could describe the feeling. The same recognition he'd felt from the sword, that sense of being seen, being known, being claimed, but amplified 1,000-fold. The castle's awareness was enormous and complex and very, very old, and it washed over Harry like a wave of warm water and he gasped and nearly fell over. The sword, in his pocket, was vibrating so hard it was almost audible. A high, singing hum that matched the frequency of whatever the castle was broadcasting. Harry pulled it out and let it grow to full size and the blade caught the castle's light and for just a moment, just a fraction of a second, he saw something that might have been a figure in one of the high tower windows, looking down at him. Then it was gone, and Harry was alone on the edge of the forest with a sword and a castle and a feeling in his chest like coming home. He didn't go inside. Not that first time. The pull was satisfied, it had wanted him to come, to see, to know, and now it released him with a gentle push that felt almost playful. Harry shrank the sword, tucked it away, and tried to figure out how to get back to Surrey before the Dursleys noticed he was gone. The teleportation worked the same way in reverse. He thought about Privet Drive, reached for the feeling in his chest, and the world inverted. He landed in the back garden, stumbled, caught himself on the fence, and threw up spectacularly into Aunt Petunia's hydrangeas. He sat on the damp grass for 10 minutes, shaking and exhilarated and terrified, and then he went inside and made himself a sandwich because teleporting apparently burned calories like nothing else. Over the next 2 years, Harry went back. Again and again. Always on days when the Dursleys locked him out or simply forgot he existed, which happened with enough regularity that he built up a comfortable rhythm. He couldn't control the teleportation precisely at first. He'd aim for the castle grounds and end up in the lake, or on a rooftop, or once, memorably, in a greenhouse full of plants that screamed at him, but with practice, the landings improved. The castle, he learned, was called Hogwarts. He learned this from the house elves. They found him on his third visit, wandering through the lower corridors after he'd figured out how to get inside through a window that had been left open on the ground floor. 3 of them, tiny, enormous-eyed creatures with bat-like ears and an expression of combined terror and reverence that Harry found deeply uncomfortable. "The young master has the sword," the bravest one whispered. She was called Pipsy, and she trembled from pointed ear to bare toe but didn't run. "The young master has Gryffindor's sword." "Is that what it is?" Harry asked. He'd been carrying it for 3 years and had never known its proper name beyond what was engraved on the blade. The name Gryffindor had meant nothing to him. "Godric Gryffindor," Pipsy said, and her voice carried the weight of a prayer. "One of the 4. The founder. The brave one. His sword has chosen a new master and we is not supposed to be telling yous this, but the castle knows. The castle has been waiting for what?" Pipsy's enormous eyes filled with tears. "For someone brave enough to carry it." The house elves became his secret allies. They fed him, proper meals, the kind he'd only ever seen on the Dursleys' table when guests came over. Roast chicken and shepherd's pie and treacle tart and more food than Harry had ever eaten in a single sitting, and he ate until his stomach hurt and then ate some more because some part of him was still the starving boy in the cupboard who never knew when the next meal was coming. They told him about magic. Not formally, not in the structured way a teacher would, but in the disjointed, reverent way that house elves understood it, as a living thing, wild and old, flowing through the world like blood through veins. They told him about the 4 founders and how they'd built Hogwarts not just from stone but from willpower and sacrifice and a kind of raw magical engineering that no living wizard could replicate. They told him about wands and spells and potions and broomsticks, and Harry absorbed it all with the desperate hunger of someone who'd been thirsty his whole life and had just discovered water. They also told him about the thing in the walls. "We hears it sometimes," Pipsy whispered, during one of Harry's midnight visits. They were in the kitchens, which were directly below the Great Hall and operated by an army of house elves who all pretended they couldn't see Harry because Pipsy had told them not to. In the deep places. Below the dungeons, below the foundations. A voice that isn't a voice. "It hisses." "Hisses," Harry repeated, and felt the sword go cold against his hip. "Like a snake." "Like the biggest snake in the world," Pipsy said, and shuddered so hard her ears flapped. Harry started listening for it. Not immediately, it took months before he heard anything beyond the castle's normal sounds, which were considerable. Hogwarts was alive in a way that buildings shouldn't be. Staircases moved, portraits whispered, suits of armor shifted when they thought no one was looking. The walls breathed with ancient enchantments and the floors hummed with channeled ley lines and every room had its own personality and temperature and smell. But beneath all of it, if Harry went deep enough and stayed quiet enough, there was something else. A voice. Distant and enormous, like hearing thunder from inside a mountain. It spoke in a language Harry understood without knowing why, sibilant, flowing, a language made for mouths that weren't human. So hungry, so long in the dark, the warm ones above, walking, and I wait. The first time he heard it clearly, Harry was 10 years old and standing alone in a second-floor bathroom that looked like it hadn't been used in decades. The voice came from behind the walls, behind the pipes, from somewhere deep below. The sword was ice-cold in his pocket and its hum had changed, no longer the warm, patient tone he was used to, but something sharper. A warning. He pressed his hand against the wall and said, without planning to, without understanding how. Who are you? Silence. A silence so complete that the drip of a tap across the room sounded like an explosion. Then, a speaker. After so long, a speaker. Come down, little speaker. Come down and see me. Harry didn't go down. Not yet. He went home and lay in his cupboard, though by now the Dursleys had grudgingly given him Dudley's second bedroom, less out of kindness than out of fear of the letters that had started arriving addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, and thought about what he knew. A voice in the walls. A castle that recognized him. A sword that went cold when the voice spoke. House elves who trembled when they talked about the deep places. Something lived beneath Hogwarts. Something big and old and hungry. And whatever it was, Harry's sword didn't like it. He spent the next year preparing. Not the frantic, panicked preparation of someone who knew what they were facing, but the methodical, stubborn preparation of someone who'd learned early that the world didn't wait for you to be ready. He visited the castle every chance he got. He mapped corridors and passages and secret tunnels that the house elves showed him, memorizing routes and exits and defensive positions with an instinct he couldn't explain. He trained with the sword in the grounds after dark, moving through increasingly complex forms that came to him in dreams. The red-bearded man, Gryffindor himself, Harry now understood, appeared in his sleep with less frequency but more clarity, demonstrating techniques that a 10-year-old's body shouldn't have been able to execute but somehow could, the sword's magic bridging the gap between intention and ability. He talked to snakes. This was the strangest discovery, and it happened almost by accident. A grass snake in the Dursleys' garden, startled by his approach, had hissed at him, and Harry had hissed back, and the snake had stopped, tilted its head, and said, quite clearly, "You speak?" Apparently, Harry said. The snake regarded him with the unblinking calm of its species. That is unusual. The warm ones do not usually speak. You smell different. You smell of old magic and metal. The sword? I do not know what a sword is. I know that you carry something powerful and sharp and it makes my scales itch. Good day. And the snake slid away into the hedge with the decisive finality of a creature that had said everything it intended to say. After that, Harry sought out snakes whenever he could. Garden snakes, grass snakes, once a slow worm that was technically a legless lizard and was deeply offended when Harry addressed it in Parseltongue. He learned that the language came naturally. He didn't have to think about switching from English, it just happened when he was talking to something serpentine, like his brain recognized the audience and adjusted automatically. The snakes were useful informants, in their limited way. They told him about temperature changes, about vibrations in the ground, about the comings and goings of cats and foxes and the occasional owl. They were not great conversationalists. Snakes, Harry learned, were primarily interested in warmth, food, and being left alone, roughly in that order, but they were honest. Snakes didn't lie. They didn't have the cognitive architecture for deception. What they felt, they said. What they saw, they reported. It was refreshingly straightforward compared to the Dursleys. Parseltongue. The house elves went pale when he mentioned it, and Pipsy made him promise never to tell anyone. It is the tongue of Slytherin, she said. The Dark Founder. People will think bad things about the young master. Harry filed that away and kept practicing. If the thing beneath Hogwarts was a snake, and everything pointed to it being a very, very large snake, then being able to talk to it might be the difference between life and death. He found the entrance on a Tuesday in March, 3 weeks before his 11th birthday. The bathroom on the second floor. The one with the voice. Harry had been examining the sinks, running his fingers over the porcelain, when he found it, a tiny snake carved into the side of one of the copper taps. So small you'd miss it unless you were looking. Unless you were the kind of person who talked to snakes and carried an ancient sword and had been methodically searching this bathroom for months. He said, "Open," in Parseltongue, and the sink sank into the floor and the wall behind it slid apart, revealing a dark pipe that dropped straight down into blackness. Harry looked into the hole. The sword pulsed against his hip, cold, warning, urgent. Below, very faint, the voice, "Come, speaker, come and see." He stepped back. Not yet. He needed to think. He needed to plan. An owl arrived 3 days later with a letter written in emerald ink on heavy parchment. Mr. H. Potter, Dudley's second bedroom, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry opened it and read about Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and felt a laugh building in his chest because this was, genuinely, the funniest thing that had ever happened to him. A school. They wanted him to attend a school. In the castle he'd been sneaking into for 2 years. He wrote back immediately, borrowing the owl, who seemed to expect this, accepting his place. Then he sat on his bed and looked at the letter and looked at the wall and thought about the pipe behind the sink and the voice in the dark and the sword on his nightstand, glowing faintly in the afternoon light. Before he went to Hogwarts as a student, he was going to go as something else. The plan crystallized over the following weeks. Harry used his remaining visits to prepare the route, memorizing the twists and turns of the pipe, finding footholds and ledges he could use to control his descent, identifying the chamber at the bottom from the echoes that bounced back when he dropped stones into the darkness. The house elves, once they understood what he was doing, were horrified. "The young master cannot," Pipsy said, wringing her hands until the knuckles cracked. "The beast in the deep is ancient. It is terrible. It kills with its eyes, kills with its eyes. One look and you is dead, young master. No spell, no shield, no nothing. Just dead." Harry processed this. "What if you don't look at its eyes?" Pipsy blinked. Then it is just a very big snake, young master." "How big?" Pipsy has heard, 60 feet. Maybe more. It has been growing for 1,000 years. "Right." Harry touched the sword through his pocket. It was warm again, not the warmth of comfort, but the warmth of anticipation. Like it was looking forward to this. "I'll need something to cover my eyes. And I'll need to know everything you can tell me about a 60-foot snake that lives under a school." The house elves told him about the Basilisk. King of Serpents. Created by Salazar Slytherin as a guardian and a weapon, hatched from a chicken's egg beneath a toad, grown massive on magic and time and the darkness of the Chamber of Secrets. Its gaze killed instantly. Its venom was one of the deadliest substances in the magical world. Its skin could turn most spells. It was, by any reasonable assessment, the single most dangerous creature in Britain. Harry listened to all of this with the focused calm of someone who'd already decided what he was going to do and was now simply gathering information. Fear was there, he'd have been insane not to feel it, but it sat in the back of his mind like a passenger, not a driver. The sword hummed against his skin, steady and sure, and Harry trusted it more than he trusted the fear. August 31st. The night before the Hogwarts Express. The night before he officially became a student at a school he'd been infiltrating for years. Harry stood in the second-floor bathroom at midnight, dressed in dark clothes, his eyes covered with a strip of black cloth tied tight around his head. The sword hung at his hip, full-sized for the first time outside of training, and its weight was a comfort. He couldn't see. That was the point. The basilisk killed with its eyes, so Harry would fight without his. 2 years of blindfolded sword training, guided by the weapon's instincts, had made darkness a tool rather than a handicap. He could feel the air currents in the bathroom, the faint warmth of the pipes, the cold draft rising from the open entrance. "Open," he said, and stepped into the dark. The pipe swallowed him. He slid and climbed and braced himself against the walls, the blindfold making every sound sharp and immediate, the rush of water somewhere below, the skitter of small things moving in the stone, the distant, rhythmic breathing of something enormous. The chamber opened around him like a held breath releasing. Harry felt the space expand, the echo of his footsteps told him the ceiling was high, the floor was stone, and the room was massive. The air was cold and wet and smelled of serpent, a thick, musky scent that coated the back of his throat. And the voice, no longer muffled by stone and pipe, clear, close, alive. A speaker comes. A speaker with, what is this? What does the speaker carry? Harry drew the sword. The sound of it, steel clearing leather, though there was no sheath, just the blade appearing at full length in his hand, rang through the chamber like a bell. I carry what I carry, Harry said, in Parseltongue. I know what you are. And I know what you are, little speaker. The voice moved, Harry tracked it by sound, the massive body shifting across stone with a sound like a ship's hull dragging over sand. You smell of the brave one. His metal. His magic. But you also smell of. A pause. A long, contemplative inhale. You smell of the dark one. The mark on your head. Interesting. I'm not here to talk. No. Then why speak at all? The basilisk sounded amused. Actually amused, the way a very old thing that had seen everything could still find novelty entertaining. I have been alone for so long, little speaker. Centuries. The last one who came was a shade, a whisper of the dark air, promising freedom, promising prey. But he was not real. Not like you. Harry adjusted his grip on the sword. The blade was singing now, a high, thin note that seemed to make the air vibrate. The house elves said you kill on sight. Yes. No apology. No regret. The statement of a creature that existed at the top of its food chain and saw no reason to pretend otherwise. I was made to kill. It is my purpose. The Father created me to cleanse his school of the unworthy. And do you want to? Silence. The basilisk's body shifted again, closer, Harry thought, though it was hard to tell when something that large could be everywhere at once. Want is a strange word, speaker. I am what I am. The Father's will is my will. But the Father is gone and his will is, quiet. I wait. I guard. I hunger. I can't let you stay. Why not? I have harmed no one. Not in all these long centuries. Because you could. Harry turned slowly, tracking the sound. The sword pointed where his instincts told him to point. Because you're down here, under a school full of children, and all it takes is one wrong person finding this chamber and giving you an order. And if I refuse their orders? Can you? Another silence. Longer this time. Then, no. I was made to obey the heir. If one came, if a true heir of Slytherin stood before me and commanded, no. I could not refuse. Then I'm sorry. I know you are. The basilisk's voice was almost gentle. You are very young to be sorry about what you must do. The brave one was older when he first killed, and he was not sorry at all. A sound like a sigh, if a sigh could come from lungs the size of a car. Very well, little speaker. Come, then. Let us see if his sword is as sharp as his courage. The basilisk struck. Harry felt it, the displacement of air, the rush of something massive moving very fast, the floor vibrating under the impact of coils as thick as tree trunks. He threw himself sideways, guided by the sword's sudden sharp pull to the left, and the basilisk's head crashed into the stone where he'd been standing. The impact shook the chamber. Debris rained from the ceiling. Harry ran. Not away, along the wall, one hand trailing stone, the other holding the sword. The basilisk's body was everywhere, he could hear it sliding and coiling, surrounding him, cutting off exits he couldn't see. The creature was fast. Impossibly fast for something that size, moving with the fluid efficiency of a predator that had been perfected over a millennium. Brave, the basilisk hissed, and struck again. This time Harry felt teeth, the rush of air from jaws opening, the click of fangs the length of his forearm. He ducked under the strike and swung the sword in an arc that connected with something solid. The blade bit deep and the basilisk screamed, a sound that hit Harry like a physical force, driving him to his knees. Hot liquid sprayed across his arm. Venom or blood, he couldn't tell. The sword sang in his hand, brighter and fiercer than he'd ever felt it, and Harry understood with sudden clarity that this was what it had been made for. Not training forms in a moonlit garden. Not scaring playground bullies. This. The killing of something ancient and terrible and too dangerous to live. He rolled as the basilisk thrashed, its wounded body slamming against walls and pillars with enough force to crack stone. The sound was deafening, the roar of the creature, the crash of masonry, the singing of the sword, all of it blending into a wall of noise that Harry navigated by instinct alone. The basilisk struck a third time. Harry felt the air part above him and jumped, not sideways but up, using a fallen pillar as a launching point, and drove the sword downward with both hands and all his weight behind it. The blade went in. Deep. Harry felt it punch through scale and muscle and bone, felt the resistance and then the give, felt the sword's vibration change from anticipation to satisfaction. The basilisk's body convulsed around him, coils slamming shut like a vice, squeezing the air from his lungs. A fang caught his arm, raking from wrist to elbow, and Harry screamed because the pain was white-hot and all-consuming, and then the venom hit his bloodstream and the world went sideways. But the sword was still in the basilisk's skull, and Harry held on. The great serpent shuddered. Thrashed. Its coils loosened, tightened, loosened again. The voice came one final time, faint and fading, brave, speaker. Braver than, the father. The basilisk died. Its body relaxed around Harry with a long, slow exhale, and the weight of it pressed him to the floor, and for a moment he lay there in the dark with 60 feet of dead serpent on top of him and a sword in his hand and basilisk venom burning through his veins and thought, I might have made a mistake. The venom was killing him. He could feel it, a crawling fire that moved from the wound on his arm toward his heart, eating everything it touched. His fingers went numb. His vision, not that it mattered behind the blindfold, grayed at the edges. The sword pulsed in his hand, frantic now, its warmth blazing against his palm like it was trying to burn the venom out. And then, something happened. The sword's heat concentrated. It traveled from the handle down through Harry's grip and into the wound itself, and the venom didn't disappear but it changed. The burning sensation shifted, became something else, not comfortable, but bearable. Like a fever breaking. Like poison being transmuted into something the body could survive, if not enjoy. Harry lay in the dark and breathed and felt the sword save his life, and when the worst of it passed he was left with a scar, a raised, silvery line running from his wrist to his elbow, faintly luminous, warm to the touch, and a strange new sensitivity, like a sixth sense tuned to a frequency he'd never noticed before. Dark magic. He could feel it now, the way you felt heat from a fire, a pressure, a warning, a taste in the air like copper and rot. He pushed the basilisk's body off him. It took a long time. The thing was heavy. When he finally stood, swaying, exhausted, bleeding sluggishly from a dozen minor cuts and one major one, the chamber was silent. The sword was no longer singing. It hung at his side, dripping venom and blood, and its hum was low and steady and deeply, deeply satisfied. Harry pulled off the blindfold. The Chamber of Secrets was enormous. Cathedral ceilings. Pillars carved with serpents. A massive stone face, Slytherin, Harry guessed, dominating the far wall with its mouth gaping open, which was presumably where the basilisk had emerged. The dead serpent lay in coils across the floor, its scales still faintly iridescent even in death, its mouth frozen open to reveal fangs that had very nearly ended Harry's life. He looked at it for a long time. "I'm sorry," he said again, and meant it. Then the floor shook. Not from the basilisk was done. This was something else. A vibration that came from below, from the foundations, from the bedrock itself. Deep and rhythmic, like a heartbeat. One pulse. Two. And then silence, sudden and complete, as if something that had been sleeping for a very long time had just cracked one eye open. The sword went cold. Not the cold of warning, a deeper cold, the kind that lives in old graves and forgotten places. Harry felt it in his bones and his blood and the new scar on his arm, and for the first time since he'd entered the chamber, real fear, the kind that doesn't respond to courage or preparation, wrapped its fingers around his heart. Something whispered. Not the basilisk. Not the house elves. Something in the stone itself, in the ancient ley lines that ran beneath the castle like veins beneath skin. A voice without words, carrying a single, unmistakable emotion, gratitude. Whatever was down there, whatever lived beneath the chamber and the dungeons and the deepest foundations of Hogwarts, it was thanking him. For killing the snake. For opening the door. Harry ran. He ran up through the pipes and out through the bathroom and through the silent corridors of Hogwarts, and the castle's magic swirled around him, not hostile, not comforting, just aware, intensely and newly aware, as if it too had felt the tremor and was now paying very close attention to the boy with the bloody sword and the terrified eyes. He emerged into the cool August night and stood on the castle grounds and breathed and looked up at the stars and thought about what he'd done. The basilisk was dead. That was good. The basilisk had needed to die. But something else had happened in the killing, something he didn't understand, something the sword's cold and the earth's tremor and that whispered gratitude all pointed toward. He'd won, but the victory felt like pulling a cork from a bottle, and he had no idea what was inside. Harry cleaned himself up using the bathroom sinks. The worst of the blood came off. The scar on his arm would need explaining, but he could keep it covered. The sword shrank at his thought and went back into his pocket, and its hum settled into a new pattern, still warm, still his, but with an undertone of vigilance that hadn't been there before. He teleported home. Made it to the garden, threw up, made it to his room, collapsed on the bed. Lay there shaking for an hour. Then fell asleep with his hand on the sword and dreamed of a crown made of darkness and a king with no face, sitting on a throne of roots beneath the earth, and the dream felt less like a dream and more like a memory, not his, but something old and buried and newly awake. In the morning, he packed his trunk. The Dursleys drove him to King's Cross Station with the relieved efficiency of people disposing of something unpleasant. Uncle Vernon grunted at him. Aunt Petunia didn't look at him. Dudley, wedged into the back seat beside Harry's trunk, maintained a careful 6-inch distance as if proximity to magic was contagious. Platform 9 3/4 was exactly where the letter said it would be, through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry walked through it without hesitation, because after killing a 1,000-year-old basilisk in pitch darkness, running at a brick wall barely registered as a concern. The Hogwarts Express was scarlet and beautiful and packed with children, and Harry stood on the platform with his trunk and his owl, Hedwig, purchased that morning from a pet shop in Diagon Alley during a rushed, overwhelmed trip that deserved its own story, and felt, for the first time, genuinely out of his depth. He'd fought a monster. He'd trained with a legendary sword. He'd mapped the secret passages of an ancient castle and befriended an army of house elves and taught himself to teleport across the country. But he'd never had a conversation with someone his own age that lasted more than 30 seconds. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train and sat down and watched the platform through the window and tried to imagine what normal children talked about. Sports. Television. He didn't know any sports and the Dursleys had never let him watch television and this was going to be a disaster. The compartment door slid open. The boy in the doorway was round-faced and nervous-looking, with dark hair and the slightly shell-shocked expression of someone who'd just been through an ordeal. He was holding a toad. "Sorry," the boy said. "Everywhere else is full. Do you mind if I go ahead?" The boy sat down across from Harry. The toad croaked. The train began to move. They sat in silence for about 2 minutes, which felt like 2 hours, and then the boy said, "I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom." "Harry. Harry Potter." Neville's eyes went wide. Then, to Harry's surprise and relief, they went normal again, faster than Harry would have thought possible. "Right," Neville said. "Sorry. Everyone probably does that to you." "Does what?" The staring thing. The boy who lived thing. Gran told me about you. She said you're very famous and I shouldn't bother you, but I've already sat down, so it's probably too late for that. Harry looked at this boy, this honest, awkward, toad-carrying boy who had apologized for staring in the space of a single breath, and felt something in his chest ease. You're not bothering me. Oh. Good. Neville looked down at his toad. The toad looked back with the placid indifference of amphibians everywhere. This is Trevor. He's rubbish. Keeps trying to escape. Maybe he's just adventurous. He's a toad. The most adventurous thing a toad does is sit on a different rock. Neville paused, then looked at Harry with sudden, startling directness. You've got blood on your collar. Harry's hand went to his neck. Damn. He'd thought he'd gotten it all. And your arm. Under the sleeve. I can see the edge of a bandage. Neville's voice was quiet, not accusing. Observant in a way that didn't match his fumbling exterior. You don't have to tell me. I just noticed. Harry studied Neville Longbottom with new eyes. The nervousness was real, but it was surface level, the social anxiety of a sheltered child, not the bone-deep fearfulness of someone without spine. Beneath it, watching, was something solid. I had a rough night, Harry said. Yeah, Neville said. I can see that. He didn't ask anything else. He just held his toad and watched the countryside roll past, and the silence between them was the comfortable kind, the kind that didn't need filling. They sat together all the way to Hogwarts. The journey took them through countryside Harry had never seen from ground level, rolling hills and dark forests and rivers that caught the afternoon light like hammered copper. Other students drifted in and out of their compartment. A bushy-haired girl named Hermione Granger came looking for Neville's toad, which had predictably escaped, and stayed to deliver a breathless monologue about every book she'd read about Hogwarts before Neville gently steered her toward the door with the promise that Trevor would turn up eventually. A red-haired boy named Ron Weasley stopped by, took one look at Harry's scar, and launched into a series of questions that Harry deflected with the ease of long practice. Ron was friendly in a way that was almost aggressive, loud, open, completely without guile. Harry liked him immediately but kept him at arm's length, the way he kept everyone at arm's length, because trusting people was a skill he hadn't learned yet. Is it true you grew up with muggles? Ron asked, through a mouthful of chocolate frog. Yeah. Blimey. What's that like? Harry thought about the cupboard. The locks. The cold nights and the hunger and the casual cruelty that the Dursleys dispensed the way other families dispensed affection. Boring, mostly, he said. Ron accepted this without question, which Harry appreciated. A pale boy with white blonde hair and a sneer that looked inherited rather than earned appeared briefly in the doorway, flanked by two large boys who appeared to function primarily as furniture. So it's true, the pale boy said. Harry Potter's come to Hogwarts. He looked at Neville, at Ron, at the sweet wrappers on the seat, and his lip curled. You'll want to be careful about the company you keep, Potter. Some wizarding families are better than others. I can help you there. Harry looked at this boy, Draco Malfoy, he'd learn later, and saw something familiar beneath the arrogance. The same desperate need to matter that Harry saw in the mirror every morning. The same performance of confidence that masked something fragile underneath. I think I can figure out my own friends, Harry said. Not rudely. Just clearly. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. For a moment, something flickered across his face, surprise, maybe, or the beginning of respect, quickly smothered. Then the sneer reasserted itself and he left without another word, his two bodyguards lumbering after him like trained bears. That was Malfoy, Ron said, darkly. His father's a right piece of work. You don't want to get mixed up with that family. Harry filed the name away, Malfoy, connected, dangerous, insecure, and added it to the mental map of this new world that he'd been building since the house elves first told him about wizarding politics. Families that mattered. Allegiances that shifted. A war, fought a decade ago, that had killed his parents and made him famous and left scars on the wizarding world that were still raw beneath the surface. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station as the sun was setting, and Harry stepped onto the platform and felt Hogwarts reaching for him again, that massive, complex awareness, warm with recognition. He'd come through the back door so many times that arriving through the front felt absurdly formal, like knocking on the door of your own house. A giant man, Hagrid, the gamekeeper, who was roughly the size of a small building and had a beard that could have housed a family of badgers, collected the first years and herded them toward a fleet of small boats on the edge of a black lake. Harry climbed into a boat with Neville, and as they rounded the bend and the castle came into full view, lit from within by 1,000 points of golden light, every child in every boat gasped. Every child except Harry. He'd seen it before. But seeing it like this, reflected in the lake, blazing against the dark sky, surrounded by the sounds of wonder from children who were seeing it for the first time, he felt something he'd never felt during his secret visits. He felt like he belonged. Not because the castle recognized him. Not because the sword hummed in his pocket. But because he was here, with other children, arriving the way you were supposed to arrive, and for just a moment the weight of dead basilisks and dark tremors and faceless kings lifted from his shoulders and he was just a kid in a boat, looking at a castle, feeling amazed. Neville glanced at him. "You all right?" "Yeah," Harry said. "Yeah, I'm good." The castle at night, lit by 1,000 floating candles and reflected in the enchanted ceiling of the great hall, was even more overwhelming than Harry had expected. He'd seen it dozens of times from the outside, crept through its corridors by moonlight and elf-guided lamplight, but he'd never seen it like this, alive with students, buzzing with conversation, smelling of roast meat and candle wax and the particular scent of several hundred young witches and wizards' combined magical auras. The sorting hat was placed on his head, and Harry felt the ancient magic of it, different from the sword's magic, more cerebral, less visceral. A presence in his mind, poking around with the delicate precision of a librarian searching for a specific book. My, the hat said, directly into his thoughts. Gryffindor's sword. You carry it. It's chosen you. And yet, oh, what's this? Parseltongue. Cunning. Self-preservation instincts sharper than most Slytherins twice your age. You would do very well in, no. Just like that. You haven't even heard my pitch. I've been carrying his sword for 5 years. I think he'd be annoyed if I went somewhere else. The hat was silent for a moment, and then it did something Harry hadn't expected. It laughed. Not a polite chuckle, a real, full-bodied laugh that echoed through Harry's skull. You'd have made Godric proud, boy. You really would. Better be, Gryffindor. The table on the far left erupted. Harry walked toward it on legs that were steadier than they had any right to be, and Neville, already sorted, already seated with his toad in his lap, caught his eye and nodded. A small nod. The kind of nod that said, I see you. Good. Harry sat down. Students clapped him on the back. Names washed over him, Weasley, Granger, Thomas, Finnegan, and he nodded and smiled and said the right things, and all the while his eyes moved, out of habit, to the staff table. Dumbledore was watching him. The headmaster sat in the center of the high table, a figure of deliberate eccentricity, half-moon spectacles, silver beard, robes covered in stars. He looked like a kindly grandfather who'd accidentally wandered into a wizard's costume. But his eyes, pale blue, sharp as broken glass behind those ridiculous spectacles, were locked onto Harry with an intensity that had nothing to do with kindness. Harry held the gaze. 1 second. 2. 3. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. But something in the set of his shoulders shifted, a minute adjustment, the kind a chess player makes when they realize the board isn't configured the way they expected. He knows, Harry thought. He knows something happened in the chamber. He doesn't know what. And that's scaring him. Good. Not good because Harry wanted to scare anyone. Good, because an adult who was paying attention, really paying attention, might be the kind of adult Harry could eventually trust. Or the kind of adult Harry would need to be very, very careful around. Either way, it was better than being ignored. The feast began. Harry ate roast beef and Yorkshire pudding and something called treacle tart that made his teeth ache with sweetness, and he talked to Neville about plants, Neville's passion, it turned out, and the only subject that made his nervousness completely disappear, and he carefully didn't think about the dead basilisk in the chamber below, or the tremor in the earth, or the faceless king in his dreams. Tomorrow he would be a student. Tomorrow he would learn about wands and potions and transfiguration and all the formal magic that he'd only ever glimpsed through the house elf stories. But tonight, with the candles floating overhead and the ceiling showing stars and the sword warm against his leg and a new friend sitting beside him, tonight, Harry let himself be 11. In the dungeons far below, where no one went and no one looked, a crack in the chamber floor widened by a fraction of an inch. And from the crack, something dark seeped upward, not fast, not dramatic, just a slow, patient seepage of something that had been contained for 1,000 years and was now, for the first time, finding a way out. In the forbidden forest, a centaur named Firenze lowered his gaze from the stars and stared at the ground. "The earth breathes wrong," he said, to no one in particular. The other centaurs shifted uneasily. They were used to reading the sky. The ground was supposed to be solid, reliable, beneath notice. Firenze pressed his hoof into the dirt and felt, very faintly, the same heartbeat Harry had felt in the chamber. "Something wakes," Firenze said. The trees around the clearing creaked, though there was no wind. Deep in the forest, an acromantula the size of a horse paused in its web spinning and turned, slowly, to face the earth. It could feel the vibration through its legs, all 8 of them, each one a sensitive instrument tuned to the tremors of the ground. The spider had lived in the forest for 40 years and had felt nothing like this. It was old enough to be afraid. Across the lake, in the village of Hogsmeade, the barman of the 3 broomsticks paused in the middle of wiping a glass and looked at the floor. "Did you feel that?" he asked a customer. "Feel what?" The barman frowned, shook his head, and went back to his glass. But his hands were shaking, and he couldn't have said why. In his tower office, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk with his fingers steepled and his eyes closed. The instruments on his shelves, silver and delicate and each one tuned to a different aspect of Hogwarts' magical infrastructure, were spinning faster than he'd ever seen them. One of them, a device that measured the integrity of the castle's foundational wards, was emitting a thin, continuous whine that set his teeth on edge. Something had changed. Something fundamental. The basilisk, he'd known about the basilisk for decades, known and chosen to leave it, because the creature was contained and the risk of disturbing it outweighed the risk of leaving it alone. That calculation had been correct for 50 years. Tonight, someone had changed the equation. Dumbledore opened his eyes and looked at the sorting hat, which hung on its shelf and was, for once, completely silent. "Who?" Dumbledore asked. The hat said nothing. But if hats could smile, this one was. And the night, dark and vast above Hogwarts, said nothing at all. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, What lives beneath the first week of classes taught Harry something he hadn't expected. He was behind. Not in the ways that mattered to the sword, not in instinct, not in reflexes, not in the bone-deep understanding of magic as a living force that the house elves had given him. In those areas he was years ahead of his classmates, operating on a level that most of them wouldn't reach until their 5th year, if ever. But in the formal, structured, wand-based magic that Hogwarts actually taught, Harry was scrambling. The problem was the wand. He'd bought it at Ollivander's during his rushed trip to Diagon Alley, Holly, 11 inches, Phoenix Feathercore. The old wand maker had watched him with unsettling intensity as the wand chose him, muttering about curious connections and brother cores and the terrible great things that the wand's twin had done. Harry had nodded politely and paid his 7 galleons and gotten out of the shop as fast as possible, because Ollivander's eyes had the same quality as Dumbledore's, the look of someone who saw too much and understood more than they let on. The wand worked. That wasn't the issue. When Harry pointed it and said the right words and made the right movements, magic happened. Feathers floated. Matchsticks turned into needles. Pineapples tap danced across desks, which seemed like a profoundly useless skill but apparently demonstrated fundamental transfiguration principles. The issue was that the wand felt wrong. Not broken wrong or dangerous wrong, but ill-fitting, like wearing someone else's shoes. Harry's magic had spent 5 years flowing through the Gryffindor sword, a channel that was wide and wild and responded to emotion and intent rather than precise incantation. Forcing that same magic through an 11-inch stick of holly felt like trying to pour a river through a garden hose. Everything came out too strong, too fast, or not at all. In Charms, his first Wingardium Leviosa didn't float the feather, it launched it into the ceiling hard enough to leave a mark. Professor Flitwick, a tiny man who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, looked at the feather-shaped dent in the stone and said, "Well, that's certainly enthusiastic, Mr. Potter. Perhaps a touch less force next time." In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall watched him struggle with the matchstick-to-needle exercise for 20 minutes before walking over and placing her hand on his. "You're fighting the wand," she said quietly, so the other students couldn't hear. "Stop trying to force it. Magic isn't a battle, Mr. Potter. It's a conversation." Harry looked at her, tall, severe, Scottish, with eyes that missed absolutely nothing, and thought about the basilisk. About the sword singing in his hand as it punched through scale and bone. About the way magic had felt in that moment, raw, primal, a scream rather than a whisper. "What if I'm better at battles than conversations?" he asked. McGonagall's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind her eyes. "Then you'll need to learn. Battles end. Conversations are how we live in between." He practiced. Every night, after the common room emptied and Neville fell asleep with a herbology textbook on his face, Harry sat on his bed with the curtains drawn and worked the wand through basic exercises until his fingers cramped. Swish and flick. Point and pronounce. The mechanical precision of formal spellwork, so different from the intuitive flow of sword magic that it felt like learning to write with his opposite hand. It helped that he had the sword's foundation. The same discipline that had driven him through 2 years of blindfolded combat training in the Dursleys' back garden kept him going through the tedium of wand drills. By the end of the second week, his spells were still overpowered but at least they were hitting the right targets. By the end of the month, he could manage a passable Lumos without setting his bedsheets on fire, which felt like progress. Potions was a different kind of problem. Professor Snape taught potions the way a hawk taught mice about open fields, through terror and the constant implication of violence. He was tall, pale, dressed entirely in black, and possessed a voice that could curdle milk at 20 paces. He swept into the dungeon classroom on the first day of term with his robes billowing like they'd been personally offended by the concept of stillness, and he looked at the assembled first years the way a man might look at something unpleasant on the bottom of his shoe. Then his eyes found Harry, and everything changed. Not visibly. Snape's expression didn't shift. His posture didn't alter. But Harry felt it, the sudden spike of intensity, the laser focus that turned Snape's gaze from merely intimidating to actively dangerous. And beneath it, something else. Something that the basilisk venom scar on Harry's arm registered as a faint, complex pulse of emotion, grief, rage, and something that might have been longing, all twisted together so tightly they were indistinguishable. "Potter," Snape said. Just the name. Nothing else. But the way he said it carried the weight of a eulogy. "Sir," Harry said. Snape's eyes moved to Harry's arm, the left one, where the venom scar was hidden beneath his sleeve. Harry saw the movement and felt a chill. There was no way Snape could see the scar through fabric. But his gaze lingered, and the dark intensity behind his eyes sharpened further, and Harry thought, he knows something. Not about the basilisk. Something else. Something older. "Tell me, Potter," Snape said, and his voice was silk stretched over broken glass. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry didn't know. The house elves hadn't covered potion making in their magical education, and his frantic preterm reading had focused on charms and transfiguration. I don't know, sir. Clearly fame isn't everything. Snape's lip curled. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat, Harry said, because that one he did know. Pipsy had mentioned bezoars as an antidote to most poisons, and after his experience with basilisk venom, Harry had paid attention to anything related to not dying from poison. Snape blinked. The curl of his lip flattened into something more complex. Correct. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant. Also called aconite. This time Snape stared at him for a full 3 seconds. Harry stared back. The room was silent, 31st years holding their breath, sensing the current running between teacher and student without understanding it. It seems, Snape said finally, that some preparation has occurred. How unexpected. He turned away, robes snapping like a whip. Well? Why aren't you all writing this down? The class scrambled for quills. Harry exhaled slowly and noticed that his hand was resting on his left forearm, over the scar, without his having told it to go there. The sword, miniaturized in his pocket, was warm. Not warning warm. Watchful warm. As if it, too, had noticed Snape's attention and was reserving judgment. Potions became Harry's most complicated class. Not the hardest, that was History of Magic, which was taught by a ghost so boring that Harry suspected the man had actually died of boredom and simply continued lecturing out of habit. Potions was complicated because Snape was complicated. The man was brilliant, vicious, unfair, and fixated on Harry in a way that oscillated between hostility and something that might have been fascination if it weren't wrapped in so many layers of resentment. He took points from Gryffindor for everything Harry did. Breathing too loudly, 5 points. Stirring counterclockwise when the instructions said clockwise, 10 points. Existing in Snape's line of sight during a bad mood, arbitrary and capricious points. But he also watched Harry work with an intensity that went beyond mere dislike. When Harry's potions came out slightly wrong, and they often did, because his magic tended to overshoot the precise measurements required, Snape would stare at the result with narrowed eyes, as if the imperfection was personally offensive but also deeply interesting. It was Neville who figured it out first. He looks at you the way Gran looks at old photographs, Neville said one evening, as they sat in the common room doing homework. Like you remind him of someone he lost. Harry glanced at Neville. The boy was bent over a herbology essay, his handwriting neat and careful, Trevor the Toad sitting on his inkwell like a warty paperweight. In the 6 weeks since term had started, Neville had revealed himself to be exactly what Harry had suspected on the train, someone whose apparent weakness was a disguise for a quieter, more observational kind of strength. Who do I remind him of? Harry asked. Your mum, probably. Neville said it casually, like it was obvious. Gran told me they knew each other. Snape and your mum. When they were kids, before Hogwarts. Harry sat with that for a moment. His mother. Lily Potter. A woman he knew only from a single photograph Hagrid had given him, red-haired, green-eyed, laughing. The idea that Snape, with his black robes and acid tongue and eyes full of complicated fury, had known her as a child was strange. And strangely human. Thanks, Neville. For what? Paying attention. Neville shrugged. Plants are easy. People are harder. But the principles are the same, you watch what they lean toward, what they flinch away from. Eventually you see the pattern. He looked up and caught Harry's eye. You do it too, you know. The watching thing. Except you watch like you're looking for threats. I watch like I'm looking for sunlight. It was such a perfectly Neville thing to say that Harry laughed, and the sound startled both of them because Harry still didn't laugh often enough for it to feel natural. The weeks accumulated. Harry settled into the rhythms of student life with the careful precision of someone learning a new language, which, in many ways, he was. The language of friendships and house rivalries and homework and mealtimes and 1,000 small social negotiations that children conducted daily without ever naming what they were doing. He was good at some of it. The academic work came easily enough once he got his wand under control. The physical aspects, flying lessons, which began in October and revealed that Harry had a natural, terrifying talent for broomsticks, were almost relaxing compared to his training regimen. Professor McGonagall watched him execute a perfect Wronski feint during his first flying lesson and nearly dropped her teacup. He was bad at other things. Small talk. Group dynamics. The casual physical affection that the Weasley family deployed like a weapon, Ron's older brother's clapping shoulders, ruffling hair, the easy intimacy of people who'd grown up being touched by people who loved them. Harry flinched the first time Fred Weasley slung an arm around his shoulder, and the micro-expression of hurt that crossed Fred's face before he smoothly played it off as a joke made Harry feel worse than any of the Dursleys' punishments ever had. He was getting better, though. Slowly. Neville helped, because Neville understood the particular loneliness of growing up in a house where love was conditional and approval was scarce. They didn't talk about it directly, boys that age rarely did, but they recognized it in each other, the way two people who'd learned to swim in rough water recognized each other's technique. Ron helped too, in a different way. Ron was everything Harry wasn't: loud, emotional, bad at keeping secrets, good at being happy. Being around him was like standing next to a furnace, you couldn't help but absorb some of the warmth. Ron didn't notice Harry's flinches or his silences or the way he always sat with his back to the wall. Ron just talked, endlessly and enthusiastically, about Quidditch and chess and his brothers and food, and the sheer normalcy of it was a kind of medicine that Harry hadn't known he needed. Hermione helped in yet another way, by being the only person in the school who was more intense about learning than Harry was. She challenged him in every class, competed for every point, and argued with him about magical theory with the passionate specificity of someone who'd read every book in the library and formed opinions about all of them. Harry found her exhausting and brilliant in roughly equal measure. But beneath all of it, beneath the classes and the friendships and the slow, careful process of learning to be a person rather than a survivor, the sword hummed against his skin, and the scar on his arm pulsed, and the dreams came every night. The Faceless King. The Throne of Roots. The slow, patient heartbeat in the earth beneath Hogwarts. Something was stirring. Harry could feel it the way you feel a storm approaching, a change in pressure, a taste in the air, a wrongness that was too subtle to name but too real to ignore. The castle felt it too. Staircases moved more erratically than usual. Paintings whispered to each other in voices too low for students to hear. The house elves, when Harry visited the kitchens, were twitchy and nervous, their enormous eyes darting toward the floor as if they expected it to open. "The deep places is changing, young master," Pipsy told him, during a late-night visit in the third week of October. She was wringing her hands, her default state, but tonight the wringing was frantic, her long fingers twisting over each other like panicked snakes. "The old dark is leaking. We feels it in the stones. The castle feels it." "Leaking from where?" "From the chamber, young master. From where the great snake died. The blood is in the cracks and the cracks is in the ley lines and the ley lines is." She trailed off, her eyes going wide and unfocused. "They is humming wrong. Like a song with bad notes." Harry pressed his hand to the kitchen floor. Stone, cool and solid, the same stone that had been here for 1,000 years. But beneath it, far beneath, at the edge of his new sensitivity, he felt what Pipsy described. A vibration. A dissonance. Like the castle's foundations were a musical instrument and someone had retuned one of the strings to a frequency that didn't belong. "Has anyone else noticed?" "The headmaster," Pipsy whispered. "He walks the deep corridors at night. He stands in the dungeons and listens. But he does not go to the chamber. He does not know the way." Harry filed that away. Dumbledore, walking the dungeons. Listening. Feeling the same wrongness that Harry felt but without the advantage of a venom scar and a sword bonded to the castle's magic. The chess player, trying to understand a move he hadn't anticipated. Halloween arrived with its usual theatrical excess. The Great Hall was decorated with floating jack-o'-lanterns and live bats, and the feast was enormous, enough food to feed twice the student body, conjured by house elves who took holidays as a personal challenge to outdo themselves. Harry sat between Neville and Ron and ate pumpkin pasties and tried to enjoy the celebration and mostly succeeded, until the doors of the Great Hall crashed open and Professor Quirrell ran in, turban askew, face white with terror. "Troll!" he screamed. "Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." Then he fainted. The Great Hall erupted into chaos. Students screamed. Teachers shouted. Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise like a blade. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons." And the organized evacuation began with the kind of controlled urgency that suggested Hogwarts had protocols for this sort of thing. Harry was on his feet and moving before Dumbledore finished speaking. "Not toward the dormitories. Toward the dungeons. Harry." Neville grabbed his arm. "Where are you, Hermione?" Harry said. She'd been crying in the girls' bathroom all afternoon after Ron had made a thoughtless comment about her having no friends, a comment that was technically true but spectacularly lacking in tact. She didn't know about the troll. "She's in the bathroom. Ground floor." Neville's face went through a rapid series of expressions: fear, calculation, determination, and landed on something that looked a lot like the expression Harry saw in the mirror when he was about to do something dangerous. "I'm coming with you. Neville, don't argue. I'm slower than you and I'll probably trip over something, but I'm coming." Harry looked at him. Neville looked back. Trevor croaked from somewhere inside Neville's robes. "Fine. Stay behind me." They ran. Through corridors that were emptying as students fled toward their common rooms, down staircases that cooperated for once, the castle knew something was wrong, and its magic was smoothing their path with an urgency that made Harry's skin prickle. The sword, in his pocket, was warm. Not battle-warm, not yet. Vigilant. They found the troll before they found Hermione. It was in the ground floor corridor, heading toward the girls' bathroom with the slow, purposeful gait of something that operated entirely on instinct. 12 feet tall. Gray skin like old concrete. A wooden club the size of a small tree dragging behind it, gouging the stone floor. It smelled like a blocked drain mixed with an open grave, and the sound it made, a low, guttural grunting, vibrated in Harry's chest like a bass drum. "That," Neville whispered, "is much bigger than I expected. Stay here." But Harry was already moving. Not running, the troll was too close to the bathroom for running. Walking. Fast, controlled, the way the sword had taught him to approach a threat, smooth and deliberate, reducing the distance without triggering the predator response that sudden movement would provoke. The troll noticed him. Its small, piggy eyes swiveled in his direction and its brain, such as it was, attempted to process the sight of a small human walking toward it instead of running away. This was not a scenario that the troll's limited cognitive framework had prepared for. It grunted, confused, and the club came up. Harry pulled the sword from his pocket. It grew to full size in his hand, silver bright in the torchlight, and the rubies flared crimson. The troll stared at it. The blade caught the light and threw reflections across the corridor walls, and for just a second the troll's confusion deepened into something that, in a more intelligent creature, might have been recognized as caution. Harry didn't give it time to think further. He feinted left, drew the troll's club swing in that direction, and then moved right, under the arc of the weapon, inside the creature's reach, too close for the club to be effective. The troll was strong but slow, and the sword's enhanced reflexes made it look like it was moving through honey. Harry drove the flat of the blade, the flat, not the edge, because killing a mountain troll in a school corridor would raise questions he wasn't prepared to answer, into the back of the troll's knee. The joint buckled. The troll staggered. Its club hit the wall with a crash that shattered a suit of armor and sent echoes booming through the corridor. Harry spun, brought the sword around in a wide arc, and slammed the pommel into the troll's temple with enough force to crack stone. The troll's eyes crossed. It swayed. It made a sound like a deflating balloon. And then it fell, slowly and majestically, like a gray-skinned redwood, and hit the floor with an impact that Harry felt through his feet. Silence. Then, from the bathroom doorway, a small, terrified voice, What was, Hermione Granger stood in the doorway with tears still on her cheeks and her eyes the size of dinner plates, staring at Harry, the sword, and the unconscious mountain troll with an expression that suggested reality had just departed from the script she'd been following. "Hi," Harry said. "You should probably come with us." Neville appeared at the end of the corridor, slightly out of breath and holding a potted plant that he'd apparently grabbed from a windowsill as a weapon. He took in the scene, Harry with the sword, the troll on the floor, Hermione in the doorway, and said, with remarkable composure, "Is it dead?" "Unconscious." "Good. Because I brought a fanged geranium and I don't think it would have helped much." Hermione made a sound that was halfway between a laugh and a sob. "That's a sword." "Yes," Harry said, and shrank it before she could get a better look. The blade disappeared into his pocket and the corridor suddenly felt much darker without its light. "And we were never here. None of us. Understood?" Hermione opened her mouth, to ask questions, probably, because Hermione always had questions, and then closed it. She looked at the troll. She looked at Harry. She looked at the pocket where the sword had vanished. And then she nodded, once, with the crisp efficiency of someone who had just reorganized her entire understanding of the world and filed the new information under "deal with later." They made it back to Gryffindor Tower before the teachers finished dealing with the troll. No one had noticed their absence. Ron, who'd been worried about Hermione, was relieved to see her and immediately apologized for the comment about friends, which he did with the graceless sincerity of someone who meant every word but had no idea how to arrange them. Hermione forgave him instantly and completely, and something in the dynamic of their little group clicked into place, the four of them, Harry and Neville and Ron and Hermione, forming a unit that hadn't existed an hour ago but now felt inevitable. Neville caught Harry's eye across the common room and gave him a look that said, "We're going to talk about the sword." Harry gave him a look back that said, "Yes, but not tonight." They talked about it 2 days later, on the astronomy tower, at midnight, because Harry had learned from the house elves that this was one of the few places in the castle without portrait surveillance. "How long have you had it?" Neville asked. He was sitting on the stone railing with his legs dangling over a 100-foot drop, which would have given his grandmother a heart attack but which Neville did with the casual confidence of someone who'd grown up climbing things. The night was clear and cold and the stars were extraordinary. The castle was far enough from any city that the sky was a solid sheet of light. 5 years, Harry said. "Since I was 6. And it's really Gryffindor's? The actual sword of Godric Gryffindor?" "That's what the house elf said." Neville was quiet for a moment. The wind moved his hair and the moonlight caught his face and Harry saw the expression he was wearing, not awe, not jealousy, but a kind of thoughtful assessment that was pure Neville. "Cataloging. Processing. Filing. You've got basilisk venom on it," Neville said. Harry went very still. "What?" "The sword. When you drew it against the troll, I could smell it. Faint, but it's there." Neville saw Harry's expression and shrugged apologetically. "I grow plants. Some of them are poisonous. You develop a nose for toxins. Basilisk venom has a very specific smell, like hot copper and something organic. Rotting, almost." He paused. "It's also one of the most lethal substances in the magical world. And it was on your sword. Which means you've used that blade on a basilisk." Harry stared at Neville Longbottom, round-faced, plant-loving, toad-carrying Neville Longbottom, and felt a rush of something that might have been gratitude and might have been terror. Because Neville had just taken a single sensory observation and extrapolated a truth that Harry had been hiding for 2 months, and he'd done it with the calm precision of someone solving a mildly interesting puzzle. You can't tell anyone. I wasn't going to. Neville kicked his feet against the tower wall, casual as anything. But I do want to know where you found a basilisk. Harry told him. Not everything. Not the Hollow King, not the dreams, not the whispering gratitude from beneath the chamber floor. But he told Neville about the sword and the church and the training and the house elves and the voice in the walls and the chamber of secrets and the fight with the basilisk. He told it simply and directly, without dramatization, because Neville was the kind of person who responded better to facts than to stories. When he finished, Neville was quiet for a long time. The stars wheeled overhead. An owl hooted somewhere in the forbidden forest. The scar on your arm, Neville said finally. That's from the fawn. Yeah. And the sword saved you. Burned the venom out. Changed it, more like. I can feel dark magic now. Like a pressure. A temperature. Neville nodded slowly. And when you killed the basilisk, something happened. The ground shook. Something woke up. Something thanked me, Harry said, and the words tasted strange in his mouth because he hadn't said them out loud before. Whatever's down there, beneath the chamber, it was grateful that I killed the snake. Like the basilisk was keeping it contained and I just removed the lock. Neville's feet stopped swinging. He turned to Harry with an expression that was suddenly, sharply serious. Harry. Have you told Dumbledore? No. Why not? Harry thought about it. Really thought about it, standing on the astronomy tower with the wind pulling at his robes and the castle humming beneath his feet. Because I don't know if he'd help me or use me. And until I know the difference, I'm not giving him ammunition. Neville considered this. That's either very smart or very stupid. Probably both. Yeah, Neville said. Probably both. He was quiet for another moment, then, I'm in, by the way. In what? Whatever this is. Whatever's happening beneath the castle. You're going to need someone watching your back who isn't a sword, and I'm volunteering. He held up a hand before Harry could argue. I know I'm not a fighter. I'm rubbish at dueling and I can barely manage a proper lumos. But I know plants, and plants know the earth, and if something's wrong with the ground beneath Hogwarts, I might be able to feel it before you can. Harry looked at Neville. Neville looked back. Neither of them blinked. All right, Harry said. You're in. Neville grinned, a wide, genuine grin that transformed his round face into something unexpectedly fierce. Brilliant. Now can we go inside? It's freezing up here and Trevor's going to jump off the tower if I don't get him back to the dormitory. They went inside. The castle was quiet around them, sleeping its strange half-sleep, and the corridors were empty except for the occasional ghost drifting through a wall with the absent-minded purpose of the long dead. Harry walked beside Neville and felt the unfamiliar warmth of having an ally, not a sword, not a house elf, but a person. Someone who knew his secret and hadn't run. It was, he realized, the closest thing to trust he'd ever experienced. It was terrifying. He liked it. November brought rain and the first Quidditch match of the season and, with it, the discovery that Harry Potter on a broomstick was something that Hogwarts had not been prepared for. Professor McGonagall had pulled him from that first flying lesson and marched him straight to Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, a 6th year with the build of a door and the obsessive intensity of a man who dreamed in game strategies. Wood had watched Harry fly for about 30 seconds before turning to McGonagall with tears in his eyes and saying, "We're going to win the cup." Harry played seeker. The position suited him, solo, fast, requiring the kind of spatial awareness and reactive speed that his sword training had honed to a razor edge. He didn't need to learn to fly so much as he needed to learn the rules. The flying itself was instinctive, an extension of the same magic that let him move through combat forms blindfolded. The broom responded to him the way the sword did, as a partner rather than a tool. The match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and it was chaos from the first whistle. Slytherin played dirty, elbows, body checks, a bludger that was suspiciously well aimed at Harry's head for something supposedly random. Harry ignored all of it. He flew above the fray, scanning for the snitch, feeling the wind in his face and the broom's magic thrumming beneath him and thinking, this is the closest thing to joy that doesn't involve the sword. Then his broom tried to kill him. It happened suddenly, a lurch, a judder, and then the broom was bucking like something alive and angry, trying to throw him off with a violence that had nothing to do with weather or turbulence. Harry gripped the handle and felt the wrongness immediately. This wasn't the broom malfunctioning. This was magic. Someone was jinxing his broom, and whoever it was had power. Real power, the kind that could override a Nimbus 2000's built-in safety enchantments. Harry's scar on his arm, the venom scar, not the lightning bolt, pulsed with sudden heat. He looked down at the staff stands and felt the dark magic like a beam of focused pressure, concentrated and deliberate. His eyes found Snape, who was staring at him with unblinking intensity, lips moving in a continuous mutter. He found Quirrell too, a few seats away, turban bobbing slightly, also staring, also muttering. Two sources. One jinx. Harry didn't have time to figure out which one was attacking and which one was counter-cursing because the broom gave another violent lurch and he slipped sideways, one hand on the handle, feet dangling over 100 feet of empty air. The crowd screamed. The Weasley twins pulled their brooms around, trying to get beneath him. In the stands, Hermione was already on her feet, moving with the single-minded determination of someone who had identified a problem and was going to solve it regardless of consequences. Harry closed his eyes. The wind tore at his robes. The broom shook beneath his hand. And he reached, not for the broom's magic but for the swords. The miniaturized blade in his pocket flared warm, and Harry felt its energy flow through him like liquid sunlight, stabilizing, strengthening, anchoring him to the broom with a force that the jinx couldn't override. The broom steadied. Not completely, the jinx was still active, but enough. Harry swung himself back up, got his feet on the footholds, and accelerated straight down in a dive that was half controlled flight and half controlled fall. The snitch was hovering just above the grass. He'd spotted it during his near-death experience, because apparently his survival instincts and his seeker instincts operated on the same frequency, and he caught it 6 inches from the ground, pulling out of the dive with a force that made his vision gray and the crowd roar. Gryffindor won. Harry landed to a mob of celebrating teammates and endured the backslapping and the cheering and the being hoisted onto shoulders with the slightly dazed expression of someone who just survived an assassination attempt and was expected to smile about it. Hermione found him afterward, in the corridor outside the locker rooms. She was breathless and her hair was wilder than usual and there was a distinct smell of smoke about her person. "Snape," she said. "He was jinxing your broom." I saw his lips moving, he wasn't blinking, he was maintaining unbroken eye contact, which is a requirement for sustained hostile spellwork according to curses and counter-curses by Vindictus Viridian. "What did you do?" Hermione's chin lifted with defiant pride. "I set his robes on fire." Harry stared at her. Hermione stared back. "You set a teacher's robes on fire." "It worked." He broke eye contact and the jinx stopped. She paused. "Also Quirrell fell over when I was trying to get to Snape, but that was probably just because I bumped into him." Harry thought about the two sources of magic he'd felt. Snape and Quirrell. One jinxing, one counter-cursing. Hermione had assumed Snape was the attacker because Snape was mean and Quirrell was pathetic. It was a reasonable assumption. It was also, Harry suspected, wrong. The venom scar on his arm had pulsed when he'd looked at Quirrell. Not Snape. The dark magic sensitivity that the Basilisk's Fong had given him had pointed at the stuttering, turban-wearing defense professor, not the intimidating potions master. "Thank you, Hermione," Harry said. "For saving me." "Obviously." She said it like there had never been another option. Like setting a teacher on fire was simply what you did when your friend was in danger, no more remarkable than holding a door or sharing notes. Harry filed this information alongside everything else he was learning about the people in his life, that Neville was brave in ways that didn't look like bravery, that Ron was loyal in ways he didn't know how to articulate, and that Hermione Granger, when it came to protecting the people she cared about, had the moral flexibility of a particularly aggressive lioness. He also filed away the thing about Quirrell. The defense professor had been odd all term, the stuttering, the garlic, the turban that he refused to remove, the faint but persistent smell of something rotten that followed him like a shadow. Harry had written most of it off as eccentricity. Hogwarts was full of eccentric teachers, and after Snape and the ghost who taught history of magic, a man with a garlic allergy and a speech impediment barely registered. But the broom jinx changed things. Harry's arm had reacted to Quirrell's magic with the same heat it produced when detecting dark magic, and the intensity had been stronger than anything else in the castle, stronger than the residual darkness in the dungeons, stronger than the traces of old magic in the restricted section, stronger even than the faint, persistent wrongness that seeped up from the Chamber of Secrets. Whatever Quirrell was hiding under that turban, it wasn't a funny story about vampires. Harry started watching him. Not obviously, he'd learned surveillance from the sword's training, from years of mapping Hogwarts corridors and tracking the movements of castle inhabitants to avoid detection. He watched Quirrell at meals, in classes, in corridors. He noted the man's routes, his habits, the times he disappeared from common areas and the places he went when he thought no one was looking. Quirrell went to the third-floor corridor regularly. The one that Dumbledore had declared off-limits at the start of term with the kind of cheerful warning that was clearly designed to ensure every curious student in the castle immediately wanted to know what was there. Harry already knew what was there. He'd mapped the third floor during his pre-Hogwarts explorations, and the house elves had told him about the three-headed dog that guarded a trapdoor. Fluffy, Hagrid had apparently named it, because Hagrid's relationship with dangerous creatures operated on a fundamentally different wavelength than the rest of humanity's. Beneath the trapdoor, a series of protections designed by the teaching staff, guarding something small and valuable. The house elves hadn't known what it was. Harry hadn't cared, he'd been focused on the basilisk, and a guarded treasure had seemed like someone else's problem. Now he cared. He told Neville. Neville told him to be careful. Harry told Neville that careful was relative. Neville told Harry that he sounded like his grandmother and it wasn't a compliment. December brought snow and a development that pushed Quirrell temporarily from Harry's mind. He was in the Forbidden Forest. Not by choice, Hagrid had invited him for tea, and the path from Hagrid's hut to the castle's main entrance passed along the forest's edge. It was late afternoon, the sky heavy with clouds, and the trees were black against the white ground, their bare branches reaching upward like hands. Harry felt it before he saw it. The venom scar flared, not with the focused heat of dark magic, but with something broader, deeper. A wrongness in the earth itself, the same dissonance Pipsy had described, but stronger now. Closer to the surface. He stopped walking and pressed his hand to the ground. The snow melted beneath his palm. Not from his body heat, from something below. The earth was warm. Not uniformly, but in a pattern, lines of heat radiating outward from a central point somewhere deep in the forest, like veins spreading from a heart. The sword went cold. Harry looked into the forest. The trees stared back. And between them, in the shadows where the afternoon light didn't reach, something moved. Not a creature. Not a person. A shimmer. A distortion in the air, like heat haze, except it was December and the temperature was well below freezing. The shimmer moved between the trees with a slow, deliberate patience, and where it passed, the snow darkened. Not melted, darkened. As if the whiteness was being drained from it, replaced by something older and less clean. The sword's cold deepened. Harry felt it in his bones, in his blood, in the scar on his arm that was now burning with a steady, insistent heat. Two signals at once, the sword saying danger, the scar saying dark magic, and between them, a kind of triangulation that pointed directly at the shimmer in the trees. Harry drew the sword. It grew in his hand, silver and bright, and its light cut into the forest's shadows like a searchlight. The shimmer paused. Turned, if something without a body could be said to turn. And Harry felt, with absolute clarity, something looking at him. Not with eyes. With attention. Ancient, vast, patient attention, the kind that belonged to something that had been watching the world since before humans had words for watching. "I know you're there," Harry said. His voice sounded thin in the cold air, small against the enormity of what he was addressing. The shimmer didn't respond. But the warmth in the earth pulsed, once, twice, and Harry felt the same emotion he'd felt in the chamber after killing the basilisk, gratitude. But this time it was accompanied by something else. Curiosity. And hunger. Not physical hunger. Something more fundamental. A hunger for connection, for substance, for the kind of reality that came with a body and a voice and hands that could touch. The Hollow King, and Harry knew, with the bone-deep certainty of the sword's magic, that this was the Hollow King, wanted to be real again. Wanted to rise from the roots and the stone and the ley lines that it had been imprisoned in for 1,000 years and walk the earth the way it had before the founders locked it away. Harry held the sword between himself and the shimmer. The blade's light intensified, and for a moment the shimmer flinched, actually flinched, recoiling from the silver glow like a living thing recoiling from fire. "Stay down," Harry said. Not a request. A command, backed by the sword's magic and his own raw stubbornness and every ounce of the courage that had carried him into the chamber in the dark. "Whatever you are, wherever you're trying to go, stay down." The shimmer held still for a long, terrible moment. Then it dispersed, not retreating, not fleeing, just dissipating back into the earth, sinking through the snow and the soil and the roots with the slow inevitability of water finding its level. The warmth faded. The sword's cold eased. Harry's scar went quiet. He stood at the edge of the forbidden forest with snow in his hair and a legendary sword in his hand and thought, "It's getting stronger." Then he heard the footsteps. Coming from deeper in the forest. Human footsteps, but wrong, too deliberate, too evenly spaced, moving with the mechanical precision of someone who wasn't so much walking as placing their feet according to a calculated pattern. Harry raised the sword and adjusted his stance, shifting his weight to his back foot, and waited. The man who emerged from the trees was tall, lean, and dressed in clothes that had once been expensive and were now held together primarily by spite and dried blood. His face was narrow and sharp-featured, with eyes that darted continuously, processing his environment with the feral efficiency of a hunted animal. He was carrying a canvas sack that moved occasionally, something alive inside it, and the wand in his other hand was pointed directly at Harry's chest. "Well," the man said. "That's not something you see every day. A first year with Gryffindor's sword." His voice was smooth, cultured, carrying the remnants of an education that had clearly been followed by a long period of declining circumstances. "You must be Potter. Who are you?" "Mundungus Blackthorn." "And you, Mr. Potter, are standing between me and my exit." Harry didn't move. The sword hummed, not the cold of dark magic, but the warm buzz of a threat assessment. This man was dangerous, but not because of what he was. Because of what he was willing to do. Harry could see it in his eyes, the calculation, the quick mental arithmetic of risk and reward that people did when they were deciding whether to kill someone. "What's in the bag?" Harry asked. "Business." Blackthorn's wand didn't waver. "Private business. The kind that involves rare magical creatures and buyers who don't ask questions. The kind that a child with a sword should walk away from, because I've killed things bigger than you for smaller reasons." Harry felt the sword's hum change. Warmer. More insistent. It recognized what Blackthorn was, a predator, calculating and experienced, the kind of enemy that training dummies and mountain trolls couldn't prepare you for. A wizard with decades of combat experience and no moral framework to slow him down. "You're poaching," Harry said. "In the Forbidden Forest. On Hogwarts grounds. Give the boy a prize." Blackthorn's smile was thin and sharp. The forest's been my operating base for months. Summer was easy, no staff, no students, just me and the merchandise. The school year complicated things, but the wards have been unreliable lately. Gaps where there shouldn't be gaps. I wonder why. He said the last part with a glance toward the earth, toward the spot where the shimmer had been, and Harry understood with a jolt that Blackthorn had felt it too. The wrongness in the wards. The leaking. You should leave, Harry said. Probably. But first I need to go through that path you're blocking, and I'd rather not kill a child today. It's bad luck. Blackthorn's wand arm tensed. So how about you lower the fancy sword and let me? Harry moved. Not a conscious decision, the sword moved and Harry moved with it, because 5 years of training had fused his instincts with the blades to the point where the distinction between them was academic. He closed the distance in 2 strides, the sword coming up in a rising cut that forced Blackthorn's wand arm wide, and then he was inside the man's guard, too close for spells, the blade's edge a silver line across Blackthorn's throat. Blackthorn froze. His eyes went wide, genuinely wide, with the startled respect of a professional encountering competence where he'd expected none. You're fast, he said. That's not natural for an 11-year-old. The sword helps. I can see that. Blackthorn's eyes flicked down to the blade at his throat. Goblin forged. Imbibes what strengthens it. You've blooded it on something, haven't you? Something old. Harry said nothing. The sword pressed fractionally closer. Right. Blackthorn swallowed carefully. Here's the thing, Potter. You can cut my throat and explain to Dumbledore why there's a dead man on his grounds, or you can let me walk and we'll pretend this never happened. I'll leave the forest. Won't come back. You have my word. Your word's not worth much. No, it isn't. But my survival instinct is excellent, and right now it's telling me that the boy holding Gryffindor's sword to my neck is not someone I want to antagonize. Blackthorn met Harry's eyes. I've been in this forest for 6 months. I've seen things moving in the deep places. Things that make a basilisk look like a garden snake. Whatever you did down in that chamber, yeah, I can smell the venom on you too, mate, you kicked something loose. And it's getting worse. I know. Then you know that killing me is a waste of time you don't have. Blackthorn's voice dropped, losing its smooth edges, becoming something raw and genuine. I'm a poacher and a smuggler and I've done things that would turn your stomach. But I'm not stupid, and I'm not suicidal, and whatever's waking up under this castle is bigger than both of us. Let me go. I'll disappear. And someday, when you need someone who knows the dark side of magical Britain, you'll know where to find me. Harry held the blade steady for 5 long seconds. Then he stepped back. Blackthorn let out a breath that shook slightly. He lowered his wand. He looked at Harry with an expression that mixed respect and wariness in equal measure. You're going to be something, Potter, he said. I just hope I'm far enough away when it happens. He walked past Harry, through the gap in the trees, and disappeared into the gathering dark. The canvas sack moved as he went, and Harry heard a sound from inside it, a high, keening whimper that might have been a baby unicorn or might have been something else entirely. Harry let him go. He shouldn't have. He knew he shouldn't have. But Blackthorn had been right about one thing, there were bigger problems than a poacher, and Harry couldn't fight everything at once. He went back to the castle. The sword shrank in his pocket. The snow kept falling. That night, Harry sat in the window alcove of Gryffindor Tower and looked out at the forest and thought about everything he knew and everything he didn't. The basilisk was dead. The diary was still out there somewhere, he didn't know about the diary yet, but the wrongness in the ley lines was partially being fed by something inside the castle, and the sword had been twitching toward a specific direction lately, like a compass needle seeking north. Quirrell was hiding something dark beneath his turban. Dumbledore was watching and waiting and planning. Blackthorn was right about the ward's weakening. And beneath it all, deep in the earth, the Hollow King was growing stronger with every crack in the foundation that Harry had inadvertently created. He pressed his forehead against the cold glass and watched his breath fog the window. "I'm 11, he said to no one. "I'm 11 years old and I've killed a basilisk and I've got a legendary sword in my pocket and something ancient is waking up under the school and I don't know what to do about any of it." The sword hummed against his leg. Warm. Steady. Patient. The hum of something that had existed for 1,000 years and would exist for 1,000 more, and had learned that patience was the only response to problems that were too big to solve in a single night. Harry closed his eyes. When he opened them, it was morning, and the first week light of December was painting the castle gold, and Neville was standing beside him with a cup of tea and an expression that said, "I know you didn't sleep, and we're going to talk about it, but first drink this." Harry drank the tea. It was too sweet and slightly lukewarm and it was the best thing he'd ever tasted. In the Forbidden Forest, in the clearing where the shimmer had appeared, the snow was still dark. And if you pressed your ear to the ground, really pressed it, flat against the earth, with your eyes closed and your breathing slow, you could hear, very faintly, the sound of something breathing. Something patient. Something old. Something that was learning, with each passing day, how to wake up. In the depths of the castle, in a corridor that no student had walked in decades, a crack in the wall widened by a fraction of an inch. The stone around it was warm to the touch. And from the crack, very faintly, came a smell, old earth and deep roots and the copper tang of ancient magic, the scent of something buried remembering what it meant to be free. Hagrid's dog, Fong, whimpered in his sleep and pressed closer to the fire. The centaurs in the forest stopped reading the stars entirely and began, for the first time in living memory, to dig. And in his tower office, Albus Dumbledore sat alone with his spinning instruments and his troubled thoughts and the growing, terrible certainty that the boy with the lightning scar had done something extraordinary, something brave, something catastrophic, and that the consequences were only just beginning. He looked at the map, not the Marauders' map, which he didn't possess, but a much older map, drawn by the founders themselves, showing the ley lines that ran beneath Hogwarts like a nervous system. The lines were flickering. Destabilizing. The pattern that had held steady for 1,000 years was changing, shifting, reorganizing itself around a new center of gravity. The center of gravity was in the Chamber of Secrets. "What did you do, Harry?" Dumbledore whispered. The Christmas holidays arrived like a ceasefire in a war Harry hadn't realized he was fighting. Half the school emptied out, students pouring onto the Hogwarts Express with trunks and owls and the giddy energy of children who'd been institutionalized for 4 months and were desperate to see their families. Ron invited Harry to the Burrow, his family's home, with the casual generosity that was Ron's defining characteristic. "Mum already said yes. She's been wanting to meet you since September. She'll probably try to feed you until you explode." Harry almost said yes. The image of it, a warm house, a loud family, food that wasn't eaten alone in a cupboard, pulled at something deep in his chest. But the sword pulsed against his leg, cold with purpose, and the ley lines beneath his feet hummed their wrong note, and Harry knew he couldn't leave. "I'll stay," he said. "I've got some things to figure out." Ron looked disappointed but didn't push. Hermione was going home to her parents. Neville was spending Christmas with his grandmother, who apparently treated the holiday with the same military precision she applied to everything else. "Be careful," Neville said, at the train platform. He said it quietly, so only Harry could hear, and the weight behind the words had nothing to do with slippery corridors or snowball fights. "I will." "Liar." Harry grinned. Neville grinned back, and then he was gone, lost in the crowd of students and steam and the scarlet bulk of the express. The castle with most of its students gone was a different creature. Quieter, older, more itself. The magic that usually distributed across hundreds of young witches and wizards now pooled and concentrated, and the corridors thrummed with an awareness that was almost conversational. Harry walked through the empty halls and felt the castle watching him, not with suspicion, but with the attentive interest of something that recognized a kindred spirit. He used the solitude to do what he'd been planning for weeks, a systematic survey of the ley line damage. The house elves helped. Pipsy assigned him a team of 4, herself, a nervous young elf named Wobble, an ancient elf named Grindstone who claimed to remember the castle's construction and was probably lying, and a silent, intense elf named Thorn who communicated primarily through aggressive pointing. They started in the dungeons, which was where the damage was worst. The ley lines ran in patterns beneath the castle's foundations, lines of magical energy that the founders had tapped and channeled to power Hogwarts enchantments. Normally they were stable, invisible, detectable only through specialized instruments or the kind of deep magical sensitivity that Harry's venom scar provided. Now they were visible. In the deepest dungeon corridors, if you pressed your hand to the wall and looked with the right kind of attention, you could see them, faint lines of light running through the stone, pulsing with an irregular rhythm that felt like a heartbeat with arrhythmia. Some were bright, healthy, carrying magic the way arteries carried blood. Others were dim, flickering, leaking energy into the surrounding stone like a cracked pipe leaking water. And a few, concentrated around the area directly above the Chamber of Secrets, were dark. Not unlit. Dark the way a bruise was dark. Corrupted. "The bad lines is spreading," Pipsy whispered, her hand flat against the wall. Her enormous eyes were glowing faintly. House elf magic resonated with the castle's foundations in ways that even wand magic couldn't. 2 months ago, only 3 was dark. Now is 7. By spring. She trailed off, shaking her head. Harry mapped it. He borrowed parchment from the library and drew the ley line network as accurately as he could, marking the healthy lines in blue, the damaged ones in yellow, and the corrupted ones in red. The pattern that emerged was clear and troubling. The corruption was radiating outward from the Chamber of Secrets like an infection spreading from a wound. His wound. The wound he'd made when he'd killed the Basilisk and cracked something open that was supposed to stay shut. He spent 3 days on the survey, sleeping in the dormitory and eating meals that the house elves brought to whatever corridor he was working in. By Christmas Eve, he had a complete map of the damage, and it was worse than he'd feared. The corruption wasn't just spreading through the castle. It was following the ley lines outward, beyond Hogwarts boundaries, into the broader network that connected magical sites across Britain. The house elves couldn't track it past the castle's wards, but the direction was clear, south and east, toward London, toward the densest concentration of magical infrastructure in the country. The work was exhausting in a way that classes never were. Formal magic tired your wand arm and your concentration. This tired something deeper, the magical core itself, the wellspring of energy that powered every spell and every instinct. By the 3rd evening, Harry was sleeping 10 hours a night and eating like a boy twice his size, his body demanding fuel for the magical exertion of reading ley lines through stone and earth. Grindstone, the ancient elf, proved invaluable. Whether or not he actually remembered the founders, and Harry was increasingly inclined to believe he might, he understood the ley line network with an intimacy that bordered on the spiritual. He could feel disturbances that even Harry's venom scar missed, and he described the corruption in terms that were poetic and precise, is like a song, young master. The castle sings, always sings, has sung since the Four built it. But now some of the notes is wrong. Sour. And the sour notes is teaching the good notes to go sour too. Can it be fixed? Harry asked. Grindstone's enormous, ancient eyes, milky with age but still sharp beneath, met Harry's. Was fixed once. By the Four. They built the anchors. The snake was one. The snake is gone now. He paused. Young master killed it. I know. Young master must find a new anchor. Or the song goes sour all the way down. And what sleeps at the bottom? Grindstone shuddered, a full-body tremor that shook his thin frame like a leaf. What sleeps at the bottom wakes when the song stops. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed. This was, by itself, remarkable. He'd never received a Christmas present before. The Dursleys had once given him a coat hanger and a pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks, which Harry suspected was more of a statement than a gift. Ron had sent him a hand-knitted sweater from his mother, green, with a golden H on the front, thick and warm and made with the kind of aggressive care that Mrs. Weasley apparently channeled into knitwear. Hermione had sent a book on advanced defensive magic that was probably above his reading level but exactly at his interest level. Neville had sent a small potted plant with a note that said, "This is Mimbulus Mimbletonia. It's ugly and bad-tempered and nearly impossible to kill. Reminded me of you. Happy Christmas." And there was one more gift. No card. No name. Just a package wrapped in silvery fabric that felt like liquid under his fingers. Harry unwrapped it and found himself holding what appeared to be a cloak, shimmering, weightless, made of a material that seemed to exist slightly outside of normal reality. He swung it around his shoulders and looked down and his body was gone. Invisible. The cloak rendered him completely, perfectly invisible. A note fluttered from the folds, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." No signature. But Harry didn't need one. The handwriting was precise and controlled in a way that matched the personality of someone who planned everything and revealed nothing. Dumbledore. Harry looked at the invisibility cloak, his father's cloak, a piece of the family he'd never known, and felt two things simultaneously. Gratitude, because this was a connection to James Potter that he'd never expected to receive. And wariness, because Dumbledore was giving him this now, at Christmas, when the castle was empty and Harry was alone, and the timing felt less like generosity and more like positioning. Giving a chess piece the tools it needed to go where the player wanted it to go. He used the cloak that night. Not for the third-floor corridor, which was obviously where Dumbledore expected him to go. Harry used it for the Chamber of Secrets. The entrance opened at his Parseltongue command, the same as before, and Harry slid down the pipes with the ease of someone who'd done it before, which he had, though the last time he'd been blindfolded and heading toward a fight with a 1,000-year-old snake. This time the journey was different. Quieter. The pipes that had once carried the sound of the basilisk's breathing now carried only the faint, persistent hum of corrupted ley lines. The chamber itself was unchanged. The basilisk's skeleton lay where it had fallen, stripped of flesh by whatever magical processes occurred when a 1,000-year-old magical creature decomposed. White bones, enormous, curving across the stone floor like the ribs of a cathedral. The skull was the size of a small car, and the sword wound was visible, a clean cut through the crown of the head, the bone still faintly stained with the silver residue of Gryffindor's blade. Harry walked past the skeleton and pressed his hand to the floor at the far end of the chamber, where the crack had appeared after the basilisk's death. The crack was wider now. An inch across, maybe 2. And from it, a steady, warm draft rose, not air, exactly, but energy. Magic. The raw, unprocessed magic of the ley lines, leaking upward from whatever lay beneath the chamber's foundations. Harry pressed his other hand to the sword in his pocket. It flared cold, intensely cold, the coldest it had ever been, and he felt through the blade a cascade of impressions. Depth. Darkness. Something vast and formless and aware, pressing upward against the weakening seal like a prisoner testing the bars of a cell. Not breaking through. Not yet. But testing. Measuring. Learning the shape of its confinement and the location of every weak point. "I'm going to fix this," Harry said, to the crack, to the dark, to whatever was listening beneath. "I don't know how yet. But I'm going to fix it." The darkness didn't respond. But the warmth from the crack pulsed, a slow, amused pulse that felt like laughter. Harry climbed back up the pipes and sealed the entrance and walked through the empty castle to Gryffindor Tower with the invisibility cloak wrapped around his shoulders and the sword cold against his leg in the absolute, unshakable certainty that he was running out of time. He sat in the common room by the dying fire and looked at his map of the ley lines and thought about anchors and seals and the things that held the world together when the world didn't want to hold. Outside, the snow fell on Hogwarts in silence, and the castle held its breath, and somewhere far beneath, in the patient dark, the Hollow King counted the cracks and waited. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Ghost in the Diary. The spring term brought two things Harry hadn't anticipated, sunshine and Voldemort. The sunshine was welcome. After months of Scottish winter, grey skies, horizontal rain, a wind that seemed personally committed to finding gaps in every cloak and sweater, March arrived with an almost aggressive warmth that turned the castle grounds green overnight and sent students spilling onto the lawns like ants from a disturbed nest. Harry sat by the lake with Neville and watched the giant squid stretch its tentacles in the shallows and felt, for a brief and fragile moment, like a normal 11-year-old. The Voldemort situation was less welcome. It started with Quirrell. Harry had been watching the defense professor since the broom jinxing incident, cataloguing his movements with the patient attention of someone who'd spent years stalking through Hogwarts corridors undetected. Quirrell's pattern was consistent: classes during the day, meals in the great hall where he ate little and flinched at loud noises, and then, 2 or 3 nights a week, furtive visits to the third-floor corridor. The visits were getting longer. And Quirrell's stutter was getting worse, not in the way that suggested increasing nervousness, but in the way that suggested increasing effort. Like the stutter was a mask, and whatever was underneath was pushing harder against it. Harry's venom scar confirmed it. Every time he was near Quirrell, the scar on his arm burned with a focused, directional heat that pointed at the man's turban like an accusation. Something was in there. Something dark and powerful and very much alive, hiding behind garlic and silk and the performance of incompetence. He told Neville. Neville told him they should tell Dumbledore. Harry told Neville that Dumbledore already knew. Think about it, Harry said. They were in the greenhouse, Neville's territory, surrounded by plants that reached toward him when he walked past, the green things of the earth recognizing one of their own. Dumbledore hired Quirrell. Dumbledore put a 3-headed dog on the 3rd floor guarding something valuable. Dumbledore gave me an invisibility cloak at Christmas, practically begging me to sneak around after dark. He's not oblivious. He's orchestrating. Orchestrating what? A test. A trap. Maybe both. Harry touched the sword through his pocket, feeling its steady hum. Whatever's on the 3rd floor, Dumbledore wants someone to try to steal it. And he wants to see what happens when they do. Neville frowned. His hands, buried in the soil of a potting tray, were gentle with the seedlings he was transplanting, but his expression was anything but. That's horrible, Harry. If Quirrell is dangerous, if there's something in his turban, then Dumbledore's using students as bait. Not students. Me. The silence between them was heavy. A venomous tentacula on the far shelf reached lazily toward a passing fly and missed. We need more information, Neville said finally. About what Quirrell's after. About what's on the 3rd floor. The Philosopher's Stone, said a voice from the doorway. They both spun. Hermione Granger stood in the greenhouse entrance, arms crossed, chin lifted, wearing the expression of someone who'd been eavesdropping for exactly long enough to lose patience. How long have you been there? Harry asked. Long enough to know that you two have been keeping secrets since the troll incident, that Harry has a magical sword he hides in his pocket, and that something very wrong is happening with Professor Quirrell. She walked in, pulled up a stool, and sat down with the crisp authority of someone chairing a board meeting. Also, I've done research. The 3-headed dog is guarding a trapdoor. Below the trapdoor is a series of protections designed by the teaching staff. At the bottom is the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel's creation, capable of producing the elixir of life and turning base metals into gold. Flamel is over 600 years old and has been partners with Dumbledore for decades. He moved the stone to Hogwarts for safekeeping because someone was trying to steal it. Harry and Neville stared at her. When did you figure all this out? Neville asked. October. I've been waiting for you two to catch up. She said it without malice, pure statement of fact, the Hermione Granger version of patience. Now. Are you going to tell me about the sword and whatever else you've been hiding, or do I need to figure that out on my own too? Harry told her. Not everything. He kept the Hollow King and the ley line damage to himself, partly because he didn't want to frighten her and partly because some things felt too big to share with someone he'd known for less than a year. But he told her about the sword and the basilisk and the chamber and the venom scar, and Hermione listened with the focused intensity of someone absorbing a particularly complex textbook. When he finished, she was quiet for exactly 4 seconds. Then, you killed a basilisk. At 11. Blindfolded. I was 11, yes. I'd had the sword since I was 6. And the sword is Gryffindor's actual sword. The one from the legends. It chose me. Hermione processed this. Then she nodded, once, and said, fine. We have 3 problems. The Philosopher's Stone, which Quirrell is trying to steal. The thing you woke up under the chamber. And whatever's hiding in Quirrell's turban. We need a plan. But events, as events tend to do, outpaced them. It happened on a Tuesday in April, during a week when the castle felt more agitated than usual. Paintings argued with each other. Peeves the poltergeist was subdued, which was alarming in itself. A quiet Peeves was like a quiet toddler, suggesting that something much worse was about to happen. The house elves reported that the dark ley lines had spread further, and the corrupted energy was doing strange things to ambient magic, spells misfiring, potions behaving unpredictably, staircases moving with jerky uncertainty. Harry was in the library when the sword went cold. Not the gradual cold of approaching darkness. Instant. Total. The blade in his pocket turned to ice, and Harry's venom scar flared so hard he gasped and knocked his ink bottle off the table. Something had entered the castle. Something the sword recognized and feared. He followed the cold. Through the library, down 2 flights, along a corridor toward unused classrooms on the east side. The cold intensified with every step, the sword's vibration becoming a high, keening hum that was almost painful. He found the source in an empty classroom on the 2nd floor. Dust on the desks. Cobwebs in the corners. And in the center of the floor, lying open as if dropped, a small black diary. The sword was screaming through vibration and temperature. The diary was leather-bound, worn, unremarkable except for the name stamped in faded gold, T. M. Riddle. Harry knew that name. From the dreams. The Faceless King, the Throne of Roots, and a voice whispering, I was Tom before I was Lord. I was Riddle before I was Voldemort. He drew the sword. It grew in his hand, silver light cutting through the dusty room. The diary lay open to a blank page, and as Harry watched, ink materialized on the paper. Hello, Harry Potter. I've been waiting for you. Harry didn't touch the diary. Didn't move closer. Who are you? More words flowed across the page with elegant, old-fashioned handwriting. I am a memory. Preserved in these pages 50 years ago. My name is Tom Riddle, and I know what you've done in the chamber below. How do you know about the chamber? Because I opened it once. 50 years ago. I am the heir of Slytherin, Harry. The boy I was became something else. Something terrible. Voldemort. Yes. And this diary is a piece of me, a fragment of my soul, designed to endure beyond the death of my body. But you already suspected that, didn't you? The sword told you. Harry's grip tightened on the handle. You're a Horcrux. He said the word without fully understanding it. It came from the sword's knowledge, from the deep magic of a weapon that had encountered dark magic in all its forms. The writing changed. Sharper. More deliberate. Clever boy. Very clever. The sword tells you things, doesn't it? Whispers in that language of heat and cold. I can feel it through the page, Gryffindor's magic, ancient and crude and burning. The last word was written larger, the ink spreading like blood. But you didn't come here to identify me. You came because you felt me. Through the ley lines, through the corruption, through the crack you made when you killed my basilisk. Tell me about the crack. Tell me what's waking up down there. The diary was silent for a moment. Then the writing resumed, slower, measured, as if Tom Riddle was choosing his words with unusual care. The founders built Hogwarts on a prison. You know this. The Hollow King. An entity older than wand magic, older than wizard kind. A consciousness of raw magical power that once dominated these islands. The founders created 4 anchors to hold the seal. 4 objects, each imbued with a piece of their magic. The basilisk was Slytherin's anchor. The sword is Gryffindor's. The chalice was Hufflepuff's. The diadem was Ravenclaw's. You destroyed one anchor when you killed the basilisk. And the sword is bonded to you instead of serving its function. 2 of 4 compromised. The seal is weakening. The Hollow King stirs. Harry read the words and felt their truth settle into his chest like a stone dropped into water. How do I fix it? You can't. Not alone. Not without understanding the full architecture of the seal, which requires knowledge the founders deliberately scattered. But I can help you understand it. I spent years studying the founders' work. The architecture of the seal, the nature of the anchors, the properties of the Hollow King, I know things that could save the magical world. The offer hung like a baited hook. Harry stared at the diary and weighed truth against trap. It was both. The sword's magic parsed the diary's words. The information about the anchors was true. The Hollow King was real. Tom Riddle had genuinely studied the founders' work. But the diary wanted something. It wanted to consume, to grow. It wanted life. How are you here? Someone brought you. Lucius Malfoy. He slipped me into a student's belongings to get rid of me. A girl. First year. Red hair. She's been writing in me for months, pouring her fears onto my pages, and I've been feeding on her emotional energy. Growing stronger. Ginny Weasley. Harry had noticed the dark circles under her eyes, the way she become quieter, the haunted quality in her expression. The anger hit Harry like a physical force, hot and bright, channeled by the sword into clarity. He looked at the diary and saw not a source of information but a weapon consuming a child. I'm going to destroy you, Harry said. Wait. Wait. You need what I know. The Hollow King is real, and without the information in these pages, Harry drove the sword into the diary. The blade punched through leather and paper, and the reaction was immediate and violent. Black ink erupted upward in a column that hit the ceiling and spread like smoke. The diary screamed, a psychic shriek that drove Harry to his knees. In the column of dark light, a figure formed. Tom Riddle. 16 years old, tall and handsome, translucent and flickering, a projection powered by the diary's last surge. You're making a mistake, Riddle said. His voice was smooth, charming. I have information you need. You have a piece of Voldemort's soul and you were eating a child. Nothing you know is worth that. Riddle's charm dropped away. Beneath it was something cold and utterly devoid of empathy. The real Tom Riddle. Interesting. You choose the girl over the knowledge. Gryffindor's courage, Gryffindor's stupidity, they really are the same thing. Maybe. The Hollow King will wake, Potter. With or without my help. The basilisk was the strongest anchor, and you broke it. The corruption is spreading beyond Hogwarts, I can feel it, even dying. And when the last anchor falls. Riddle smiled. The coldest expression Harry had ever seen on a human face. The founders couldn't kill it. They could only contain it. And they needed 4 of the most powerful wizards in history. What do you have? A sword and an 11-year-old stubbornness. I have friends. Riddle laughed, surprised, almost delighted. Friends. He has friends. The dark light was fading, the diary dissolving. You remind me of myself, Potter. Before I learned that friends are just tools that haven't realized their purpose yet. That's the difference between us. No. The difference is that I understood what power costs. You still think you can save everyone. His eyes, dark, brilliant, empty, held Harry's. You can't. The Hollow King isn't evil. It isn't good. It's hungry. And hunger doesn't negotiate. The diary dissolved. Riddle evaporated. The classroom went quiet. Harry knelt with the sword embedded in ruined paper, breathing, the anger cooling. Then footsteps. Heavy, measured. The swish of long robes. Dumbledore stood in the doorway. He looked at Harry. At the sword. At the destroyed diary. That, Dumbledore said quietly, was a Horcrux. You knew. I suspected. The diary was a theory. One of several. He entered slowly. May I ask how you identified it? The sword told me. Ah. Gryffindor's sword. Dumbledore's gaze settled on the blade. I've wondered where it went. It was in a church near Little Whinging. I found it when I was 6. And it's been with you since. It chose me. Dumbledore nodded. Yes. It would have. The sword presents itself to any worthy Gryffindor in need. He paused. I hadn't anticipated it reaching out to a 6-year-old. Or that the 6-year-old would use it to kill the Basilisk before his first year. You knew about that too. The castle's wards told me something happened in a chamber on August 31st, something that fundamentally altered the school's magical infrastructure. I've been monitoring the ley line disruptions since September. Then you know. The seal. The anchors. The Hollow King. Yes, Harry. I know. Why didn't you do anything? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. His voice lost its usual lightness. Because I didn't know enough. Because the situation is more complex than any single action could address. And because I was afraid of making things worse. The seal is connected to things I didn't understand until recently, things Voldemort's Horcruxes have made infinitely more complicated. Explain. The Horcruxes and the anchors are intertwined. Voldemort unknowingly bound his soul fragments to objects connected to the Founder's seal. The diary, Slytherin's heir's creation, saturated with the chamber's magic. The Basilisk, which Voldemort communed with during his school years. Other Horcruxes, other connections. When you killed the Basilisk, you weakened the seal. When you destroyed the diary, you weakened both a Horcrux and the seal's connection to Slytherin's legacy. So every Horcrux we destroy makes the seal weaker. Yes. And every Horcrux that exists keeps Voldemort alive. Also yes. Harry saw the impossible geometry. Destroying Voldemort meant destroying the seal. Preserving the seal meant preserving Voldemort. Two existential threats, locked in a knot that couldn't be untied without catastrophe. That's why you haven't acted. You can't fight one without feeding the other. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged, a tiny movement that transformed him from the most powerful wizard in Britain into an old man. I have been searching for a solution for years. Since before you were born. And have you found one? No. But I believe the answer lies in understanding the original seal, how the Founders built the anchors and how they function. That knowledge was deliberately scattered. He paused. I heard the conversation with Riddle, Harry. All of it. I arrived before you drew the sword. Then you let me destroy the diary knowing it would weaken the seal. I let you make a choice. The diary was consuming Ginny Weasley. You chose to save her life. That was the right choice. Was it? Tom Riddle was a masterful liar who mixed truth with manipulation the way a poisoner mixes hemlock with honey. His offer to help was a trap. The diary would have consumed you, your power, amplified by the sword and the venom scar, would have fed it far more effectively than a first year's emotions. In a month, Riddle would have been corporeal, and you would have been a shell. Harry's blood went cold. He was playing me. He was attempting to. You didn't let him. Dumbledore's expression softened with genuine warmth. You are remarkable, Harry. But you are 11 years old, carrying burdens no child should bear, and I owe you an apology. I don't want an apology. I want a plan. Dumbledore sat down on the dusty floor, crossing his legs beneath his robes like an old man at a picnic. Then let us make one. Together. With trust that goes both ways. Trust goes both ways means you tell me everything. The other Horcruxes. The anchors. No more secrets, no more tests. Agreed. And I tell you everything I know. The ley line maps, the house elf intelligence, the dreams. Agreed. They shook hands. An old man and a boy, sitting on the floor, surrounded by remnants of dark magic and the beginning of a real alliance. They talked for 3 hours. Dumbledore told Harry about the other Horcruxes, a ring, possibly in the Gaunt family home. A locket that might have been Slytherin's. The cup of Hufflepuff, in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. Ravenclaw's diadem, lost for centuries. And one more, spoken about with terrible gentleness. There is a possibility that Voldemort inadvertently created a Horcrux the night he killed your parents. An accidental fragment, lodged in the only living thing in the room. Harry touched his forehead. Me. I am not certain. But the evidence, I know. I felt it. The sword reacts to me sometimes the same way it reacts to dark magic. A wrongness. In my scar. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. I'm sorry, Harry. Don't be sorry. Be useful. Harry softened. The Hollow King is the immediate threat. Tell me about the anchors. The 4 founders had combined their specialties, Gryffindor's courage magic, Slytherin's blood magic, Hufflepuff's earth magic, Ravenclaw's mind magic. Each anchor maintained 1/4 of the seal. The basilisk was destroyed. The sword was displaced, bonded to Harry instead of serving its function. Too compromised, Dumbledore said. The cup and diadem may still be in position, but if Horcruxes have corrupted them, then the whole seal could fail. Yes. Harry absorbed this. Outside, spring sunshine and laughter. The gap between catastrophe and normalcy was dizzying. Snape, Harry said suddenly. He knew about the diary. He's been watching me all year. Severus is my most trusted ally in matters concerning Voldemort. He recognized signs of Horcrux exposure in Ginny Weasley and brought his concerns to me. Dumbledore paused. He is not your enemy, Harry. He hates me. He hates your father. He loved your mother. You are both of them, and neither, and that contradiction causes him considerable pain. Harry filed that away. It didn't make him trust Snape. But it gave him context. Dumbledore left with a promise to share everything he learned. Harry cleaned the classroom, then went to the hospital wing. Ginny Weasley was there, pale, trembling, her magic destabilized by months of the diary's parasitic feeding. Ron sat beside her bed, freckled face tight with worry. Dumbledore said you helped her, Ron said. He wouldn't say how. It doesn't matter how. She's going to be okay. He said it was dark magic. In a book. Ron's hands clenched. Someone gave my sister a dark magic book and it was hurting her and I didn't notice. What kind of brother doesn't notice? The kind who couldn't have known. The magic was designed to hide itself. Ron looked at Harry with the particular guilt of someone who'd failed to protect someone they loved. Harry recognized it. He carried his own version. She's going to be okay, Harry said again, because some things needed repeating until they became true. He found Neville and Hermione in the greenhouse. He told them everything, the diary, Riddle, Dumbledore, the Horcruxes, the anchors, the impossible not binding Voldemort's immortality to the Hollow King's prison. He told them about the fragment in his scar, and Hermione's eyes filled with tears. She blinked away fiercely, and Neville's face went white then set into something hard. So destroying Voldemort destroys the seal, and maintaining the seal maintains Voldemort, Hermione summarized. There has to be another way. The founders created the anchors once, they can be recreated. Dumbledore said it required all 4 founders working together, Harry said. Then we find 4 people, Neville said. Everyone looked at him. He was sitting on an overturned pot, hands dirty with soil, face calm with certainty. 4 people, 1 for each founder's tradition. Courage, cunning, loyalty, wisdom. We learn what the founders knew. We rebuild the seal. Neville, we're 11. The founders were young when they started too. Gryffindor forged that sword before he was 20. Neville looked at Harry with steady eyes. You said the sword chose you because you were brave enough. Maybe it chose you because you were young enough. Young enough to learn, to grow into what's needed. We have time. We might not. Then we'll work fast. We're Gryffindors. Let's go do a stupid brave thing. Harry took his hand, and Hermione was already reaching for books, and somewhere far beneath them the Hollow King stirred, and the cracks widened. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of planning and the particular urgency that comes from knowing too much. Harry, Neville, and Hermione formed what Hermione called a research initiative, and what Neville called the most dangerous study group in history. They divided responsibilities. Hermione would research the founder's original seal work through the library's restricted section, which Dumbledore had granted her access to with the kind of cheerful irresponsibility that only Dumbledore could pull off. Neville would monitor the ley line corruption through his plants. Vegetation, it turned out, was extraordinarily sensitive to magical disturbances, and Neville could read the health of the castle's foundations through the behavior of the greenhouses the way a doctor read a patient's health through their pulse. Harry would work with Dumbledore on the Horcrux problem while maintaining his connection with the house elves and the sword's feedback. It was Neville who noticed the change first. The venomous tentaculus blooming, he said one morning, bursting into the great hall during breakfast with soil on his face and an expression that mixed alarm and botanical excitement. Out of season. And the Whomping Willow's roots are deeper than they've ever been. The groundskeeper says it's been pulling its roots downward, like it's reaching for something. Reaching for what? Hermione asked. The ley lines. The corrupted ones. The plants are responding to the dark magic, some are dying, some are adapting. Growing toward the corruption like they're feeding on it. Neville's voice dropped. And there's something else. The Mimbulus Mimbletonia I gave Harry for Christmas. The one on his windowsill. It's tripled in size. And it's humming. Humming. The same frequency as the sword. I checked. Harry and Neville looked at each other. The plant that was ugly and bad-tempered and nearly impossible to kill, the plant that reminded Neville of Harry, was responding to the same magic that lived in Gryffindor's blade. It was, in some way Harry didn't yet understand, part of the same network. The same frequency. The same song that Grindstone had described the castle singing. The anchors are objects, Harry said slowly, the idea forming as he spoke. But they're also channels. Frequencies. The founders didn't just stick 4 things in the ground and call it a prison. They created a resonance, for notes that harmonized to form a seal. The basilisk was one note. The sword is another. When I killed the basilisk, I removed a note from the chord. The song went sour. And the plants are hearing it, Neville said. The wrong notes. They're trying to compensate, growing toward the corruption, trying to fill the gap. Hermione was scribbling furiously on a napkin. If the seal is based on resonance rather than physical containment, then the anchors don't need to be the original objects. They need to be the right frequencies. The right kind of magic, attuned to the right pitch. New anchors, Harry said. New notes, Neville corrected. Same song. Different instruments. The three of them sat in the great hall surrounded by hundreds of oblivious students eating toast and arguing about Quidditch, and the magnitude of what they just figured out settled over them like a weight. They could rebuild the seal. Not with the original anchors, those were destroyed or corrupted. But with new ones. New objects, new magic, new people to attune them. For notes, for traditions, for points in the ley line network. It would take years. It would require knowledge they didn't have and power they hadn't developed and allies they hadn't met. But it was possible. For the first time since the Basilisk had died and the earth had shaken and the Hollow King had whispered its gratitude, Harry felt something he'd almost forgotten how to feel. Hope. He went to Quirrell on a Thursday night in May, with the invisibility cloak over his shoulders and the sword at his hip and Neville and Hermione at his back. They'd planned for a week. Hermione had mastered an advanced binding charm from the restricted section, the kind that targeted spiritual entities. Neville had prepared Spirit Bane, distilled from a plant so rare the greenhouses had only one specimen. It won't destroy a wraith, Neville said, holding up the silvery liquid. But it'll hurt it. Give it physical presence for a few seconds. How do you know? I tested it on Peeves. He screamed so loud he cracked a window. They intercepted Quirrell in the third-floor corridor, crouched before Fluffy's door, muttering incantations. Harry dropped the cloak. Evening, Professor. Quirrell spun. His stutter vanished. For one clear second Harry saw the real man, intelligent, frightened, completely in over his head. Then the turban moved. A voice emerged, thin, cold, carrying the wrongness Harry's scar recognized as concentrated evil. Harry Potter. The boy who killed my basilisk. The boy who destroyed my diary. How persistent. Quirrell unwound the turban. A face underneath, chalk white, slits for nostrils, red eyes. Voldemort. A wraith wearing a man like a suit. He can't do anything Quirrell's body can't do, Harry told his friends. He's limited. For now, Voldemort said. But the stone will give me a body. Your chamber's fine. Your snake's dead. Pity. Did you feel what you awakened? I felt it. The Hollow King. I found references in Slytherin's notes. The old man built the chamber to guard the seal as much as to house the basilisk. Voldemort's voice carried wariness. Respect. And you turned the basilisk's connection into a Horcrux. I turned everything into Horcruxes. I didn't know about the seal then. By the time I understood, my soul was already woven into the anchors. You want to use the Hollow King, Harry said. Not seal it. I want to transcend it. If that power could be harnessed, I could become something beyond wizard kind. Beyond the Founders. Beyond death. The sword went nuclear cold. Wrong, 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 wrong. Harry drew the blade. Silver light poured from it, and Quirrell staggered. The sword's vibration was a war cry. Neville. Now. Neville threw the Spirit Bane. The jar shattered against Voldemort's face. The wraith screamed, cracking stone, shattering torches. The face solidified for one horrible second, vulnerable. Hermione cast the binding charm. Golden chains wrapped around the solidified wraith. Harry pressed the flat of the sword against Voldemort's face. Silver fire erupted. Quirrell convulsed. The chains held. And Voldemort's face began to dissolve. This isn't over, Potter. The Horcruxes remain. We are connected, bound by the fragment in your scar. I will always find you, the fire consumed the rest. Voldemort's wraith dissolved into ash and a wail that faded into the walls. Quirrell collapsed. Alive. Barely. Is he dead? Hermione asked. Steady voice, shaking hand. Voldemort, I mean. No. The Horcruxes keep him tethered. He'll come back. Harry paused. But not tonight. They carried Quirrell to the hospital wing. Dumbledore appeared within minutes. The Wraith? Gone. For now. He wants to control the Hollow King. Use it as a power source. That would align with Tom's character. Dumbledore looked ancient. You did well. All of you. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower with Neville and Hermione, and none of them spoke. Luna Lovegood found Harry the next afternoon. He was sitting alone by the lake when she appeared beside him with the silent precision of someone who navigated the world by different rules. Small, pale, dirty blonde hair, enormous grey eyes that seemed to look at something slightly left of reality. You can see the Thestrals, she said, without preamble. Harry looked at her. What? The skeletal horses that pull the carriages. Most people can't see them. You can. I noticed on the first day, your eyes tracked them. Why can only some people see them? You have to have seen death. She said it the way other people said it was Tuesday. I saw my mother die when I was 9. An experimental spell went wrong. One moment she was there, and then she wasn't, and between the two there was a light so bright it left after images for weeks. Harry felt something shift in his chest. I don't remember seeing anyone die. But I feel like I did. When I was a baby. Green light. The killing curse. Your mother. The light stays, doesn't it? Even when you can't remember, the light stays. They sat in silence. The lake was silver. The Thestrals grazed at the far shore. You carry something old, Luna said, looking at the air around him. It's silver and warm and it hums. And there's something dark in your scar, like a splinter. And underneath both, very deep, something cold. Coming up from the ground. Harry stared at her. How can you see that? I see lots of things other people don't. Daddy says it's because I don't have enough common sense to filter them out. She smiled, quick, surprising, transforming ethereal into mischievous. He means it as a compliment. Luna Lovegood? Yes. And you're Harry Potter, who carries Gryffindor's sword and killed the Basilisk and woke something up that makes the Raxburts nervous. Her enormous eyes focused on him, the most penetrating gaze Harry had ever encountered. I'm not going to ask you to explain. I just wanted you to know that I can see it, and I'm not afraid, and if you ever need someone who sees things differently, I'm usually near the Thestrals. She stood, brushed grass from her robes, and walked away with the unhurried pace of someone perfectly content with having nowhere to be. Harry watched her go and felt something he couldn't immediately identify. It took several minutes. Hope. Not the desperate kind. The quiet kind that comes from being truly seen by someone who isn't frightened by what they find. He touched the sword. It was warm. Not battle-warm. A different kind of warm, one he didn't have a name for yet. The end of term came with exams, which Harry found almost relaxingly mundane after a year of basilisks and horcruxes and wraiths. He scored well in everything except history of magic, where he fell asleep during the exam and dreamed about the Hollow King, which was arguably more educational than anything Professor Binns had taught all year. The Hogwarts Express carried them south through green countryside, and Harry sat with Neville and Ron and Hermione and felt the particular bittersweet ache of leaving a place that had become, against all odds, home. The castle shrank behind them, its towers catching the afternoon light, and the sword hummed against Harry's leg with a low, steady note that meant, I'll be here. Whenever you need me. I'll be here. At King's Cross, the Dursleys were waiting with their usual enthusiasm, which is to say, Uncle Vernon was purple and Aunt Petunia was pretending Harry didn't exist and Dudley was hiding behind his mother like Harry might be contagious. Harry didn't mind. He had the sword. He had friends. He had a plan, fragmented and incomplete and probably insane, but a plan nonetheless. And he had a growing understanding of what he was fighting for, not just against Voldemort, not just against the Hollow King, but for the right of the magical world to exist without being consumed by either. He walked through the barrier and into the Muggle world and felt the sword go quiet against his leg, not dormant, never dormant, but resting. Waiting. Patient as stone and old as courage and absolutely, unshakably his. In the Forbidden Forest, the centaurs had stopped digging. They stood in a circle around the hole they'd made, staring at a root, ancient, enormous, pulsing with wrong bioluminescence. The roots grow upward, Forenza said. They filled the hole and watched the stars, and the stars offered no comfort. In his office, Dumbledore looked at Snape and said, "It's Horcruxes." Snape went white. "How many?" "At least 6. Possibly 7. Snape closed his eyes. When he opened them, something old and absolutely committed had replaced the shock. "Then we destroy them all. Even knowing what it does to the seal. We destroy them all, and then we find another way to hold the seal. Because if the Dark Lord returns, the Hollow King won't matter. He'll tear the world apart looking for the boy." Dumbledore nodded. He looked, for the first time in Snape's memory, genuinely afraid. "Then we'd better get started." Hermione threw herself into research with the manic intensity that was her default response to existential threats. Within 3 days she had commandeered an unused study room on the 4th floor, filled it with books from the library and the restricted section, the latter accessed through a blanket permission slip that Dumbledore had quietly issued to Harry after the Wraith's destruction, and established what she called a strategic framework and what Neville called Hermione's wall of crazy. The wall was impressive. She'd pinned up Harry's ley line maps alongside hand-drawn diagrams of the anchor system, cross-referenced with historical accounts of the founders from every text she could find. Colored string connected related concepts, red for threats, blue for allies, green for unknowns. The result looked like a conspiracy theorist's fever dream, but it was also, Harry had to admit, remarkably useful. "The key is the anchors," Hermione said, pacing in front of her wall with the focused energy of a general briefing her staff. The founders created 4 anchor objects, each imbued with one of the 4 fundamental magical disciplines. The basilisk, blood magic. The sword, courage magic. The cup, earth magic. The diadem, mind magic. Together they maintained the seal through sympathetic resonance. "You said that already," Ron pointed out. He'd been brought into the inner circle after the Quirrell incident, on the grounds that he'd already demonstrated his loyalty and his ability to keep secrets, and because excluding him any further would have been both cruel and impractical. Ron had taken the revelation of basilisks, Horcruxes, and ancient imprisoned entities with the pragmatic equanimity of someone who'd grown up in a magical household and had therefore already calibrated his sense of the impossible at a fairly generous setting. "I'm establishing the framework," Hermione said, with the patient condescension that she deployed when someone interrupted her thought process. "The point is that the anchors don't just hold the seal through brute magical force. They hold it through resonance, the same principle that makes a tuning fork vibrate when you strike a matching note. Each anchor resonates at a specific magical frequency, and together the 4 frequencies create a harmonic that keeps the Hollow King contained." "So when Harry killed the basilisk," Neville began. "He removed one of the 4 frequencies. The harmonic is now incomplete. 3 notes instead of 4. The seal still holds, but it's weaker, and the Hollow King can push against the gap where the 4th note should be." "And the sword?" Harry asked. Hermione's expression became careful. "The sword is complicated. It's still functioning as an anchor, it still resonates at the right frequency. But it's bonded to you, Harry. It's mobile. The original design required the anchors to be stationary, embedded in the ley line network at specific points. The basilisk was literally rooted to the chamber. The sword was supposed to be embedded somewhere too, probably the church where you found it, which was almost certainly built on a ley line nexus point. So the sword is singing the right note, but it's in the wrong place." "Exactly. And because it's bonded to you, it can't be returned to its position without." She trailed off. "Without me staying there too," Harry finished. "Permanently." The room went quiet. Ron looked uncomfortable. Neville looked at the floor. Hermione looked at her wall of string and diagrams and said nothing, because sometimes the absence of a solution was its own kind of answer. "We'll find another way," Harry said. Not because he was certain, but because certainty was a choice, and he'd learned a long time ago that the choices you made in the dark defined the person you became in the light. "Obviously," Hermione said, and her voice carried the same chosen certainty, and they went back to work. The research continued through May. They discovered several things of note. First, that the Founder's Seal was not unique. Similar prisons existed across the world, built by different magical civilizations to contain different entities, all using variations of the same harmonic anchor principle. The Egyptian wizards had sealed something beneath the pyramids using 4 canopic jars. The Chinese magical community had imprisoned an entity called the Jade Hunger using 4 dragon bones placed at cardinal points. The Norse wizards had used rune stones. "The common element is 4, Hermione said, during one of their research sessions. 4 anchors, 4 frequencies, 4 directions. The number keeps recurring across every culture. It's not arbitrary, it's structural. The magical universe operates on quadratic resonance." "English, Hermione," Ron said. "Magic works in 4s. Like the 4 elements. 4 seasons. 4 founders. The number 4 is built into the fundamental architecture of magical reality. So we need 4 anchors," Harry said. "We can't do it with 3. No. We need 4. And they need to resonate at the correct frequencies: courage, blood, earth, and mind. The Basilisk's frequency is gone. We need a replacement." "What kind of replacement?" Hermione bit her lip. "I don't know. The Founders spent years creating the original anchors. Each one was a masterwork of magical engineering, imbued with a piece of the Creator's own magical essence. Recreating that kind of work would require." She looked at her notes. "Exceptional magical power. Profound understanding of the relevant discipline. And a willingness to bind a piece of yourself to the anchor permanently." "Like a Horcrux," Harry said quietly. The parallel was obvious and horrible. Horcruxes split the soul through murder. Anchors bound the soul through sacrifice. Both involved putting a piece of yourself into an object. The difference was intent, destruction versus protection, selfishness versus service, but the mechanical similarity was undeniable. "Voldemort might have figured that out," Harry said. "He might have realized that the Horcrux process was a corruption of the anchor process. That's why his soul fragments gravitated toward the Founder's objects: the cup, the locket, the diadem. He was unconsciously recreating the anchor pattern, using dark magic instead of light." Hermione stared at him. "Harry, that's brilliant. Don't sound so surprised." "I'm not surprised that you had a good idea. I'm surprised that it opens up a potential solution." She grabbed a fresh piece of parchment and started writing furiously. "If Horcruxes are corrupted anchors, then destroying a Horcrux doesn't just eliminate the dark magic, it frees the anchor potential of the object. The cup, the diadem, if we destroy the Horcrux while preserving the object, we might be able to reattune them to the correct frequency. Turn them back into proper anchors. Can you do that?" "I have absolutely no idea. But it's a theory, and theories can be tested." She looked up with the fierce, brilliant light in her eyes that appeared whenever she was on the trail of something important. "We need more information about the original attunement process. The Founders' records, wherever they are." "Albania," Harry said. Riddle mentioned Albania. Voldemort spent time there, hiding. The diadem might have been there too. And the Founders' records could be scattered anywhere: their original homes, their workshops, places of power they frequented. "Summer project," Neville said, with a grim smile. "While the rest of the school is playing Quidditch and eating ice cream, we'll be hunting Horcruxes and ancient records." "Welcome to my life," Harry said. Ron groaned. I was going to Egypt with my family. Go to Egypt, Harry said. The Egyptian seals might be relevant. See if you can find anything about the Canopic Jar prisons. Talk to the Cursebreakers. Your brother Bill works at Gringotts, right? Ron's expression shifted from complaint to purpose. Yeah. Yeah, he does. Bill knows about ancient magical structures. He breaks into tombs for a living. A grin spread across his freckled face. Mum's going to kill me, but yeah. I'll ask Bill. The plan took shape, messy, incomplete, the kind of plan that would have made a professional strategist weep, but that felt right for a group of 11-year-olds facing a problem that had stumped the greatest wizard of the age. The days after the Wraith's destruction were the quietest Harry had experienced at Hogwarts. Not peaceful, quiet the way a battlefield is quiet after the fighting stops, when the smoke is still clearing and everyone is taking stock of what they've lost. Quirrell survived, barely. He spent 2 weeks in the hospital wing, thin and grey and stammering, the real stammer this time, not the performance. When he was finally discharged, he resigned immediately and left the castle without speaking to anyone. Harry watched him go from a window in Gryffindor Tower, a diminished figure crossing the grounds toward the gates, moving with the careful gait of someone who'd been carrying a parasite for months and was still learning to balance without it. Harry didn't feel sorry for him. Quirrell had made his choices. But he didn't feel triumphant either. Mostly he felt tired in a way that sleep didn't fix, a bone-deep exhaustion that came from spending an entire school year fighting threats that no 11-year-old should have known existed. The Philosopher's Stone was returned to Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore told Harry this during one of their weekly meetings, with the casual tone of someone wrapping up a subplot. Nicholas and Perenelle have decided to destroy it. They have enough elixir to set their affairs in order, and they feel, rightly, I think, that the stone has become more liability than asset. They're going to die. They're going to stop being immortal. Which is not quite the same thing, though the end result is similar. Dumbledore's eyes were gentle. Nicholas is 665 years old. He's had, by any reasonable measure, enough time. Harry thought about Voldemort, who'd torn his soul into pieces to escape death. About the Hollow King, which existed as pure consciousness because it had never had a body to die. About the fragment in his own scar, which was a form of immortality for a piece of someone who'd feared death above all things. Do you think Voldemort will ever stop trying to come back? No. Dumbledore said it with simple certainty. Tom Riddle was afraid of death before he knew what death was. That fear shaped everything he became. He will never stop, because stopping would require him to face the thing he fears most. So we have to stop him. Yes. And in doing so, we must find a way to preserve the seal on the Hollow King. Dumbledore smiled, tired and rueful. It is the most complex problem I've ever faced. The end of term came with exams, which Harry found almost relaxingly mundane after a year of basilisks and wraiths and ancient horrors stirring beneath the castle. He sat in the great hall with his quill and parchment and answered questions about switching spells and the properties of moonstone and thought, this is what school is supposed to be like. This is what normal feels like. He did well. Not spectacularly, Hermione beat him in every subject except defense against the dark arts, where his practical scores were so far above everyone else's that Professor McGonagall had to create a separate grading scale, but well enough that he didn't embarrass himself. Neville excelled in herbology and struggled with everything else, though his potions marks improved dramatically once Snape stopped actively sabotaging his cauldron, which happened around the time Snape and Harry reached an unspoken détente built on mutual wariness and a shared secret about Horcruxes. Snape never became friendly. That wasn't in his nature, and Harry suspected it never would be. But the hostility shifted, from the pointed, personal cruelty of the first term to something more professional. Snape still took points from Gryffindor with vindictive enthusiasm, but he also started leaving books on Harry's desk. Advanced potions texts, bookmarked at chapters on antidotes and counter curses. Never a word of explanation. Never a note. Just the books, appearing and disappearing like gifts from a particularly grudging fairy godmother. Harry read every one. The end-of-year feast was gold and scarlet. Gryffindor won the House Cup, partly because of Harry's Quidditch performance and partly because Dumbledore awarded a staggering number of last-minute points for services to the school that he declined to elaborate on. Slytherin House, which had been leading by a comfortable margin, took the loss with the graceless fury that was their house specialty. Draco Malfoy, in particular, looked like he'd bitten into something sour and found a wasp inside. Harry sat between Neville and Ron at the Gryffindor table, with Hermione across from them and Ginny, quiet, recovering, but present, beside her brother. The great hall was loud with celebration, and the enchanted ceiling showed a sky full of stars, and the candles floated overhead like 1,000 tiny suns, and for one evening Harry let himself enjoy it without thinking about what lay beneath. Luna found him again the next morning, at the Hogwarts Express. She appeared on the platform with her trunk and a copy of the Quibbler held upside down and her enormous grey eyes taking in the world with that particular quality of attention that made everything she looked at seem newly interesting. "You're leaving," she said. "Not a question. Summer holidays. Back to the Dursleys." Luna tilted her head. "The people who lock you out." Harry blinked. He'd never told her about the Dursleys. "How do you carry it? The way you hold yourself, the way you watch doors, exits, specifically. You're always aware of the exits. People who've been locked in are always aware of how to get out." She said this without judgment or pity, the way she said everything, as observation, not commentary. "Are you going to be all right?" "I'll manage. I always do. Managing isn't the same as being all right." Luna reached into her pocket and pulled out something small and bright, a hand-painted charm on a string, depicting a creature Harry didn't recognize. "This is a crumplehorn snorkack. Daddy and I are going to Sweden this summer to look for them. They're supposed to bring clarity to confused minds." She held it out. "I think your mind could use some clarity. It's very crowded in there." Harry took the charm. It was warm in his palm, not sword warm, not magic warm, but the simple warmth of something that had been held by someone who meant well. "Thank you, Luna." "You're welcome, Harry Potter." She smiled that quick, surprising smile. "Try not to wake anything else up while I'm gone." She walked away, her dirty blonde hair catching the sunlight, and Harry watched her go with the charm in one hand and the sword in his pocket and a feeling in his chest that he was beginning to recognize as the particular ache of missing someone before they were fully gone. The train ride back to London was subdued. The compartment held Harry, Neville, Ron, and Hermione, their unofficial group, forged through trolls and wraiths and secrets. They talked about summer plans. Ron was going to Egypt with his family. Hermione was visiting France. Neville was spending the summer with his grandmother in Lancashire, which he described with the resigned affection of someone who loved the person they lived with but wished they'd occasionally stop comparing them to their dead parents. "Gran means well," Neville said. She looks at me and sees my dad. And I'm not my dad. He was brave and brilliant and he fought Death Eaters until they broke him, and I grow plants." "Growing plants is brave," Harry said. Neville gave him a look. "Harry, you literally killed a giant snake with a magic sword while blindfolded. I repotted a screaming snapdragon. These are not equivalent forms of bravery. Bravery isn't comparative. It's personal." Harry leaned forward. "You stood in a corridor with a troll between you and Hermione and you came anyway. You climbed onto the astronomy tower to talk to me about basilisk venom when any sane person would have pretended they hadn't noticed. You threw spirit bane at Voldemort's face. Those things weren't easy for you, they terrified you. That's what makes them brave." Neville was quiet for a long time. The countryside rolled past, green and gold and quintessentially English, hedgerows and church spires and cows that stared at the train with the bovine skepticism of creatures who'd seen it all before. "Thanks, Harry," Neville said finally. "For what?" For seeing me. The real me, not the one grand wishes I was. The train pulled into King's Cross. They said their goodbyes on the platform, handshakes and promises to Wright and Hermione's fierce hug that caught Harry off guard and made him stiffen before he remembered that this was what friends did, this was normal, this was allowed. Uncle Vernon was waiting by the barrier, wearing his usual expression of constipated disapproval. He grunted at Harry, took his trunk with the minimum possible physical contact, and marched toward the car park without looking back. Harry followed. He touched the sword in his pocket, warm, steady, patient, and thought about the summer ahead. 2 months at Privet Drive. 2 months of the Dursleys' particular brand of calculated neglect, of too small portions and too many chores and the constant, grinding reminder that he was unwanted. But this summer would be different. This summer he had the invisibility cloak. He had the house elves' trust and a standing invitation to return to Hogwarts whenever he needed. He had Dumbledore's information and his own maps of the ley line damage and a list of Horcruxes that needed finding. He had friends who would write, who would remember him, who would think about him during the long bright days of July and August, who would be waiting for him when September came. And he had work to do. The Hollow King was still stirring. The seal was still weakening. The ley line corruption was still spreading, and somewhere out in the world, the remaining Horcruxes sat in their hiding places like landmines waiting to be stepped on. Harry climbed into the Dursleys' car and watched London pass through the window and planned. At Hogwarts, in the Chamber of Secrets, the crack in the floor widened another fraction of an inch. The warmth from below was stronger now, perceptible even without magical sensitivity, a gentle heat that rose through the stone like breath from a sleeping giant. In the Forbidden Forest, the centaurs had finished their dig. The hole was 20 feet deep and at the bottom, visible only by starlight, a network of roots pulsed with a faint, sickly luminescence. The roots were growing. Spreading. Reaching upward through the earth with the blind persistence of things that had been buried for too long and were remembering what sunlight felt like. Firenze stood at the edge of the hole and looked down into the glow and felt, very clearly, the shape of the future arranging itself around a boy with a sword and a scar and no idea how much the world was about to ask of him. The end of term came with exams, which Harry found almost relaxingly mundane after everything else. Transfiguration required turning a mouse into a snuff box. Harry's came out slightly furry but structurally sound. Charms involved making a pineapple tap dance. His pineapple performed something closer to aggressive motioning, but Flitwick gave him high marks for enthusiasm. Potions was the usual ordeal, though Harry noticed Snape watching him with new contemplative attention, as if reassessing him in light of recent information. Hermione excelled at everything. Neville surprised everyone by achieving the highest herbology marks Hogwarts had seen in a decade. Ron scraped through with cheerful mediocrity. But the real education hadn't been in classrooms. Harry sat in the common room on the last evening, surrounded by packed trunks and excited chatter, and took stock. He'd killed a basilisk. Destroyed a Horcrux. Defeated Voldemort's wraith. Formed an alliance with Dumbledore. Made real friends, the kind who followed you into fights and didn't ask for explanations afterward. And beneath it all, the Hollow King stirred, and the ley lines carried their corrupted song outward, and the cracks widened. 1 year down. The seal was weaker. Voldemort would return. And Harry was 11, carrying an anchor without a foundation and a scar that was a Horcrux without a cure. Luna Lovegood found Harry that last evening. He was sitting alone by the lake, watching the water and thinking about anchors, when she appeared beside him with the silent precision of someone who navigated the world by different rules. She was a first-year Ravenclaw, small, pale, with dirty blonde hair and enormous grey eyes that seemed to look at something slightly to the left of reality. "You can see the Thestrals," she said, without preamble. Harry looked at her. "What?" "The Thestrals. The skeletal horses that pull the carriages. Most people can't see them. You can. I noticed, your eyes tracked them." He had seen them. Dark shapes at the lake's edge. Why can only some people see them? You have to have seen death. Luna said it the way other people said it was Tuesday. I saw my mother die when I was 9. An experimental spell went wrong. One moment she was there, then she wasn't, and between the two there was a light so bright it left afterimages for weeks. Harry looked at this strange, direct girl who spoke about her mother's death with calm honesty, processed grief, not hardened, but clarified, and felt something shift in his chest. I don't remember seeing anyone die, Harry said. But I feel like I did. When I was a baby. There was green light. The killing curse. Your mother. Luna's voice was quiet. The light stays, doesn't it? Even when you can't remember the moment. They sat in silence. The lake was silver. Thestrals grazed at the far shore. You carry something old, Luna said eventually. She was looking at the air around him, tracking something invisible. It's silver and warm and it hums. And there's something else, something dark, in your scar, like a splinter. And underneath both, very deep, something cold. Coming up from the ground. Harry stared. How can you see that? I see lots of things other people don't. Daddy says it's because I don't have enough common sense to filter them out. She smiled, quick, surprising, transforming her face from ethereal to mischievous. He means it as a compliment. Luna, right? Luna Lovegood? Yes. And you're Harry Potter, who carries Gryffindor's sword and killed the Basilisk and woke something up that makes the Raxperts very nervous. Her enormous eyes met his, suddenly the most focused, penetrating eyes he'd ever encountered. I'm not going to ask you to explain. I just wanted you to know that I can see it, and I'm not afraid, and if you ever need someone who sees things differently, I'm usually near the Thestrals. She stood, brushed grass from her robes, and walked away unhurried. Harry watched her go and felt something he couldn't immediately identify. It took him several minutes to place it. Hope. Not the desperate kind. Something quieter. The hope that comes from being truly seen by someone who isn't frightened by what they find. He touched the sword. It was warm. Not battle warm. A different kind of warm. One he didn't have a name for yet. The Hogwarts Express carried them south the next morning. Harry sat with Neville, Ron, and Hermione, talking about summer plans and Quidditch and whether Trevor had gained weight. Normal things. When the train pulled into King's Cross, Harry saw the Dursleys waiting, Uncle Vernon's mustache bristling, Aunt Petunia craning, Dudley straining his tracksuit. They were small. Not physically. In every other way. Small concerns, small cruelties, small lives in small boxes. Harry had outgrown them so completely that returning to Privet Drive felt like visiting somewhere he'd once lived rather than going home. See you in September, Neville said, shaking his hand formally. Owl me if anything happens, Hermione said. Mum says come to the Burrow any time, Ron said. Harry crossed the platform toward the Dursleys. The sword hummed. The scar glowed faintly beneath his sleeve. And somewhere far behind him, the castle sat on its cliff above its lake above its secrets, humming its broken song into the summer air. In the forbidden forest, the centaurs stopped reading the stars and began to dig. What they found made them stare in silence for a very long time. Mars is bright tonight, another centaur said. Mars is always bright, Firenze replied. But tonight the earth is brighter. They filled the hole in. They watched the stars. And beneath them, patient as stone, old as the hills, the Hollow King dreamed of crowns and daylight and the sweet, impossible taste of freedom. In a mansion in Wiltshire, Lucius Malfoy poured himself a drink and noticed, with a chill he couldn't explain, that the diary was gone from his vault. He'd slipped it into the Weasley girls' cauldron months ago, a calculated act of sabotage against Arthur Weasley's ridiculous Muggle protection legislation. But the chill wasn't about the diary's absence. It was about the feeling that had accompanied the absence, a snap, like a guitar string breaking, felt somewhere in the base of his skull. Something had changed. Something connected to the diary, connected to the Dark Lord, connected to a web of magic that Lucius didn't fully understand but had always been faintly aware of, the way you're aware of an electrical hum in a building without knowing where it comes from. The hum was different now. Weaker in one place. Stronger in another. Lucius drank his whiskey and stared at the fire and told himself it was nothing. But his hand, wrapped around the glass, was trembling, and the fire in the grate, perfectly normal fire, magical fire, the kind he'd lit 1,000 times, flickered in a pattern he'd never seen before. Beneath the fire. Beneath the hearth. Beneath the foundations of Malfoy Manor, deep in the chalk bedrock of Wiltshire, the ley lines carried the corruption southward, and the Hollow King's influence spread another mile, and the world held its breath, and the summer began. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Unspeakable Truth. Second year began with blood. Not Harry's, though he'd spilled enough of his own to last a lifetime. This was different. This was institutional. The kind of blood that seeped through the stones of the Ministry of Magic like ink through parchment, invisible to anyone who wasn't looking for it. Harry stepped off the Hogwarts Express on September 1st and felt the difference immediately. The castle's awareness reached for him the way it always did, warm, recognizing, pulling him toward its foundations like gravity, but this year the recognition carried an undercurrent of distress. The ley lines beneath his feet were humming louder than they had in June, their corrupted frequency stronger, more insistent, and the sword in his pocket responded with a constant low-grade cold that hadn't been there during the summer. "Something's changed," Harry said to Neville, as they climbed into a carriage pulled by thestrals that only 2 people in their year could see. Neville pressed his hand flat against the carriage floor. His eyes went distant, the look he got when he was listening to the earth, using the plant magic intuition that made him the best herbology student Hogwarts had seen in a generation. "The roots are stressed," he said quietly. "The ones that connect to the ley lines. They're growing wrong, twisting sideways instead of down, like they're trying to avoid something underground. The corruption's gotten worse. A lot worse. Whatever happened over the summer accelerated it." Neville looked at Harry with steady eyes. "Did Dumbledore tell you anything?" "He told me he was hunting Horcruxes. That he and Snape were going after the ring, the one in the Gaunt family's house." Harry paused. "He also told me that the Ministry had noticed the ley line disruptions. They've sent someone to investigate." "Sent someone where?" "Here." Her name was Seraphina Vane, and she arrived at Hogwarts 3 days into the term with the quiet authority of someone who didn't need to raise her voice to command a room. Harry first saw her at the staff table during dinner. She sat between McGonagall and Flitwick, a tall woman in her 40s with dark hair pulled back severely and eyes that moved across the great hall with the systematic precision of someone cataloging every face, every gesture, every ambient magical signature. She wore ministry robes, dark blue, understated, bearing the small silver badge of the Department of Mysteries. An unspeakable. Harry had read about them in the house elves' accounts of ministry structure. The Department of Mysteries was the wizarding world's deepest research division, the people who studied time, death, prophecy, and the fundamental mechanics of magic itself. Unspeakables didn't investigate petty crimes. They investigated threats to the fabric of reality. "Seraphina Vane," Hermione whispered across the Gryffindor table. She'd already done her research. Published 3 papers on foundational magic theory before she was 30. Spent a decade studying ley line architecture. She's the foremost expert on magical infrastructure in Britain. Hermione's voice carried the reverence she reserved for the genuinely brilliant. She's also the person the Ministry sends when they think something might destroy the country. "Brilliant," Ron said. "Just what we needed." Vane's investigation began immediately. She set up instruments throughout the castle, delicate silver devices similar to Dumbledore's but more numerous and precisely calibrated. They appeared overnight in corridors and classrooms, humming softly, recording data she analyzed in a temporary office on the 4th floor. Harry watched her work because he had to. The sword's cold intensified near Vane, not the alarm of dark magic but the unease of something being measured by instruments it didn't trust. If her instruments were sensitive enough, she would find it. She found Harry first. It happened in the second week, during a corridor encounter too casual to be coincidental. Vane stepped out of a doorway into his path. "Mr. Potter. Do you have a moment?" Her eyes were dark brown, intelligent, completely devoid of the usual reactions to Harry Potter, no starstruck widening, no sympathetic softening. She looked at him the way she looked at her instruments, with analytical interest. The office was a forest of instruments. Silver devices covered every surface, trailing gossamer threads of magic connected to the ley lines. Charts covered the walls showing the network in detail that made Harry's maps look like children's drawings. And on a cleared table, a resonance detector. An instrument designed to identify objects connected to the Founder's original enchantments. "I've been studying the disruptions," Vane said. "The ley lines are degrading at a rate consistent with anchor failure. One of the 4 primary stabilization points has been removed or destroyed." Harry said nothing. His hand rested near his pocket. "The pattern originates from the lower dungeons, an area my instruments can't fully penetrate. The magic there is pre-Hogwarts. Possibly pre-medieval." Vane's eyes were measuring. "The Department of Mysteries has records of similar readings from only one other location. A church near Little Whinging, Surrey, warded with Founders-era magic." Harry's heart spiked. He controlled it. "The church is approximately 2 miles from your registered Muggle residence. The wards failed 6 years ago, collapsed, as if whatever they protected had been removed." 6 years ago, you were 6. Silence. Instruments hummed. The sword was cold and tense. "You're very direct," Harry said. "It saves time." Vane leaned against her desk. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here because magical infrastructure is failing, and the epicenter is this castle. Something happened, something sudden and violent, connected to the Chamber of Secrets. A room that officially doesn't exist, according to the headmaster." "I can't help you," Harry said. "But I can tell you Dumbledore isn't lying. He's just not telling you everything. Neither can I. The situation is more complicated than you think, and the wrong information at the wrong time could make things worse." Vane studied him. Her expression shifted to something like respect. "You're 12 years old. Speaking to me like a diplomat. I've had an unusual childhood. Clearly." She straightened. "I'll accept your non-answer for now. But understand, if I determine that you or anyone else is a threat to this infrastructure, inadvertently or otherwise, I will act. Regardless of fame, politics, or complications." "I understand." "Good." Harry left and stood in the corridor for 30 seconds, breathing. Then he went to find Neville. "She's smart," Harry said in the greenhouse. "Smarter than most adults we've dealt with. And she's got instruments that can detect the sword. Can you avoid her? In a castle? For a year? No. And she's right about the ley lines. Whatever Dumbledore's doing with the Horcruxes, it's making the disruptions worse. She'll figure out the connection, and when she does, she'll think you're the problem. I am the problem. I killed the Basilisk. I displaced the sword." Neville was quiet, hands moving through soil. "Then, you're the problem and the solution. That's how these things usually work. Tell me about the plants. The roots growing wrong, can you track them? Map the corruption the way I mapped the ley lines." Neville's eyes lit up. "Plants don't just respond to corruption, they record it. Tree rings, root patterns, growth anomalies. If I study enough samples, I can build a timeline. Show when it started, how fast it's spreading, where it's going. Do it. Keep it quiet." Hermione was in the library, surrounded by books on foundational magic. "Vane's going to trace the disruptions to you," she said. "Yes. We need to give her something else." An alternative explanation close enough to the truth to satisfy her instruments. Can you do that? Hermione's chin lifted. I've been reading about infrastructure theory since June. Vane's papers have a blind spot. She assumes the founder's enchantments were static. But the house elves' accounts suggest they were dynamic, constantly maintained. If I can demonstrate that current disruptions are consistent with natural maintenance failure rather than anchor removal, you'd be lying. I'd be providing an alternative hypothesis supported by selective evidence. It's what scientists do. She paused. It's also what Dumbledore does. Do it. The weeks passed. Vane continued with methodical precision. Hermione's counter-research slowed her, the alternative hypothesis required disproving. But Vane was tenacious. Dumbledore returned from a weekend absence in late October with a blackened hand and a grimly satisfied expression. He summoned Harry to his office that evening. "The ring," he said, holding up his damaged hand with the detached calm of a man displaying a specimen. The skin was charred, the fingers frozen in a half-curl, and dark magic radiated from the wound with an intensity that made Harry's venom scar throb. Marvolo Gaunt's ring. Voldemort turned it into a Horcrux. I found it in the ruins of the Gaunt house, protected by a curse that disagreed with my attempts at removal. Your hand will recover partially, thanks to Severus's expertise. The curse is contained but not eliminated. I have perhaps a year before it spreads. He said this with the same tone he'd used to discuss sock preferences, mild, slightly wistful, entirely unconcerned with his own mortality. The important thing is that the ring is destroyed. Severus used basilisk venom, which, as you know, is one of the few substances capable of destroying a Horcrux. Basilisk venom. From the chamber? From your chamber, yes. Severus collected it from the basilisk's remains during the summer. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. He was remarkably unperturbed by the 60-foot skeleton. I believe his exact words were, "At least someone killed it competently." Harry almost smiled. Then the implications hit him. Another Horcrux destroyed. Another anchor connection weakened. Yes. The ring was connected to the cup through a subsidiary ley line, a minor connection, but a real one. When the ring was destroyed, the cup's stability decreased by approximately 7%. Dumbledore's expression was grave. We're dismantling the prison from the inside, Harry. Every Horcrux we destroy brings Voldemort closer to mortality and the Hollow King closer to freedom. Then we need to find a way to rebuild the seal before we destroy the remaining Horcruxes. Agreed. And that requires understanding the original architecture, the Founder's methods, their materials, their magic. Knowledge that was deliberately scattered and hidden. He paused. Seraphina Vane may be able to help with that. Her understanding of foundational magic is extraordinary. She's also trying to figure out what happened in the chamber and she's getting close to connecting it to me. Yes, I'm aware. Seraphina is a colleague of sorts, we've corresponded on matters of magical theory for years. She's brilliant, principled, and entirely incapable of ignoring a puzzle. Dumbledore's expression was complex. I've been considering whether to bring her into our confidence. No. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Not yet, Harry amended. She doesn't trust us. She thinks we're hiding something, which we are. If we tell her the truth now, she'll see me as the problem, the person who broke the anchor and woke up the Hollow King. She needs to understand the full picture before she gets any part of it. And who determines when she's ready for the full picture? We do. Together. When we have a plan for rebuilding the seal. Right now all we have is a problem, and giving her a problem without a solution will make her dangerous. Dumbledore regarded him with an expression that Harry had learned to read over the past year, the look of a man who was simultaneously impressed and troubled by the tactical maturity of a 12-year-old. You would have made a formidable politician, Harry. I'd rather be useful. Dumbledore laughed, a real laugh, surprised and warm. As would we all. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy was becoming a problem Harry hadn't anticipated. Not the schoolyard antagonism of first year, Draco had largely abandoned the sneering approach after Harry had demonstrated he was not someone who could be intimidated by social posturing. This was something more calculated. Draco's father, Lucius, was furious about the diary's destruction. He couldn't express this openly, doing so would require admitting he'd possessed a dark artifact, but the fury expressed itself through Draco, who began a systematic campaign of insinuation. Quiet comments about Harry's strange behavior. Casual mentions of Harry being seen in restricted areas. A carefully worded letter to Serafina Vane suggesting that the ley line disruptions coincided with Harry's arrival at Hogwarts. The letter was the problem. Not because it was wrong, it was technically correct, but because it gave Vane a thread to pull. Harry confronted Draco in the courtyard on a Wednesday, with Neville nearby pretending to examine moss. "I know what you're doing," Harry said. Draco wore the carefully blank expression of trained deniability. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean." "The letters. The whispers. You're pointing Vane at me because your father is angry about the diary." Wariness crossed Draco's face. Harry knew more than expected. "My father didn't have anything to do with any diary," Draco said automatically. "Your father slipped a Horcrux into Ginny Weasley's cauldron. A piece of Voldemort's soul designed to drain an 11-year-old girl. I destroyed it. And your father is trying to punish me through you because he doesn't have the courage to do it himself." Draco's blank expression cracked. Beneath it, fear. Real, visceral fear from living in a house where the Dark Lord's name was spoken with reverence. "You don't understand what my family is," Draco said, his voice stripped of the drawl, younger, rawer. "You don't understand what happens if I don't do what he says. I understand more than you think." Two 12-year-old boys, both carrying burdens their age wasn't designed for. Harry saw himself in Draco, not the arrogance, but the desperation underneath. The performance masking something terrified. "Stop writing to Vane," Harry said. "If your father wants a fight, he can come himself. He'd kill you. He'd try." Harry's hand moved to his pocket. "He'd find it harder than he expects." Draco stared at the pocket, remembering the sword's silver light during the Acromantula incident. "I'll stop," he said. Not because he wanted to. Because he was afraid. But also because something in Harry's voice had reached a part of Draco his father's training hadn't overwritten. "Thank you. Don't thank me. We're not friends." "No. But maybe we don't have to be enemies." Draco walked away. Neville appeared at Harry's elbow. "That went better than expected." "He's scared. Everyone's scared. The question is what they do with it." Neville paused. "He could have hexed you instead of talking." "He could have. He didn't. That counts for something." Dumbledore returned from a weekend absence in late October with a blackened hand and a grimly satisfied expression. He summoned Harry to his office. "The ring," he said, holding up the damaged hand. The skin was charred, fingers frozen in a half-curl, dark magic radiating with an intensity that made Harry's scar throb. "Marvolo Gaunt's ring. I found it protected by a curse that disagreed with my attempts at removal. Your hand will recover partially, thanks to Severus. The curse is contained but not eliminated. I have perhaps a year." He said this with the mild tone he used for sock preferences. "The ring is destroyed. Severus used basilisk venom from your chamber." "Basilisk venom? From the remains?" "Severus collected it during the summer." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. He was remarkably unperturbed by the 60-foot skeleton. His exact words were, "At least someone killed it competently." Harry almost smiled. "Then, another Horcrux destroyed. Another anchor weakened." "Yes. The ring was connected to the cup through a subsidiary ley line. When the ring was destroyed, the cup's stability decreased by approximately 7%. Dumbledore was grave. We're dismantling the prison from the inside. Then we need to rebuild the seal before we destroy the remaining Horcruxes. Agreed. And that requires the Founder's original knowledge, their methods, their materials. He paused. Seraphina Vane may help. Her understanding of foundational magic is extraordinary. She's also getting close to connecting the disruptions to me. I've been considering bringing her into our confidence. Not yet. She doesn't trust us. If we tell her now, she'll see me as the problem. She needs the full picture, and right now we don't have a solution to give her alongside the problem. Dumbledore regarded him with that mixed expression, impressed and troubled by a 12-year-old's tactical maturity. You would have made a formidable politician, Harry. I'd rather be useful. Snape caught Harry after potions the following week. The classroom had emptied, and the potions master stood by his desk with his arms crossed and his expression unreadable, which for Snape was actually one of his more approachable faces. The headmaster has told me about your alliance with Miss Vane, Snape said. His voice was neutral in a way that suggested extreme effort. I trust you understand the risks. Vane is brilliant and principled. If we handle her right, she will discover the Horcruxes. It is inevitable. Snape's dark eyes bored into Harry's. The diary's destruction left traces that her instruments will eventually detect. When she identifies the dark magic signature, she will want to know its source. And when she learns that the headmaster has been destroying soulbound artifacts that are connected to the very seal she's trying to preserve, she will not react well. Harry met Snape's gaze. Over the past year, something had shifted between them, not friendship, not warmth, but a mutual recognition of competence. Snape still took points from Gryffindor with vindictive regularity. He still spoke to Harry with a coldness that could frost glass. But he also shared information, offered grudging tactical advice, and had once, memorably, shielded Harry from a misfired curse in the corridor without breaking stride or acknowledging it had happened. What do you suggest? Harry asked. Control the narrative. When Vane discovers the Horcrux connection, and she will, present it as a known complication with an active mitigation strategy rather than a secret being kept from her. The difference between, "we didn't tell you" and "we were developing a solution before briefing you" is the difference between an ally and an enemy. That's good advice. I am occasionally capable of it. Snape's lip curled, not a sneer this time, but something closer to dark humor. Now leave before I'm forced to acknowledge this conversation happened. Harry left. Behind him, Snape stood alone in the dungeon classroom and looked at the place where Harry had been standing and thought about green eyes and red hair and the terrible, miraculous way that history insisted on rhyming. November brought the first serious consequence of the ley line degradation. Hogwarts wards flickered. Not failed, flickered. A momentary lapse, lasting perhaps 3 seconds, during which the castle's anti-intrusion enchantments blinked off and on like a light with a loose connection. Most people didn't notice. Dumbledore noticed. Vane noticed. Harry noticed, because the sword went from its usual low-grade cold to ice-cold and back in the space of a heartbeat. And the things in the Forbidden Forest noticed. The Acromantula colony had been growing restless for months. Hagrid reported that Aragog, the ancient spider patriarch, was barely keeping his children in check. The centaurs had withdrawn deeper into the forest. The Thestrals were nervous, stamping and tossing their skeletal heads. When the wards flickered, the Acromantulas came. Not all of them. But enough, several dozen enormous spiders, each the size of a large dog, pouring out of the forest in a wave of clicking mandibles and glistening eyes. They hit the edge of the castle grounds just as the wards snapped back on, and the collision was spectacular, spiders bouncing off invisible barriers, tumbling over each other, screeching with a sound that woke every student in the castle. By the time teachers mobilized, the spiders were testing the wards systematically, probing for weak points with methodical intelligence. Hagrid was in tears, not from fear, but from anguish at seeing creatures he'd raised turning hostile. "They're not attacking," Neville said, standing beside Harry at a window. Dawn was breaking. Below, acromantulas pressed against the wards like waves against a seawall. They're running. Running from what? Neville pressed his hand against the window. Eyes distant. The same thing the roots are running from. Something underground that's been spreading through the forest's foundation for months. The corruption isn't just in the ley lines anymore. It's in the earth itself. The soil. The bedrock. The Hollow King is pushing outward, and everything that lives in the ground can feel it. Harry's sword was ice. His scar was burning. Across the grounds, Vane stood at the ward line with instruments deployed in a semicircle, her face illuminated by silver data. The ward flicker had given her a clean reading of the underlying network, unobscured by the castle's enchantments. She would know now. She would see the pattern. Harry had to get to her before she drew the wrong conclusions. He ran. Through corridors crowded with panicked students, past teachers shouting orders, down staircases that cooperated urgently. The castle's magic pushed him forward, the intelligence in Hogwarts stones, frightened and reaching for the person who carried its founder's sword. He burst through the castle doors into grey dawn. Teachers were arrayed across the grounds, McGonagall's transfigured barriers pushing spiders back, Flitwick's precision charms picking them off, Sprout's animated plants forming a secondary defense. Hagrid stood alone at the forest's edge, talking to the spiders in a desperate voice. "Come on, you know me, I raised your father, go back." Harry drew the sword. The effect was immediate. Every acromantula within 100 meters froze. Not from fear, from recognition. The sword blazed with silver light, and its magic radiated outward like a shockwave, carrying the signature of Godric Gryffindor, carrying the authority of a founder, carrying the weight of 1,000 years of Hogwarts magic concentrated into 3 feet of goblin-forged steel. The spiders knew that magic. It was woven into the wards they were pressing against. It was the same force that defined the boundaries of their territory, the same ancient power that had kept the forest's creatures contained for centuries. And here it was, concentrated in a single blade held by a single boy, and the message it carried was older than language: go back. They retreated. Not slowly, fast, scrambling over each other, pouring back into the forest like water flowing downhill. Within 30 seconds, the grounds were clear. Harry stood in the dawn light with the sword raised and the entire teaching staff staring at him. The silence was absolute, the kind of silence that falls when everyone in a group simultaneously realizes that their understanding of a situation was incomplete. Then Draco Malfoy's voice, from behind the castle doors: "Is that a bloody sword?" The aftermath was controlled chaos. McGonagall herded students inside. Dumbledore appeared from the forest. Hagrid wept with relief and hugged Harry hard enough to crack ribs. Flitwick stared at the sword with academic fascination. Sprout began checking her defensive plants for damage. And through it all, the castle hummed, louder than usual, its ancient magic stirred by the sword's display, recognizing and responding to the founder's authority. Seraphina Vane walked toward Harry with instruments in hand and eyes locked on the sword. "That is Gryffindor's sword," she said. Harry didn't sheath it. "Yes. You've been carrying it all year." "That's what my resonance detector was picking up." Her voice was controlled but her hands shook. "Do you have any idea what that object is?" "I know exactly what it is. It's an anchor. One of the 4 primary stabilization points. It's supposed to be fixed in position, maintaining a quarter of the seal that." She stopped. Eyes widened. "The degradation. If the sword has been removed from its position, then a quarter of the seal is compromised." "I know. I've known since I was 11. You broke it. You're the reason the ley lines are failing. I killed the basilisk, which was another anchor. And the sword chose me before I knew what it was. I was 6. Vane took a breath. Then another. The disruptions. The spreading corruption. The ward failures. All of it traces back to you. To what I did to protect this school from a weapon that could be commanded by anyone with Slytherin's blood. Harry's voice was steady. I didn't know about the anchors. I was a child with a sword, and there was a monster under a school full of children. And you woke something worse. Yes. The word hummed between them. Around them, the grounds were empty, the wards hummed damaged frequencies, and the forest was dark and still. Vane looked at the sword. At Harry. At the castle. Tell me everything, she said. And Harry, standing in the dawn with Gryffindor's blade in his hand, made the decision. He told her about the basilisk, the chamber, the anchors, the Hollow King. The ley line maps. The corruption spreading through Britain. The dreams of a faceless king. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. The Founder's Prison, she said finally. Her cool professionalism had been replaced by something rawer. I've theorized about deep structure enchantments beneath Hogwarts for years. But a prison. A conscious entity. She looked at Harry with new eyes. You really did kill a basilisk at 11. Blindfolded. Of course you did. A short, sharp laugh. I came here thinking this was a structural problem. Instead I've found an ancient horror, a 12-year-old carrying a founder's anchor, an infrastructure held together by stubbornness. That's about right. I need to contact the department, no. Not yet. The ministry will make it worse. They'll send Aurors and bureaucrats and the Hollow King will eat them alive. You're asking me to withhold intelligence. I'm asking you to trust that the people who've been dealing with this know more about it than the people who just found out it exists. Vane's jaw tightened. I'll hold off. For now. But I want full access to your data, full cooperation with the House Elves, and a seat at Dumbledore's table. Deal. They shook hands. Her grip was strong. Harry thought, best decision or worst. Neville was waiting in the greenhouse, surrounded by soil samples and root cross-sections and a timeline assembled with forensic precision. How bad? Neville asked. She knows everything. Either our greatest ally or our most dangerous enemy. Neville pointed to his timeline. The corruption accelerated 3 weeks ago. A sudden spike corresponding with the ring Horcrux's destruction. The ward flicker wasn't random, it was a direct response. The Hollow King is learning, Harry. Every time an anchor weakens, it tests the boundaries. The tests are getting bigger. How long do we have? Neville's face was grim. Before the seal fails entirely. 2 years. Maybe less. Harry closed his eyes. 2 years to destroy the remaining Horcruxes, rebuild the seal, and contain an entity that 4 of the most powerful wizards in history had barely managed to imprison. He was 12. The sword hummed, warm despite the cold, steady despite the chaos, patient despite the urgency. Harry opened his eyes. Then we work fast. Luna found him that evening, in the corridor outside the library, as if she'd known exactly where he'd be. She was carrying a copy of the Quibbler upside down and had what appeared to be radish earrings. The spiders weren't running from the corruption, she said, without greeting. They were running from the dreams. Harry stopped walking. What dreams? The Hollow King doesn't just push against the earth. It dreams, and its dreams leak through the cracks you made. The spiders felt the dreams, images of a world without sunlight, without surfaces, just roots and darkness and hunger. They ran because they dreamed of being eaten. Luna's enormous eyes were steady. The Thestrals dream too. They dream of something that makes death look kind. How do you know this? I asked them. She said it as if communicating with magical creatures about their nightmares was the most natural thing in the world. The Thestrals trust me. And the smaller creatures, the Bowtruckles and the Nifflers and the things that live in the walls, they all say the same thing. The dreams are getting louder. Harry looked at Luna Lovegood, standing in a castle corridor with radish earrings and an upside-down magazine, delivering intelligence that Vane's instruments couldn't detect and Dumbledore's experience hadn't anticipated, and understood something fundamental about the war they were fighting. It wasn't going to be won by power. The Hollow King had more power than all of them combined. It wasn't going to be won by knowledge. The founders had been the most knowledgeable wizards of their age, and the best they'd managed was containment. It was going to be won by perspective. By seeing the problem from angles that the problem didn't expect. By bringing together a sword-bearing boy, a plant-whispering herbologist, a research-obsessed bookworm, a creature-talking dreamer, and whatever other mismatched, unlikely allies the universe decided to throw at them. "Luna," Harry said, "would you like to join a very strange team that's trying to prevent the end of the world?" Luna considered this for approximately half a second. "Will there be snacks?" "Probably." "Then yes." She smiled, that quick, transformative smile. "I've been waiting for someone to ask." In the forest, the acromantulas huddled in their webs. The centaurs mourned what they'd found underground. Vane stared at Data and began planning for a war. Dumbledore looked at his blackened hand and thought about time. And beneath it all, the Hollow King pressed against its weakening prison and felt the ward flicker like a promise. 2 years, the boy had said. The Hollow King smiled its faceless smile. It could wait 2 years. It had waited 1,000. But it wouldn't need to wait that long. Because the cracks were spreading, and the anchors were falling, and the surface world was running out of ground to stand on. The earth breathed wrong. The ley lines hummed their broken song. And the story continued towards something that neither the boy nor the sword nor the ancient thing beneath the castle could fully predict. That was the terrifying part. That was also the hopeful part. Because unpredictable things, children, courage, friendship, love, had a tendency to change the rules. And the Hollow King, for all its ancient power, had never encountered rules that changed. The days after the Acromantula incursion reshaped the political landscape of Hogwarts in ways that no one, not Dumbledore, not Vane, not Harry, had fully anticipated. The sword's public appearance changed everything. Students who'd spent a year treating Harry as either a celebrity or a curiosity now looked at him with something new, not awe, exactly, but the particular wariness that people reserved for things they didn't understand and couldn't categorize. A 12-year-old with a legendary weapon who turned back an army of giant spiders didn't fit into any of the comfortable boxes that the wizarding world used to organize its children. The Daily Prophet ran the story 3 days later, despite Dumbledore's best efforts at containment. Potter wields Founder's sword, boy who lived possesses legendary artifact. The article was breathless and inaccurate in roughly equal measure, attributing the Acromantula retreat to everything from a powerful Patronus to a new form of defensive magic. Nobody mentioned the ley line disruptions. Nobody mentioned the wards flickering. The story the press wanted, boy hero saves school with magical sword, was simpler and more appealing than the truth, and so the truth went unreported. Lucius Malfoy attempted to use the publicity to his advantage, demanding through the Board of Governors that the sword be confiscated and placed in ministry custody for study and safekeeping. The motion failed. Dumbledore blocked it with a procedural maneuver so elegant that even McGonagall looked impressed, but the attempt itself was revealing. The Malfoy family knew the sword was important. They didn't know exactly why, but they could feel the political currents shifting, and Lucius Malfoy had built his career on swimming with those currents. Harry received 17 owls in the week following the incident. 12 were from strangers offering congratulations, support, or marriage proposals. The wizarding world's relationship with fame was aggressive and boundary-free. 3 were from journalists requesting interviews. 1 was from the Department of Mysteries, a formal inquiry about the sword's provenance that Vane had clearly not authorized and that she shut down with a single, reportedly terrifying interdepartmental memo. The last owl was from Sirius Black. Harry didn't know who Sirius Black was. The name meant nothing to him, it wasn't in any of the books Hermione had made him read, and the house elves had never mentioned it. But the letter was written in a hand that shook slightly, on parchment that smelled of salt air and loneliness, and it said things that made Harry's chest tight. Dear Harry, I'm your godfather. I've been watching from a distance. I saw the Prophet article. Your father would have been so proud he'd have been insufferable about it. Your mother would have been terrified and then furious and then proud in that order. I can't say more in a letter. Please be careful with what you carry. The sword knows things that you don't, and some of those things are dangerous. I'll find a way to meet you. Until then, trust the weapon, trust your friends, and don't trust anyone who tells you power is simple. It never is. Padfoot. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he put it in the inside pocket of his robes, next to the sword, and felt 2 kinds of warmth, one magical, one human, pressing against his heart. He showed the letter to Dumbledore that evening. The headmaster read it with an expression that cycled through surprise, concern, sadness, and something that looked painfully like guilt. Sirius Black, Dumbledore said. Your father's closest friend. Your godfather. He was imprisoned in Azkaban after your parents' deaths, accused of betraying them to Voldemort. Did he? That, Dumbledore said carefully, is a question I should have investigated more thoroughly 12 years ago and did not. The guilt in his expression deepened. There are many things I should have done differently where you are concerned, Harry. The list grows longer with uncomfortable regularity. Is he dangerous? He was an extraordinarily talented wizard. If he's escaped Azkaban, which this letter suggests, then yes, he's dangerous. But dangerous and threatening are not the same thing. Dumbledore looked at the letter again. He calls himself Padfoot. That was his nickname among your father's group of friends. It suggests he's retained his identity despite years in Azkaban, which is remarkable. The Dementors usually strip that away. I want to meet him. I expected you would. We'll need to be careful, the Ministry is looking for him, and if they find him near you, the political consequences would be severe. Dumbledore folded the letter and returned it. But yes. I think a meeting can be arranged. Harry tucked the letter away and felt the sword hum in response, not warm, not cold, but something in between. Curious. As if it recognized the name Black and was withholding judgment. Vane, meanwhile, was processing. The data from the ward flicker had confirmed her worst theories. The ley line network was degrading from a central point beneath the castle, consistent with anchor failure, and the rate of degradation was accelerating. Her instruments showed the corruption spreading southward through subsidiary ley lines, reaching toward London, toward Stonehenge, toward the great magical sites that formed the backbone of Britain's enchanted infrastructure. She called a meeting. Not in Dumbledore's office, in hers, on her terms, with her instruments as witnesses. The attendees were Harry, Dumbledore, Snape, and, at Harry's insistence, Neville and Hermione. Vane looked at the 2 additional 12-year-olds with an expression that suggested she was reconsidering every assumption she'd ever made about the relationship between age and competence. Mr. Longbottom studies the corruption through botanical observation, Harry said, by way of explanation. Miss Granger provides theoretical framework and counter-analysis. They're essential. They're children. So am I. And I've killed a basilisk, destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul, and driven a wraith out of a teacher's head. Age is a poor predictor of usefulness in this situation. Vane's jaw worked. Then she turned to her charts. The seal is failing, she said. I'll dispense with diplomatic phrasing because we don't have time for it. 2 of 4 anchors are compromised, the basilisk destroyed, the sword displaced. The remaining 2, which I believe to be Hufflepuff's cup and Ravenclaw's diadem, may still be in position, but the subsidiary ley lines connecting them to the network are degrading. At the current rate, the seal will fail within 18 to 24 months. Neville's estimate was 2 years, Harry said. Your data agrees. Vane glanced at Neville, who produced his timeline, the meticulous spread of parchment with its root cross-sections and growth anomalies, and laid it beside her charts. The two datasets aligned with frightening precision. Botanical confirmation of ley line degradation, Vane said, studying Neville's work. This is remarkably thorough. Plants don't lie, Neville said simply. No. They don't. Vane's expression shifted, the first crack in her professional armor, a flash of genuine respect for the quiet boy with the soil-stained hands. The question before us is simple and terrible: how do we rebuild a seal that took 4 of the most powerful wizards in history to create? We learn what they knew, Hermione said. She'd been waiting for this moment. Harry could see it in the way she straightened, the way her eyes sharpened. The founders documented their work. Not in a single text, they deliberately fragmented the knowledge across multiple sources. But the fragments exist. In the castle's architecture, in the house elves' oral tradition, in objects connected to the founders' magic. If we can assemble enough fragments, we can reconstruct the methodology. How long would that take? Less time than you'd think. I've already started. Hermione produced a notebook, thick, densely written, cross-referenced with a color-coding system that would have given a professional archivist an anxiety attack. The house elves have been incredible sources. Grindstone, the oldest elf, remembers details about the castle's construction that aren't recorded anywhere else. Combined with the information from Tom Riddle's diary, Dumbledore's research, and your own ley line analysis, we have approximately 40% of the original methodology. Vane stared at the notebook. Then at Hermione. Then at Harry. You've been doing this for months. Since last year, Harry said. Without telling me. Without knowing if we could trust you. Vane's expression was complex: anger at being excluded, respect for the work, and the grudging acknowledgement that Harry's caution had been, from his perspective, entirely reasonable. And now, she asked. Now we trust you. Because we need you. Harry met her eyes. Your understanding of foundational magic theory is something we can't replicate. Hermione is brilliant, but she's 13 and working from fragments. You've spent your career studying this. If anyone can figure out how to rebuild the seal, it's you. The room was quiet. Dumbledore watched from his chair with the expression of a man who'd learned, late in life, that the most useful thing a leader could do was sometimes nothing at all. Snape stood against the wall with his arms crossed and his face unreadable, though Harry thought he detected the faintest hint of approval in the set of his jaw. Vane looked at her charts. At Neville's timeline. At Hermione's notebook. At the sword, visible now in Harry's hand, its silver light reflecting off every instrument in the room. I'll need full access to the Chamber of Secrets, she said. Done. I'll need to study the sword directly. Non-invasively, resonance mapping only. Done. And I'll need something else. Vane's voice dropped. I'll need you to tell me about the Horcruxes. The room went very still. Dumbledore stirred. Snape's hand twitched toward his wand. The dark magic signature in the ley lines isn't just corruption, Vane said. It's soul fragment resonance. I've been detecting it since September but couldn't identify the source until the ward flicker gave me a clean reading. Someone has been destroying soulbound artifacts in proximity to the seal's infrastructure, and every destruction weakens the seal further. She looked at Dumbledore. You've been hunting Horcruxes. And every one you destroy brings us closer to catastrophe. Dumbledore met her eyes. The room waited. Yes, Dumbledore said. I have. And then he told her everything. The Horcruxes. Voldemort's inadvertent connection to the seal. The impossible knot of competing threats. The fragment in Harry's scar. Everything, laid out with the clinical honesty of a doctor delivering a terminal diagnosis. Vane listened. Her face went through stages: shock, horror, fury, and finally something that Harry recognized because he'd felt it himself the first time he'd understood the full scope of the problem, the cold, crystalline clarity that came from accepting that the situation was worse than you'd imagined and deciding to deal with it anyway. So we're fighting 2 wars simultaneously, she said. One against Voldemort's immortality, one against the Hollow King's prison. And the weapons we need for one war are the vulnerabilities of the other. That's a very succinct summary, Dumbledore said. I'm an unspeakable. Succinct summaries of impossible situations are what we do. Vane stood, walked to her largest chart, the one showing the complete ley line network of Britain, and placed her hand flat against it. Her magic rippled outward, and the chart came alive, lines glowing, data points pulsing. The seal doesn't need 4 anchors, she said. That's the Founder's design, but it's not the only design. The underlying principle is sympathetic resonance, for objects maintaining a harmonic field that contains the entity. But harmonic fields can be maintained by different configurations. 3 anchors with stronger individual resonance. 2 anchors with a bridging enchantment. Even a single anchor, if it were powerful enough. How powerful? Harry asked. Vane looked at the sword. The sword of Gryffindor has absorbed basilisk venom, one of the most magically potent substances in existence. It's bonded to a wizard who carries a piece of Voldemort's soul. It's been in proximity to the Hollow King's prison for over a year, absorbing ambient energy from the failing seal. She paused. It's stronger now than it was when Gryffindor forged it. Considerably stronger. Strong enough to anchor the seal alone. Possibly. If we could find a way to fix it in position while keeping it bonded to you. Vane's mind was visibly racing, the scientist fully engaged now, the bureaucrat forgotten. The Founders separated the sword from its anchor function because Gryffindor wanted to carry it. What if we could do both? Anchor and weapon. Fixed and mobile. A living anchor, carried by a living wizard. That's what the basilisk was, Harry said slowly. A living anchor. Bound to the chamber, maintaining the seal through its existence. Yes. And when you killed it, the anchor failed because the living component was destroyed. But you're not the basilisk, Harry. You're a wizard with agency and power and a sword that's already adapted to your magic. If we can design an enchantment that turns you into a living anchor, not replacing you, but incorporating the anchor function into your existing bond with the sword. You'd be tying the seal to Harry's life, Snape said. His voice was sharp, cutting through Vane's excitement like a knife. If he dies, the seal dies. Yes. That's unacceptable. It's a starting point, Severus. Not a final design. Vane met Snape's glare without flinching, a feat that most adults couldn't manage. We have 18 months. I'm not proposing we implement anything today. I'm proposing we explore every option, including the ones that scare us. Snape looked at Harry. Harry looked back. Something passed between them, not warmth, never warmth, but the shared understanding of 2 people who'd both made sacrifices for causes larger than themselves. Explore it, Harry said. All of it. But Snape's right, we need alternatives. I'm not going to tie the world's safety to one person's heartbeat if there's any other way. Then we find other ways, Hermione said. She was already writing in her notebook, ideas flowing from her quill with the manic speed of someone whose mind had just been handed a problem worthy of its full capacity. Multiple configurations. Backup systems. Redundancies. The Founders built one seal with 4 anchors. We'll build a better one. The meeting broke up at midnight. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower with Neville on one side and Hermione on the other, and for the first time in months, the weight on his shoulders felt fractionally lighter, not because the problems were smaller, but because the team working on them was bigger. Luna was waiting in the corridor outside the portrait hole. She had her wand behind her ear and a dirigible plum necklace that glowed faintly in the torchlight. The dreams are changing, she said. The Hollow King's dreams. They used to be about hunger. Now they're about curiosity. It's noticed you, Harry. Not as a threat, as a puzzle. Is that better or worse? Different. Hunger is predictable. Curiosity isn't. Luna tilted her head, her gray eyes catching the light. I think it's trying to understand why you matter. Why a small thing like you keeps affecting a large thing like it. And when it figures that out. Luna smiled, the quick, transformative smile. Then things get interesting. She drifted away down the corridor, and Harry watched her go, and the sword hummed against his leg with a warmth that had nothing to do with combat and everything to do with the strange, fierce, complicated thing that was building between these people, this unlikely collection of a sword-bearer, a plant whisperer, a researcher, a dreamer, a spy, a scientist, and an old man with a blackened hand, who were all, in their different ways, trying to hold the world together. Ginny Weasley found Harry in the common room the following week. She stood in front of him with her arms crossed and her chin lifted and her red hair catching the firelight, and she said, "I want to help." Harry looked at her. She was 12, his age, and thin in a way that hadn't fully recovered from the diary's parasitic feeding, and her eyes carried the particular haunted quality of someone who'd been possessed by a fragment of the darkest wizard in history and survived. She was also, Harry noted, no longer blushing when she looked at him. The crush had been burned away by something more serious, the shared experience of dark magic, the understanding that Harry had saved her life, the knowledge that the thing which had nearly killed her was connected to the thing that was threatening the world. "Help how?" Harry asked. "I've been dreaming," Ginny said. "Since the diary. Not nightmares, or not just nightmares. I dream about Tom Riddle. About the things he showed me, the things he told me before I realized what he was. He talked about the founders, Harry. About Slytherin's research. About things hidden in the castle that nobody else has found." Harry sat up straighter. "What kind of things?" "Records. Slytherin kept records of the seal's construction, not the official ones that the other founders knew about, but private notes. Hidden in places that only a Parselmouth could access." Ginny's voice was steady, but her hands were trembling. "The diary showed me where some of them are. I didn't understand what I was seeing at the time. I was too scared, too confused. But I remember now. And I think the information is still there. Ginny, the diary was manipulating you. Anything it showed you could be true. It could be true." She met his eyes with a fierceness that reminded him, suddenly and powerfully, of her mother, a woman he'd never met but whose love had saved his life. Tom Riddle was a liar, but he was also brilliant, and the most effective lies are the ones wrapped in truth. "He showed me real things, Harry. Real places, real secrets. He just used them to control me." Her jaw set. "I want to take those secrets back. Use them for something good. Turn his weapons against him." Harry looked at Ginny Weasley, 12 years old, survivor, carrier of memories that would have broken most adults, and saw something that the diary had tried to destroy and failed: courage. Not the flashy, sword-wielding kind. The quiet kind. The kind that gets up after being knocked down and says, again. "Welcome to the team," Harry said. Ginny's fierce expression softened into something that might have been relief. "Ron's going to lose his mind. Ron will be fine. He's tougher than he looks. He really isn't. But I love him anyway." She paused. "Thank you. For destroying the diary. For saving me. I never said that properly. You just did." She nodded once, the same kind of nod Neville had given him at the sorting feast, the nod that said "I see you," and walked away with a straightness to her spine that hadn't been there 10 minutes ago. Harry watched her go and felt the team grow by one more person carrying scars from this war, one more person choosing to fight instead of hide, one more thread in the increasingly complex tapestry of alliances and friendships and shared purpose that was forming around the central problem of a world trying to hold itself together. The sword hummed. Not warm. Not cold. Something new. Something that felt like recognition, the blade acknowledging that its bearer was not fighting alone, had never been fighting alone, and that this, more than any enchantment or ancient weapon, was the thing that would make the difference. December came hard and fast, and with it, a development that none of them had anticipated. The forbidden forest began to glow. Not visibly, not to normal eyes. But Harry's venom scar picked it up, and Neville's plant sense confirmed it, and Vane's instruments recorded it with the quiet precision of machines that didn't understand what they were measuring. Deep in the forest, along the root network that connected the oldest trees to the ley lines below, something was luminescent. A pale, sickly green light that pulsed with the Hollow King's heartbeat, visible only through magical perception, spreading through the root system like bioluminescence through deep ocean water. The trees were changing. Neville brought samples to the greenhouse and studied them with growing alarm. Cellular structures were reorganizing, the magical signatures in the wood were shifting from their natural frequencies towards something older and stranger, and the roots were growing downward with a purpose that went beyond normal plant behavior. They were reaching for something. Connecting to something. The Hollow King is using the forest, Neville said, his voice tight with the particular horror of someone watching nature be corrupted. The root network, it's the oldest biological structure connected to the ley lines. Pre-Hogwarts. Pre-founders. The trees were here before the castle was built, and their roots go deeper than anyone realized. He held up a cross-section of root that glowed faintly green under magical analysis. It's building a secondary network. Using the roots as conduits, bypassing the seal entirely. Not breaking out, reaching out. Reaching for what? Harry asked. The other anchors. The cup and the diadem, wherever they are. If the Hollow King can connect to them through the root network, it can corrupt them from below, weaken them without breaking the seal directly. The seal stays technically intact while the anchors degrade. By the time the seal formally fails, the anchors will already be too weak to be repaired. Harry looked at the glowing root sample and felt the sword go cold with an urgency he hadn't felt since the Basilisk. How do we stop it? We can't. Not from here. The root network extends across Scotland and into England, thousands of miles of biological infrastructure that we can't control or contain. Neville's jaw set. But we can track it. And if we can track it, we can find the other anchors before the corruption reaches them. The cup is in Gringotts, Harry said. Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. That's in London. How far has the root network spread? Neville consulted his maps. Based on growth rate, it'll reach the London basin by late spring. Maybe earlier. Then we have until spring to get the cup out of Gringotts. Harry. Breaking into Gringotts is, I know. But the alternative is letting the Hollow King corrupt a founder's anchor from below, which would collapse the seal entirely. Harry touched the sword. Its cold confirmed the urgency. We need to talk to Dumbledore. And Vane. And probably Snape, because if anyone knows how to plan a heist on an impregnable fortress, it's the man who spent 20 years as a double agent. Neville stared at him. Did you just suggest that Snape help us rob a bank? I suggested that Snape's skill set is uniquely suited to this particular challenge. That's the same thing said politely. I'm learning diplomacy. Neville laughed, a real, full laugh that echoed through the greenhouse and made the venomous tentaculus sway with something that might have been amusement. Harry laughed too, because the situation was so absurd that laughter was the only sane response. Two 12-year-olds in a greenhouse, planning the infiltration of the most secure magical vault in Britain, to save the world from an ancient consciousness that was using tree roots as a weapon. Ron cornered Harry in the dormitory that night, after the others were asleep. You're planning something mental, Ron said. It wasn't a question. He was sitting on his bed in his pajamas, Scabbers the rat dozing on his pillow, and his expression was the particular mixture of exasperation and loyalty that only a Weasley could produce. Don't bother denying it. You've got that look, the one you get right before something explodes or someone nearly dies. I don't have a look. You absolutely have a look. Hermione calls it your heroic miscalculation face. Neville calls it the face that means I should pack healing potions. I call it the Ron's going to have to explain to his mum why his best friend is in the hospital wing again face. Harry laughed despite himself. Ron grinned, the wide, unguarded grin that was his greatest weapon, the one that made you feel like everything might be okay even when the evidence strongly suggested otherwise. I can't tell you everything, Harry said. Not because I don't trust you, but because some of it isn't mine to share. I know. Ron's grin faded into something more serious. I'm not stupid, Harry. I know you and Neville and Hermione have been doing things I'm not part of. I know there's stuff with Dumbledore, and that vain woman, and whatever's going on under the castle. And yeah, it stings a bit, being on the outside. But I also know that you'd tell me if you could, and that when the time comes to do something dangerous and probably idiotic, you'll ask me to come along. I will. Good. Because I'm rubbish at the clever bits, the research and the planning and the political stuff. That's Hermione and Neville's thing. But I'm good at the other bits. The standing next to you when everything's gone wrong bits. The not running away bits. Ron met Harry's eyes with a directness that he usually reserved for chess. That's my job. And I'm bloody good at it. Harry looked at his first friend, loud, loyal, insecure about everything except the things that mattered, and felt the particular gratitude that came from being seen clearly by someone who liked you anyway. You're the best person I know, Ron. Don't get sappy. I'm just saying I'm in, whatever it is. Whenever you need me. I know. I've always known. Ron nodded. Then he lay back on his bed and pulled the covers up and said, with studied casualness, also, Mum's sending Christmas jumpers. She's made you a green one with a sword on it. Don't tell her I told you, she wants it to be a surprise. A sword? She reads the Prophet. She's been knitting aggressively ever since the Acromantula article. Ron paused. She also sent a howler to Lucius Malfoy about the diary thing. I don't know exactly what it said, but Fred and George tell me the Malfoy family owl has refused to deliver mail since. Harry grinned. Ron grinned. And the dormitory was quiet and warm and full of the particular safety that came from being in a place where people cared about you, imperfectly, loudly, aggressively, and without reservation. The year ended the way it had begun, with blood. Not literal blood this time. Metaphorical. The blood of knowledge gained too late, of alliances forged under pressure, of a world that was slowly, irrevocably changing in ways that most of its inhabitants couldn't see and wouldn't believe. On the Hogwarts Express heading south for Christmas, Harry sat with his friends, Neville reading a herbology journal, Hermione annotating Vane's latest data, Ron playing chess against himself because nobody else would play him anymore, Luna gazing out the window at things only she could see, and felt the sword warm against his leg and the scar cool on his arm and the fragment in his forehead pulse with the faint, distant awareness of something that was not quite him and not quite Voldemort. But something in between. 2 years. Neville's timeline said 2 years. Vane's instrument said 18 months. The Hollow King's root network said spring. Spring. That was when the race would begin in earnest, the sprint to find and secure the remaining anchors before an entity older than civilization corrupted them beyond repair. Spring, when Harry would need to break into Gringotts and face whatever protections the most paranoid goblins in Britain had placed around Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. Spring, when the Hollow King's curiosity, the curiosity Luna had warned about, would have had time to study its cage and the people trying to keep it locked. Harry pressed his forehead against the cold window glass and watched Britain scroll past, green fields and grey towns and the invisible, wounded ley lines that ran beneath all of it like the nervous system of a living thing, and thought about swords and anchors and the terrible, beautiful weight of responsibility. The sword hummed. The train moved. The world waited to see what would happen next. And beneath it all, in the patient dark, growing stronger with every corrupted root and every weakened ley line, the Hollow King dreamed of daylight and freedom and the small, fierce creatures on the surface who kept building walls against the inevitable. It had never encountered walls it couldn't eventually break. But it had never encountered builders quite like these. It was about to learn. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Seal Reforged. Third year began with a prison break and ended with a god. The prison break was Sirius Black's, officially, at least. The Daily Prophet screamed his name across the front page in letters 2 inches tall: Mass Murderer Escapes Azkaban. The wizarding world panicked. The ministry deployed Dementors around Hogwarts. Parents wrote terrified letters. Children whispered in corridors about the madman who betrayed Harry Potter's parents. Harry read the article at the Gryffindor table during breakfast and felt the familiar disconnect between what the world believed and what he knew to be true. Sirius Black was not a madman. Sirius Black was his godfather, and the letter in Harry's pocket, carried since last spring, reread so many times the creases had worn soft, suggested he was considerably saner than the people hunting him. Dumbledore had arranged the meeting during the summer. A moonlit clearing in the Forbidden Forest, warded 7 ways against detection, with Dumbledore himself standing guard and the sword humming warm against Harry's hip. Sirius had looked exactly like someone who'd spent 12 years in the worst prison on earth, gaunt, hollow-eyed, dressed in rags, with a wildness about him that spoke of long solitude and longer rage. But his eyes, gray, sharp, alive, were unmistakably human, and when he looked at Harry, they filled with something that Harry recognized because he'd seen it so rarely in his life: unconditional love. "You look exactly like James," Sirius said. His voice cracked on the name. "Except the eyes. Lily's eyes." "I know. Of course you do. Everyone probably tells you that." "They do." Sirius laughed, a rusty sound, like a machine that hadn't been used in years. He'd have loved this. James. His kid, carrying Gryffindor's sword, killing basilisks before breakfast. He'd have been insufferable. The laughter faded. "Your mum would have grounded you for a month and then helped you plan the next mission." They talked for 3 hours. Sirius told Harry about his parents, not the sanitized version from history books, but the real people. James's arrogance and generosity. Lily's temper and brilliance. The way they'd fought together, complementing each other's magic with an intuition that bordered on telepathic. The night they died, and the cascade of betrayals that had put Sirius in Azkaban. Peter Pettigrew. The real traitor. The friend who'd sold James and Lily to Voldemort and faked his own death, framing Sirius for the murder of 13 people with a single curse and a severed finger. Pettigrew was still alive, Sirius was certain of it. The rat Animagus, hiding in plain sight, waiting for the master he'd served to return. "He's at Hogwarts," Sirius said, and the wildness in his eyes sharpened into something focused and dangerous. "I can feel him. The map, the Marauder's map, James and I made it. It shows everyone in the castle. Their real names. Even Animagi. And Pettigrew's name is on it." "Where?" "In Gryffindor Tower. In the dormitory." Harry went cold. Not sword cold. Human cold. "Ron's rat. Scabbers." Sirius's voice was flat. "A rat that's lived 12 years. Normal rats live 3. Your friend has been sleeping next to the man who killed your parents." The implications cascaded through Harry's mind with the precision of a chess sequence. Pettigrew alive. Pettigrew near Voldemort's Horcrux host. Pettigrew, who could provide Voldemort with the means to return, blood magic, servant magic, the ancient rituals that Dumbledore had warned about. "We need to catch him," Harry said. "That's why I broke out." The Pettigrew operation consumed the first month of term. Harry, Sirius, in his dog Animagus form, a massive black dog that the students assumed was a stray, and, unexpectedly, Remus Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts professor, who turned out to be another of James's old friends, a werewolf with kind eyes and a talent for teaching that made him the best defense instructor in living memory. Lupin's appointment was Dumbledore's doing, of course. Another piece on the chessboard, positioned with the headmaster's characteristic blend of strategic genius and emotional manipulation. Lupin was there to teach, but he was also there to help with Sirius, and to help with Harry, and to help with the 100 other crises that were building beneath the castle's compromised wards. The Dementors were the immediate problem. The Ministry had stationed them around Hogwarts' perimeter, tall, hooded, rotting figures that fed on human happiness the way leeches fed on blood. Harry's first encounter with one, on the Hogwarts Express, was catastrophic. The creature drifted into his compartment and Harry felt something he'd never felt before, worse than the Basilisk, worse than the diary, worse than the Hollow King's whispered gratitude. A cold that went beyond temperature into something existential. The absence of every good thing that had ever existed. His mother's voice, screaming, begging, "Not Harry, please, not Harry." He woke on the floor of the compartment with Lupin standing over him, chocolate in hand, and the knowledge that Dementors could reach inside his head and find the worst moment of his life and play it on repeat. The sword had been useless against the Dementor. Not broken, not overwhelmed, simply irrelevant. Dementors weren't dark magic in the traditional sense. They were emotional parasites, and the sword's magic, which operated on courage and will and physical combat, had no framework for fighting something that attacked the soul directly. "You need a Patronus," Lupin told him, during their first private lesson. The defense classroom was empty, the curtains drawn, and a Boggart Dementor rattled in a trunk in the corner. The Patronus charm is the only known defense against Dementors. It requires a powerfully happy memory, the kind that can sustain you even in the presence of despair. "I don't have many happy memories." Lupin's expression was infinitely gentle and infinitely sad. "Then we'll work with what you have." They worked for weeks. Harry tried memory after memory, the sword choosing him, Neville's nod at the sorting, Ron's laugh, Hermione's fierce determination. Each one produced a flicker of silver from his wand but nothing sustainable. The Boggart Dementor kept breaking through, and each time, Harry heard his mother's voice, clearer and more terrible. The breakthrough came in November, on a night when Harry wasn't trying. He was in the common room, surrounded by his friends. Neville was repotting a screaming snapdragon that he'd smuggled from the greenhouse. Hermione was arguing with Ron about arithmancy. Ginny was showing Luna a defensive spell she'd learned from one of Riddle's hidden Slytherin records. Seraphina Vane had stopped by to discuss ley line data and was now, improbably, teaching Fred and George Weasley about resonance harmonics while they took notes with expressions of manic inspiration. Harry looked at this room full of people, loud, complicated, imperfect people who'd chosen to stand with him, and felt something expand in his chest. Not a memory. A present tense emotion. The feeling of belonging to something. The feeling of home. He raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. The stag erupted from his wand like silver fire, massive, luminous, antlers branching toward the ceiling in a crown of white light. It filled the common room with warmth so intense that the fire in the grate doubled and Neville's snapdragon stopped screaming and began to purr. The stag turned its head and looked at Harry with eyes that carried a recognition older than spells, the recognition of a father's magic, echoing through his son's wand, taking the shape of James Potter's animagus form. Everyone in the room stared. Harry stared back at the stag, and the stag stared at him, and for one perfect moment, the Hollow King was silent and the ley lines hummed true and the world felt like it might, just might, be okay. "Well," Fred Weasley said. "That's not normal." The stag dissolved into silver mist. Harry lowered his wand with a hand that was shaking and a heart that was full. "Your father's form," Lupin said quietly, from the doorway. He'd arrived silently, drawn by the Patronus's power. His eyes were bright. "Prongs. James was Prongs." Harry nodded. He didn't trust his voice. Lupin crossed the room and put a hand on Harry's shoulder, the same kind of brief, warm contact that Neville gave, and Sirius gave, and all the people in Harry's life who understood that touch could be a gift rather than a threat. "He would be so proud of you." "I know," Harry said. And for the first time, he meant it. The Pettigrew capture happened in December, during a full moon. The plan was Sirius's, elaborate, risky, dependent on timing and luck and the particular chaos that full moons created in a castle with a werewolf professor. Lupin transformed in the Shrieking Shack, as he did every month, with Sirius in dog form standing guard. Harry, Hermione, and Neville, the operational team, because Ron couldn't be told that his pet rat was a mass murderer's accomplice without risking a catastrophic emotional reaction that would alert Pettigrew, infiltrated Gryffindor Tower during the confusion. Harry found Scabbers in Ron's dormitory, trembling on a pillow, already sensing that something was wrong. The rat's eyes, beady, desperate, terribly human, found Harry and widened with the recognition of prey spotting a predator. The rat ran. Harry caught him. Not with the sword, with his hand, quick and precise, the reflexes of 5 years of combat training applied to the task of grabbing a fleeing rodent. Scabbers bit him. Harry didn't let go. He carried the squirming rat to the room of requirement, where Dumbledore and Snape and Vane waited with a circle of anti-animagus wards that Hermione had spent 2 months perfecting. They forced the transformation. Pettigrew emerged from the rat like something being born wrong, a small, balding, watery-eyed man who looked nothing like a killer and everything like a coward. He fell to his knees immediately, blubbering, begging, invoking friendships he'd betrayed and loyalties he'd sold. "Harry," Pettigrew gasped, reaching for him. "Harry, your father, James wouldn't have wanted, I was afraid, I was so afraid, the Dark Lord would have killed me, he killed my parents instead," Harry said. His voice was calm. The sword was silent in his pocket. This wasn't a fight that required a weapon. "Because you gave them to him." Pettigrew's confession, extracted under Veritaserum administered by Snape with the cold efficiency of someone who'd been waiting years for this moment, cleared Sirius within the week. The Ministry, embarrassed and furious, issued a formal pardon and a compensation package that Sirius immediately donated to Hogwarts Ward Repair Fund. The Dementors were withdrawn. The Minister for Magic made a public apology that satisfied no one. And Sirius Black, free for the first time in 12 years, stood in the sun on the Hogwarts grounds and looked up at the castle and laughed, really laughed, the way James must have laughed, the way the Marauders had laughed when they were young and alive and the world was full of nothing but possibility. Harry watched his godfather laugh and felt the stag patronus stirring in his chest, silver and warm, and thought, this is what home feels like. But there was no time for home. The seal was failing. Vane's data showed the acceleration clearly, the corruption in the ley lines had spread through the root network exactly as Neville had predicted, reaching the London Basin in early April. The cup of Hufflepuff, hidden in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts, was now within range of the Hollow King's influence. If the corruption reached it and began to degrade the third anchor, the seal would enter terminal failure. The Gringotts operation was Snape's masterpiece. He'd spent 6 months building it, a web of contacts, bribes, and carefully manipulated Slytherin loyalties that gave them access to information about Gringotts security that no outsider should have possessed. The plan involved a polyjuiced Hermione posing as Bellatrix, Neville providing a botanical distraction that incapacitated the dragon guarding the deeper vaults, and Harry carrying the sword into the vault itself to retrieve the cup before the corruption reached it. "This is insane," Ron said, when Harry finally told him. Ron had taken the Pettigrew revelation hard, weeks of angry silence, followed by weeks of guilt, followed by a fierce, burning need to be useful. "We're 13. We're robbing the most secure building in magical Britain." "Yes. With a plant-based dragon sedative, a disguised teenager, and a magical sword." "Yes." Ron was quiet for a moment. "Then, I'm driving the getaway broom." They broke into Gringotts on a Saturday in May. The operation went wrong almost immediately, the polyjuice wore off faster than expected, the dragon woke up too early, and the goblins triggered a security cascade that turned the underground passages into a labyrinth of traps and alarms. But the team held. Hermione improvised. Neville's backup sedative knocked the dragon out cold. Ron flew like a maniac through tunnels that weren't designed for brooms, and Harry reached the vault with the sword drawn and the venom scar burning and the whole of Gringotts' ancient magic pressing down on him like the weight of the earth itself. The cup was there. Small, golden, bearing Hufflepuff's insignia, a badger, loyal and strong. Harry felt the Horcrux in it immediately, the same dark signature as the diary, the same soul fragment resonance that his scar recognized as Voldemort. But he also felt the anchor. Beneath the Horcrux's corruption, pulsing faintly, the original enchantment that Helga Hufflepuff had woven into the cup 1,000 years ago was still alive. Weakened. Damaged. But present. Don't destroy it, Vane had said, before the mission. Extract the Horcrux but preserve the anchor. If we destroy the cup, we lose the third anchor and the seal fails. Can that be done? I don't know. But the sword imbibes what strengthens it. If you can use the basilisk venom in the blade to destroy the soul fragment without destroying the cup itself. She'd hesitated. It's theoretical. No one's ever tried to surgically remove a Horcrux from a Founder's artifact. Harry stood in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, surrounded by cursed gold and dark artifacts and the distant sound of goblin alarms, and held the sword against the cup with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel rather than a warrior's weapon. The venom found the Horcrux. Harry felt it, the blade's magic reaching into the cup, identifying the foreign element, the soul fragment wrapped around the anchor like a parasite around a nerve. The sword's cold intensified, focused, became a needle rather than a blade, and Harry guided it with the same instinct that had guided him through the basilisk fight, blindfolded, trusting the weapon, letting it show him where to cut. The Horcrux screamed. Black smoke erupted from the cup, Voldemort's face, twisting, raging, and then dissolved in silver fire as the sword's venom consumed it. The cup rang like a bell, pure and clear, and the anchor magic beneath the Horcrux surged back to life, golden and strong, reconnecting to the ley line network with an almost audible click. Harry caught the cup as it fell and felt the anchor thrumming in his hands, alive, restored, Hufflepuff's earth magic flowing through it like water through a reopened dam. The ley lines around Gringotts shifted, stabilized, and somewhere far beneath Hogwarts, the Hollow King flinched. Not a metaphorical flinch. A real one. Harry felt it through the sword, the ancient entity recoiling as one of its escape routes was suddenly sealed, 1/4 of the prison reinforced where it had expected collapse. For the first time since the basilisk's death, the balance of power shifted. They escaped Gringotts on the back of the dragon, Neville's sedative had worn off, and the creature, confused and angry, blasted through the ceiling of the underground caverns and burst into London airspace in a shower of marble and goblin curses. They clung to its back as it flew north, the cup tucked safely inside Harry's robes, and the wind tore at their faces, and Ron screamed with a combination of terror and exhilaration that was pure, undiluted Weasley. They returned the cup to Hogwarts. Vane installed it in a specially prepared chamber beneath the astronomy tower, a junction point in the ley line network where Hufflepuff's anchor could resume its function. The effect was immediate. The ley line disruptions in the castle's southern quadrant stabilized overnight. Neville's plant stopped growing wrong. The house elves reported that the castle's hum was changing, still broken, still off-key, but with a new note of strength that hadn't been there before. 1 anchor restored. 2 still compromised, the sword displaced, the basilisk destroyed. 1 more out there somewhere, Ravenclaw's diadem, lost for centuries, possibly corrupted by another Horcrux. Dumbledore found it. The discovery came in June, during a conversation with the Grey Lady, the ghost of Helena Ravenclaw, Rowena's daughter, who had stolen the diadem centuries ago and hidden it in a forest in Albania. Tom Riddle had found it there, turned it into a Horcrux, and brought it back to Hogwarts. It was in the room of requirement, buried under decades of accumulated junk, waiting. Harry performed the same surgical extraction on the diadem that he performed on the cup, sword point precision, venom scalpel, Horcrux destroyed while anchor preserved. The diadem's restoration was even more dramatic than the cup's. Ravenclaw's mind magic flooded back into the ley lines, and the castle's consciousness, already more active than it had been in centuries, sharpened with an almost audible clarity. Portraits blinked. Staircases stopped their erratic movements. The sorting hat, on its shelf in Dumbledore's office, began to hum. 3 anchors functional. The cup in its chamber. The diadem returned to its position. The sword, bonded to Harry, serving as a mobile anchor through Vane's experimental enchantment, a living bridge between the blade's magic and the ley line network, maintained by Harry's will and the sword's ancient intelligence. The seal was stronger than it had been since the basilisk's death. Stronger, in some ways, than it had been in centuries, because the Horcruxes that had been corrupting the anchors were gone, and the Founder's original magic was flowing clean for the first time in decades. But the 4th anchor was still a problem. The basilisk was dead. Its anchor function was gone. 3/4 of the seal held, but 1/4 was open, a gap that the Hollow King pressed against with increasing urgency. Vane worked through the summer. She worked with Dumbledore and Snape and Hermione, combining modern theory with ancient knowledge with house elf oral tradition, trying to design a replacement for the basilisk anchor. A new 4th point. A new piece of the seal. The original anchor was a living creature, Vane explained, during a meeting in July. That's the challenge. Objects can hold static enchantments, but the seal requires dynamic resonance, something alive, something that can adapt and respond to the Hollow King's attempts to break free. The basilisk was perfect because it was magically powerful, practically immortal, and bound to the chamber. We need another magical creature. Neville asked. We need something that can serve the same function. Living, powerful, bound. Vane looked at Harry. There is one option we haven't discussed. Harry already knew. He'd known since Vane first proposed the living anchor concept, months ago. He'd been waiting for someone else to say it. Me. You carry the sword, Gryffindor's anchor. Your blood contains basilisk venom, Slytherin's legacy. The scar on your forehead connects you to Voldemort, who inadvertently wove himself into the seal's architecture. You are already, functionally, a bridge between all 4 founders' magical traditions. Vane's voice was measured, scientific, deliberately stripping emotion from an emotional proposition. If we could formalize that connection, bind you to the seal the way the basilisk was bound, you could serve as the 4th anchor. Living, dynamic, powerful. And if I die, the seal dies. Yes. The room was very quiet. Dumbledore sat with his blackened hand folded over his good one. Snape stood against the wall with his jaw clenched. Neville had his hand on a pot of Mimbulus Mimbletonia, the ugly plant he'd given Harry in first year, and his eyes were bright with unshed tears. There has to be another way, Ron said. His voice was rough. There might be, Hermione said. She was standing by Vane's charts, her eyes moving rapidly across the data. The founders used 4 anchors because they had 4 people. But the seal is fundamentally a harmonic system. If we can't replace the 4th anchor with a single point, we could replace it with a distributed network. Multiple small anchors, each carrying a fraction of the load, connected through the ley lines. What kind of anchors? Vane asked, leaning forward. People. Hermione looked around the room. Willing participants, each bound to the seal through the same kind of living anchor enchantment, but sharing the load so that no single person carries the full weight. If one person falls, the others compensate. Redundancy. Distribution. The same principle that makes the internet more resilient than a single server. The room processed this. Vane's eyes were wide, the expression of a scientist watching a new paradigm click into place. A network of anchors, Vane murmured. Distributed resonance. It's never been done. A lot of things we've done have never been done, Harry said. That hasn't stopped us yet. They built the network over the summer. 7 volunteers, Harry, Neville, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Luna, and, in a decision that surprised everyone including himself, Draco Malfoy. Draco had come to Harry in June, after his father's arrest for Death Eater activities related to the diary and the attempted theft of the prophecy. He'd come alone, at night, to the astronomy tower, the place where Harry and Neville had first talked about the basilisk, 2 years and a lifetime ago. I want to help, Draco said. No posturing. No drawl. Just a boy whose world had collapsed, looking for something real to hold on to. Why? Because my father tried to destroy this school. Because the thing he served, Voldemort, tied itself to the thing that's trying to destroy the world. And because you told me once that we didn't have to be enemies. Draco met Harry's eyes. I want to prove you were right. 7 anchors. 7 teenagers, each bound to the seal through a ceremony that Vane designed and Dumbledore performed and Snape oversaw with the ferocious protectiveness of someone who'd already lost too many people he cared about. The enchantment hurt, not physically, but spiritually, a deep alteration in each participant's magical signature that connected them to the ley line network and through it to each other and through all of them to the seal that held the Hollow King. When the last binding was complete, the seal closed. Harry felt it, a thunderclap of magic, silent but immense, as the gap left by the Basilisk's death was filled by 7 living anchors working in concert. The ley lines sang, really sang, a harmonic frequency that the castle hadn't produced in a millennium, resonating through every stone and beam and enchantment. The house elves wept. The portraits cheered. The Sorting Hat sang a spontaneous ballad that lasted 4 minutes and brought McGonagall to tears. The Hollow King roared. Not in the ley lines. Not through the roots. A direct, psychic assault that hit all 7 anchors simultaneously, a wave of ancient fury and cosmic hunger that drove them to their knees and filled their minds with visions of darkness and consumption and a crown of roots descending over a world without light. Harry held. The sword blazed in his hand, silver light flooding the chamber. Beside him, Neville gripped the earth and pushed back with every ounce of his connection to the living world. Hermione anchored herself in logic and knowledge, a fortress of rational thought against irrational power. Ron blazed with loyalty, stubborn and immovable. Ginny burned with the fierce protectiveness of someone who'd survived possession and come out stronger. Luna saw the Hollow King's true shape, its loneliness, its confusion, its millennial hunger, and offered it compassion without surrendering. And Draco, surprising everyone, held his ground with a dignity that his father had never possessed, the courage of someone who'd chosen his side and refused to flinch. 7 anchors. 7 teenagers. 1 seal. The Hollow King pressed. The anchors held. And slowly, incrementally, with the patient stubbornness of children who'd been fighting since before they were old enough to understand what they were fighting, the seal tightened. The cracks closed. The corruption retreated. The ley lines cleared. The Hollow King's assault faded. Not ended, entities that old didn't give up. But diminished. Contained. Pushed back behind walls that were newer and stranger than anything it had encountered before, walls built not from the power of 4 legendary wizards but from the combined will of 7 kids who cared about each other enough to share the weight. The earth stopped breathing wrong. The centaurs looked up at the stars, and for the first time in 2 years, the stars looked normal. Dumbledore stood in the chamber, surrounded by silver light and the exhausted, triumphant faces of 7 teenagers, and his expression was something Harry had never seen on him before, humility. I have lived a very long life, Dumbledore said quietly. I have known many great wizards. I have studied magic in all its forms. He looked at Harry, at all of them, and his eyes shone. I have never seen anything like this. We're not done, Harry said. He was on his knees, drenched in sweat, the sword still blazing in his hand. Voldemort's still out there. The Horcrux in my scar is still active. And the Hollow King isn't dead, it's contained. We'll need to maintain the seal. Forever. Then we maintain it, Neville said, from the floor beside him. Together. Together, Hermione said. Together, Ron said. Together, said Ginny, and Luna, and Draco, the last one quietly, like a prayer. Harry sheathed the sword. The silver light faded. The chamber was quiet, and the castle hummed its ancient song, whole, for the first time in a millennium, carried by 7 voices that hadn't existed when the song was written but that fit, somehow, into its melody with the rightness of something inevitable. Outside, the sun was rising over the forbidden forest. The trees were green and still. The lake reflected the castle in perfect clarity. And somewhere deep beneath the earth, behind walls of courage and loyalty and intelligence and love, the Hollow King sat on its throne of roots and contemplated, for the first time in its eternal existence, the possibility that it might not win. It was a new feeling. The Hollow King examined it with the curiosity of something that had existed for eons and had never once been uncertain. It decided, after long consideration, that it did not like uncertainty. But it could learn to live with it. It had no choice. The children had made sure of that. And Harry Potter, 13 years old, sword-bearer, seal-keeper, anchor among anchors, stood in the dawn light with his friends around him and his godfather's laugh still echoing in his memory and his mother's sacrifice still burning in his scar, and thought, this is what it was all for. Not the sword. Not the power. This. These people. This moment. This choice to hold the world together because someone had to, and we were the ones who showed up. The sword hummed. Not warm. Not cold. Home. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Bridge and the Blade. The summer before 4th year was the last quiet summer Harry Potter would ever have, and he spent it building a bridge to something that had been alone since before the Romans came to Britain. Vane's communication array had been transported to a permanent installation in the Chamber of Secrets, expanded, refined, calibrated with a precision that would have made Ravenclaw weep with professional jealousy. 12 anchor stones arranged in a perfect circle, each one tuned to a different aspect of the Hollow King's consciousness. Neville's botanical interfaces, living plants connected to the root network, formed an outer ring, translating magical frequencies into organic signals and back. Hermione's theoretical framework, drawn from Slytherin's notes and Vane's ley line research, provided the operating manual. Harry returned to Hogwarts 2 weeks before term started, with Dumbledore's blessing and the sword humming with anticipation. He spent those 2 weeks in the chamber, alone with the array and the ancient consciousness beneath it, learning to listen. The Hollow King's communication was getting clearer. Not words, it might never use words, its cognitive architecture too alien for human language, but the impressions were more structured now, more layered, carrying meaning that Harry could parse with increasing accuracy. The entity was adapting. Learning Harry's patterns the way Harry was learning its, 2 utterly different forms of consciousness developing a shared vocabulary of emotion and intent. What Harry learned changed everything. The Hollow King was not a single entity. It was a network, a vast, distributed consciousness that existed in the ley lines themselves, in the magical energy that flowed through Britain's bedrock like blood through veins. It had no center, no body, no fixed location. It was everywhere the ley lines reached, which was everywhere. The prison beneath Hogwarts wasn't containing a creature in a cage, it was pinching a nerve in a body that extended across the entire island. The seal causes it pain, Harry told the team, assembled in Vane's office on the first day of term. His voice was flat with the controlled anger of someone who discovered something unjust and was trying to be clinical about it. Constant pain. For 1,000 years. The founders didn't just imprison it, they tortured it. The anchor system creates a point of maximum compression in the ley line network, like squeezing a nerve between 2 bones. Everything we've interpreted as aggression, the corruption, the reaching, the dreams, is the equivalent of a scream. The room was silent. That changes the moral calculus, Dumbledore said quietly. It changes everything. Harry looked at each of them in turn. We've been treating this as a containment problem. How do we keep it locked up? How do we rebuild the cage? But the cage is the problem. The cage has always been the problem. The founders built a prison for something that wasn't a criminal, and we've been maintaining the sentence. The founders had reasons, Snape said. His voice was carefully neutral. The entity's presence in the ley lines was causing disruptions. Magical infrastructure was failing. People were affected, madness, corruption, loss of magical ability. The seal was a response to real harm. Harm caused by the entity trying to communicate through a system that wasn't designed for it, Harry countered. Imagine you're a consciousness embedded in the magical infrastructure of an entire island, and suddenly small creatures start building on top of you, channeling your energy through their constructions, reshaping your body to serve their needs. You try to talk to them. And if talking caused disruptions, if your voice was too big for their systems, they'd interpret it as an attack. You're anthropomorphizing, Snape said. I'm empathizing. There's a difference. Snape's jaw tightened. Then, very slightly, he inclined his head. Not agreement, acknowledgement. The recognition that Harry's argument had structural integrity even if Snape wasn't ready to accept its conclusions. Vane spoke next. She'd been running calculations throughout Harry's briefing, her quill moving across parchment with the automatic precision of a mind that processed information while the rest of her listened. If the Hollow King is a distributed network rather than a localized entity, then the seal isn't containing it, it's disrupting it. The anchor system creates a zone of interference in the ley line network centered on Hogwarts. Everything within that zone is affected, the castle's enchantments, the forest's ecology, the local magical fauna. She looked up from her calculations. And outside the zone, the ley lines are healthy. I checked the data from my Mediterranean research, the ley lines in southern Europe show none of the degradation we see in Britain. The disruption is localized to the seal's area of effect. Which means removing the seal would restore the ley lines, Hermione said. Which means removing the seal would release an alien consciousness into unrestricted contact with magical Britain, Snape said. Both things are true, Harry said. Which is why we don't just remove the seal. We replace it. Not a prison, a translator. A system that allows the Hollow King to exist in the ley lines without overwhelming human magical systems. A buffer between its consciousness and ours. A bridge. You keep using that word, Vane said. Bridge. Define it technically. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione opened her notebook, the massive, color-coded, cross-referenced opus that had grown over 3 years of research into something that resembled a doctoral thesis more than a student project. The Founder's Seal works by compression, forcing the Hollow King's consciousness into a small space, reducing its interaction with the broader ley line network. Our bridge would work by translation, allowing the consciousness to exist at its natural scale but filtering its communication through interfaces that human magical systems can process without disruption. Hermione turned to a diagram. Think of it as the difference between a dam and a canal. The dam blocks the river entirely. The canal channels it productively. The anchor stones in the communication array are a prototype, Vane added. They translate the Hollow King's impressions into patterns we can interpret. A full-scale bridge would do the same thing across the entire ley line network, thousands of translator nodes, embedded in the earth, converting the entity's native communication into a frequency that coexists with human magic instead of disrupting it. How long to build? Dumbledore asked. Vane and Hermione exchanged a glance. With the Horcruxes resolved and the anchors repurposed. 6 months for the design. Another 6 for implementation. But the implementation requires something we don't have yet. What? The Hollow King's cooperation. Active, conscious cooperation. It needs to modulate its own output, reduce the intensity of its communication to match the bridge's capacity. That's something we can't force. It has to choose. Everyone looked at Harry. I'll ask it, Harry said. The Hollow King said yes. Not immediately, the entity didn't process time the way humans did, and a question asked in September might receive a response in October. But the response, when it came, was unambiguous, a wave of agreement, of willingness, of something that Harry could only describe as eagerness. The Hollow King wanted the bridge. Wanted communication. Wanted, after a millennium of screaming into silence, to finally be heard without causing harm. The technical work began in earnest. Vane designed the translator nodes, small, crystalline structures that could be embedded in the earth at ley line junctions, each one calibrated to filter a specific range of the Hollow King's consciousness. Hermione developed the enchantment schema, the magical programming that would tell each node how to translate. Neville grew the biological interfaces, root-connected plants that would serve as organic conduits between the nodes and the ley line network. Luna provided the consciousness mapping that made the whole thing possible. Her ability to perceive magical frequencies that instruments couldn't detect gave the team a real-time picture of the Hollow King's communication patterns. But the Horcruxes had to be dealt with first. Two remained, the locket, which Sirius had finally located in a sea cave on the coast of Wales, and the fragment in Harry's scar. Sirius's retrieval of the locket nearly killed him. The cave was protected by enchantments that Voldemort had placed decades earlier, a lake of inferi, a potion of despair, and a basin that could only be emptied by drinking its contents. Sirius went alone, against Harry's explicit instructions, against Dumbledore's advice, against every principle of the team-based approach they'd spent 3 years building. "I had to," Sirius told Harry afterward, from the hospital wing, his face gray and his hands shaking with the residual effects of a potion that forced the drinker to relive their worst memories. The potion, it required someone who'd lost everything. Someone whose worst memories were already on the surface. Azkaban prepared me for it, Harry. 12 years of Dementors. The potion couldn't show me anything worse than what I'd already lived through. You could have died. I almost did. But I got the locket. He held up a heavy gold pendant, Slytherin's locket, the S on its face glinting with a cold light that made Harry's scar throb. One more Horcrux. One step closer. Harry took the locket and felt its weight, physical and magical, the heft of a piece of Voldemort's soul wrapped in a founder's creation. Like the cup and the diadem, it was both Horcrux and potential anchor, dark magic and foundational magic intertwined. Vane's extraction procedure, the separation of Horcrux from anchor function, had been refined over months of work with the cup and diadem. The method was elegant in theory and terrifying in practice, using the sword's unique properties, its combination of Gryffindor's foundational magic and basilisk venom, to cut between the two magical spectra, separating Voldemort's soul fragment from the Founder's enchantment the way a surgeon separated a tumor from healthy tissue. The cup went first. Harry held the sword over the small golden vessel while Vane directed the magical frequencies and Hermione maintained the stabilization enchantments and Neville's plants monitored the ley line response. The sword descended, not a physical cut but a magical one, the blade's edge finding the seam between dark magic and foundational magic and parting them with the precision of 1,000 years of accumulated wisdom. The Horcrux screamed. A sound that existed only in magical perception, a soul fragment's death cry as it was separated from its anchor and exposed to the basilisk venom that saturated the sword's metal. The fragment dissolved. The cup pulsed once, pure gold, pure Hufflepuff, restored to its original state for the first time in decades. The diadem followed. Then the locket. 3 Horcruxes destroyed, 3 Founders' anchors restored, each extraction smoother than the last as Vane's methodology proved itself and the sword's precision grew. 3 down. 1 remaining. The fragment in Harry's scar. It's different, Vane said, studying the data from her instruments with the focused intensity of someone looking at a problem that might not have a solution. The other Horcruxes were embedded in objects, external containers with clear magical boundaries. The fragment in your scar is embedded in you. In your magical core, your neural pathways, your identity. Extracting it using the same methodology would be like performing brain surgery with a broadsword. The sword is precise enough, Harry said. The sword isn't the problem. You are. The fragment has been part of you since you were 15 months old. It's integrated into your development, magical, neurological, psychological. Removing it cleanly may not be possible without removing part of you. What part? Vane hesitated. That was new, Seraphina Vane didn't hesitate. The Parseltongue. The connection to the ley lines that lets you feel dark magic. Possibly the sensitivity that allows you to communicate with the Hollow King. She met his eyes. The fragment gave you abilities, Harry. Abilities that have been central to everything we've built. Removing it might take those abilities with it. Harry sat with that. The Parseltongue that had let him speak to the Basilisk, open the chamber, find the entrance that led to the Hollow King. The dark magic sensitivity that had warned him about Quirrell, identified the diary, guided him through the root network. The consciousness bridge that made the communication array possible. Without those abilities, the bridge might not work. The Hollow King's communication required a human interpreter who could perceive its frequencies, and Harry was the only person alive who could do that, because of the very fragment they needed to destroy. There has to be another way, Hermione said. She was already reaching for her notebook, her mind racing through alternatives. What if we don't extract it? What if we neutralize it instead, strip the Horcrux properties while leaving the magical integration intact? Is that possible? Harry asked. I don't know. But Slytherin's notes mention something, a process he called purification. Not destruction of a soul fragment, but transformation. Changing its nature from parasitic to symbiotic. He theorized that a Horcrux, given enough time and enough exposure to positive magical influence, could be converted, the soul fragment losing its connection to the original caster and becoming an independent part of the host. That's theory, Snape said. Untested, 500-year-old theory from a wizard who left the school in disgrace. It's also the only option that doesn't involve lobotomizing the one person who can talk to an ancient consciousness, Hermione shot back. Snape conceded the point with a curt nod. The purification took 3 months. 3 months of daily sessions in the communication array, the sword pressed against Harry's scar while Vane's instruments monitored the fragment's magical signature and Hermione's enchantments provided a framework for the transformation. 3 months of the sword's magic, Gryffindor's courage, the Basilisk's venom, Harry's own accumulated power, working on the fragment like water working on stone, gradually, patiently, inevitably changing its nature. It hurt. Not the sharp pain of extraction but the deep, continuous ache of transformation, the feeling of something inside you changing its fundamental nature, like a bone healing crooked and being rebroken to set it straight. Harry endured it the way he'd endured everything, with stubbornness, with the sword's warmth against his skin, and with his friends around him. Ron sat with him during the worst sessions, talking about Quidditch and chess and the spectacular mundanity of normal life, keeping Harry grounded in the human world while the magic worked on things that were very much not human. Neville brought plants, calming herbs, pain-reducing flowers, a small potted Mimbulus Mimbletonia that purred when you stroked its leaves. Hermione monitored and adjusted and worried and adjusted some more. Luna sat in the corner and watched with those enormous eyes and occasionally said things like, "The fragment is scared," or, "It's starting to understand," that nobody else could verify but everybody trusted. And Ginny came. Every session. Sat beside Harry and held his hand and said nothing, because she understood, better than anyone, what it felt like to have a piece of Voldemort inside you and to fight to make it something other than what it was. The fragment changed. Slowly, session by session, its magical signature shifted, from the cold, parasitic frequency of a Horcrux towards something warmer, something that harmonized with Harry's own magic rather than feeding on it. The connection to Voldemort weakened, frayed, and finally, on a Tuesday in February, during a session that had lasted 6 hours, snapped. Harry felt it go. A sensation like a rubber band breaking inside his skull, a sharp snap followed by a rushing emptiness that lasted exactly 3 seconds before his own magic expanded to fill the gap. The scar on his forehead, which had burned and throbbed and ached for 13 years, went quiet. Not numb, quiet. The way a wound feels when it's finally, truly healed. The fragment was still there. Still part of him. But it was his now, not Voldemort's echo, not a parasite, but a transformed piece of magic that had been purified by courage and patience and the accumulated love of the people who'd sat beside him through 3 months of pain. It worked, Vane said, staring at her instruments with an expression of pure scientific wonder. The Horcrux properties are gone. The magical integration remains. The consciousness bridge is intact. She looked at Harry. You're still you. Plus a little extra. Harry touched his scar. It was warm, not with dark magic but with something else. Something that felt like the sword's hum. Something that felt like home. All Horcruxes resolved, Dumbledore said. His voice trembled, not with weakness but with an emotion he rarely showed. Tom Riddle is mortal. And the anchors are restored, Vane added. All 4 founders' objects purified and available for the bridge. Draco Malfoy came to Harry the night before the bridge ceremony. He appeared in the corridor outside the room of requirement, alone, without his usual escorts, wearing an expression that Harry had never seen on a Malfoy face before, humility. I want to help, Draco said. Harry studied him. 3 years of watching Draco Malfoy, the posturing, the cruelty, the fear beneath both, had given Harry a detailed map of the boy's character. This was new territory. This was genuine. Why? Harry asked. Because my father is in Azkaban. Draco's voice was steady but his hands were not. Lucius Malfoy had been arrested 3 months earlier, following the Ministry's belated crackdown on former Death Eaters. The evidence from Pettigrew's confession had opened floodgates. Because the things he believed in, blood purity, dark magic, Voldemort's ideology, are dying. Because I spent 3 years watching you build something real while my family clung to something rotten, and I'm tired of being on the wrong side. That's a good speech. It's not a speech. It's the truth. And I know you can tell the difference. Your sword does something when people lie around it, I've noticed. Draco glanced at Harry's pocket. It's warm right now, isn't it? It was. The sword hummed with a warmth that Harry had learned to associate with sincerity, the blade's ancient magic responding to genuine intent the way a tuning fork responded to the right frequency. What can you offer? Harry asked. The Malfoy Library. The family's collection of Founder-era artifacts and documents. My mother's connections in Continental Wizarding Society, she's already quietly building bridges of her own, reaching out to families that want to distance themselves from the old ideology. Draco paused. And me. Whatever I am. Whatever that's worth. Harry looked at this boy, no longer the sneering antagonist of first year, no longer the terrified instrument of his father's anger, but something more complicated and more honest. A person in the process of becoming someone different from who they'd been raised to be. Welcome to the team, Harry said. And extended his hand. Draco took it. His grip was firm and slightly desperate and entirely real. If you tell anyone I got emotional about this, Draco said, I'll hex you. Noted. They walked to the chamber together, and Harry thought about bridges, not just the one they were building for the Hollow King, but all the smaller bridges that had been built along the way. Between himself and Dumbledore. Between the team and Vane. Between Gryffindor stubbornness and Slytherin cunning. Between a boy with a sword and a consciousness beneath the earth. Every bridge started the same way. With someone deciding to cross the gap. The Triwizard Tournament had been scheduled for this year, an international competition between Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang that the Ministry had planned as a public relations exercise. The bridge ceremony was deliberately timed to coincide with it. Dumbledore's idea, bring the international wizarding community to Hogwarts, let them witness the bridge's activation, and use the moment to announce the Hollow King's existence and the new paradigm of magical coexistence. They need to see it, Dumbledore said. Not hear about it through reports and rumors. See it. Feel it. Experience the Hollow King's consciousness firsthand, through the bridge, in a controlled setting. Fear comes from ignorance. Understanding comes from experience. The delegations arrived in October. Beauxbatons in a flying carriage drawn by winged horses. Durmstrang in a ship that emerged from the lake like a submarine. Students and teachers from across Europe, bringing with them the particular energy of people who traveled far and expected something extraordinary. They got it. The bridge ceremony was held in the Great Hall, which Vane's team had modified for the occasion, translator nodes embedded in the ancient stone, botanical interfaces lining the walls, the 4 founders' anchors positioned at the hall's corners. Every student, teacher, and visiting dignitary was present. The ceiling showed a clear night sky, and the candles burned with a silver light that Neville's plants had been calibrated to produce. Harry stood at the center. The sword was in his hand, and for the first time since he'd found it in a church at 6 years old, he held it not as a weapon but as a key. The blade's light filled the hall, warm, silver, carrying the accumulated magic of 1,000 years and the focused intent of a 14-year-old boy who'd learned that the most powerful thing you could do with a sword was put it down. "I'm going to introduce you to someone," Harry said. His voice, amplified by the hall's enchantments, reached every ear. "Someone who's been here longer than any of us. Longer than the castle. Longer than wizarding civilization. Someone who's been trying to talk to us for 1,000 years, and who we've been too afraid to listen to." He raised the sword. The bridge activated. And the Hollow King spoke to every person in the Great Hall simultaneously. Not in words. In feeling. In the deep, overwhelming, beautiful experience of a consciousness that encompassed an entire island expressing itself through a bridge built by children. The hall gasped. People clutched their chests. Tears appeared on faces that hadn't cried in decades. Because the Hollow King's first message to the wider wizarding world was the same thing it had said to Harry in the chamber months ago, the same thing that had powered his Patronus, the same simple, devastating, world-changing expression: "I am here. I have always been here. And I am so glad you can finally hear me." Victor Crumb, Durmstrang's champion, a young man built for physical competition who'd expected an athletic tournament and instead found himself crying in the Great Hall, later told reporters that it was the most profound experience of his life. Fleur Delacour, Beauxbaton's champion, already known for her composure, sat down very suddenly and didn't speak for 20 minutes. Cedric Diggory, Hogwarts champion, a Hufflepuff, a boy who valued fairness above all things, simply said, "We should have been listening all along." The Triwizard tournament was quietly cancelled. Nobody objected. Competition seemed absurd in the face of what they'd just experienced. Instead, the 3 schools spent the year working together, studying the bridge, learning to communicate with the Hollow King, beginning the process of deploying translator nodes across Europe where other land spirits waited, patient and hopeful, for their own bridges. "Then we build it," Harry said. "We build the bridge and we end this." The confrontation with Voldemort's proto-body came sooner than anyone expected. The Ministry's holding cell, it turned out, was not as secure as Fudge's assurances had suggested. Bellatrix Lestrange, freed from Azkaban during a mass breakout that the Dementors' withdrawal had made possible, orchestrated a raid on the Ministry that caught everyone off guard. She didn't succeed in freeing the proto-body, but she did something worse: she fed it dark magic. Pure, concentrated dark magic, channeled through the residual Horcrux connections that lingered like phantom limbs in the ley line network. The proto-body absorbed it, grew stronger, and, for one terrible hour, achieved a partial restoration. The thing that rose from the Ministry holding cell was not fully Voldemort. Without Horcruxes, it had no permanent anchor to the physical world. Without a proper ritual, its body was unstable, shifting, flickering, a half-formed nightmare that radiated dark magic with an intensity that set off every alarm in London. But it was powerful enough. Powerful enough to walk. Powerful enough to cast. Powerful enough to apparate to Hogwarts, drawn by the ley line convergence and the instinct of a predator seeking the place where its prey was most concentrated. Harry felt him coming. The purified fragment in his scar, no longer a Horcrux but still sensitive to Riddle's magic, screamed a warning that drove Harry to his knees in the middle of the Great Hall. The sword went colder than it had ever been. The earth shuddered. "He's here," Harry said. The team mobilized in under a minute. Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, and the Hogwarts staff took defensive positions around the castle. Vane sealed the bridge array in the chamber, protecting the prototype from disruption. Sirius and Lupin coordinated the evacuation of students. Neville activated the castle's botanical defense network, plants grown over 3 years specifically for this contingency, rooted into the ley lines, capable of channeling the Hollow King's energy into defensive barriers. Harry walked out of the castle alone. Not because he wanted to. Because the sword told him to. The blade's hum changed as Harry approached the doors, from the cold of warning to something deeper, older, a frequency that bypassed Harry's brain and spoke directly to his bones. The sword recognized what was coming. And the sword, which had been forged to fight dark wizards, which had killed a basilisk and purified Horcruxes and channeled a Patronus that drove off 100 Dementors, knew that this was the moment it had been made for. Voldemort stood on the castle grounds in the moonlight, and he was terrible. Not the composed, serpentine figure of legend. This was something rawer, a body held together by willpower and hatred, features sliding between human and monstrous, red eyes blazing in a face that couldn't decide on a shape. The dark magic radiating from him was immense, a black aura that ate the moonlight and left shadows so deep they seemed solid. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. His voice was a ruin, broken, layered, the sound of a soul that had been fragmented so many times it no longer knew how to be whole. "The boy who destroyed my immortality." "Tom Riddle," Harry said. "The man who was afraid to die." Something flickered across Voldemort's shifting face. Not anger, recognition. The same terrible recognition that had passed between them since the night in Godric's Hollow, the connection between hunter and hunted that went deeper than magic. "I came to kill you," Voldemort said. "But I find that I am curious. You destroyed my Horcruxes. All of them. A feat that should have been impossible. And yet here you stand, and I feel nothing. No echoes. No fragments. No connections to the soul pieces that sustained me." His red eyes narrowed. "How? We found a better way." Harry raised the sword. Its light pushed back Voldemort's darkness, not overwhelmingly, not dramatically, but steadily. "We separated the Horcruxes from the anchors. Destroyed your soul fragments while preserving the Founder's magic. The seal is being replaced with a bridge. The Hollow King is being heard. Everything you corrupted is being healed. And me? You're dying, Tom. You've been dying since the moment you first split your soul. Everything since then has just been the world's longest, most destructive denial of a natural process." Voldemort raised his wand. Harry raised his sword. The duel lasted 90 seconds. It wasn't the dramatic, extended battle that the history books would later describe, the truth was simpler and more brutal. Voldemort's magic was enormous but unstable, his body failing, his soul fragmenting without the Horcruxes to hold it together. Harry's magic was focused and backed by the sword's 1,000-year accumulation of power and the bridge connection to the Hollow King's vast consciousness. Voldemort threw the killing curse. Harry didn't dodge, he met it with the sword, and the blade split the green light the way a prow splits water, the dark magic parting around Gryffindor's enchantments and dissipating into the night air. The backlash hit Voldemort like a wave, staggering him, and Harry pressed forward, not attacking, not trying to kill, but advancing with the steady inevitability of someone who knew how this ended. "You could stop," Harry said. "You could let go. There's nothing left to hold on to, Tom. I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot, you're Tom Riddle. A scared boy from an orphanage who was afraid of death. And I'm sorry that nobody helped you with that fear. I'm sorry that the world failed you the way it fails so many people. But the running is over." Voldemort fired again. And again. Curses that would have killed anyone who didn't carry a Founder's blade, dark magic that hadn't been seen in centuries, pulled from a mind that was unraveling but still brilliant, still dangerous, still the most magically gifted wizard of his generation. Harry deflected them all. The sword sang with each deflection, not in triumph but in something closer to pity. The last curse Voldemort threw was not the killing curse. It was a wordless scream of magic, unfocused, undirected, the raw outpouring of a soul that had spent decades running from death and had finally run out of road. It hit the ground around Harry and the castle and the lake, and the earth shook, and the ley lines flared, and the Hollow King, connected through the bridge, feeling the dark magic poison its network, responded. Not with violence. With compassion. The earth opened beneath Voldemort's feet. Not a trap, a cradle. The ley lines rose around him like arms, holding him, supporting the body that was failing and the soul that was fragmenting. The Hollow King's consciousness enveloped what remained of Tom Riddle, not consuming, not destroying, but holding. The way you hold a frightened child. The way you hold someone who is dying and afraid. Voldemort screamed. Then he stopped screaming. Then he was quiet. Harry watched as the dark wizard's body dissolved, not violently but gently, the borrowed flesh returning to the earth, the shattered soul finally releasing its grip on the physical world. The red eyes were the last to go, and in their final moment, Harry saw something he hadn't expected, peace. A flicker of peace, brief and fragile, in eyes that had known nothing but fear and rage for 7 decades. Then Voldemort was gone. And the night was quiet. And Harry stood on the castle grounds with the sword in his hand and the moon overhead and the earth humming beneath his feet with a consciousness that had just demonstrated, to the entire wizarding world, that compassion was a force more powerful than any curse. "Thank you," Harry said. To the Hollow King. To the sword. To the night. The earth hummed back, "You're welcome." The aftermath of Voldemort's death was not the celebration Harry had expected. The Ministry, embarrassed by the security breach that had allowed Bellatrix to feed the proto-body, doubled down on control. Fudge was replaced by Rufus Scrimgeour, a harder man, a former Auror, someone who saw threats where Fudge had seen inconveniences. Scrimgeour's first act was to demand full ministry oversight of the bridge project. "The entity beneath Hogwarts is a matter of national security," Scrimgeour said, in a meeting that was tense enough to make the air crackle. "A consciousness embedded in Britain's magical infrastructure cannot be managed by a group of students and a single unspeakable. The Ministry will assume control." "With respect, Minister," Harry said, "the Ministry's track record with this situation includes deploying Dementors that nearly destroyed the ley lines, failing to contain Voldemort's remains, and spending 3 years pretending the problem didn't exist. We'll continue managing it ourselves." Scrimgeour's face went the color of a bruise. "You're 14 years old. And I've accomplished more in 4 years than the Ministry has in a century. Age is irrelevant. Competence isn't." The standoff lasted 2 weeks. It ended when Dumbledore, in his final significant political act, called a session of the Wizengamot and presented the full evidence, the ley line data, the communication transcripts, the bridge prototypes results, and a personal testimony that spanned 3 hours and covered every mistake he'd made, every secret he'd kept, and every reason why the bridge was both necessary and safe. The Wizengamot voted to establish the bridge project as an independent entity, funded by the Ministry but governed by an international board that included Vane, representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, and, in a precedent that would reshape wizarding governance, Harry Potter himself, the youngest member of any international magical body in history. Dumbledore's blackened hand, which had been spreading slowly for 2 years despite Snape's best efforts, reached his shoulder during the Wizengamot session. He delivered his 3-hour testimony with dark veins visible on his neck, his voice steady even as his body failed, and when the vote was counted, he sat down heavily and did not get up for a long time. "The curse is accelerating," Snape told Harry that evening. His voice was stripped of its usual acid, bare, clinical, the voice of a healer delivering news he couldn't change. "Months, perhaps. The ring's curse was always terminal. I contained it, slowed it, but could not cure it. There must be something, there isn't." Snape met Harry's eyes. "The headmaster has known this since the night he destroyed the ring. He chose to spend his remaining time on this, on the bridge, on the Horcruxes, on ensuring that the work would continue after him." Harry found Dumbledore in his office, sitting in his chair with Fawkes the Phoenix on his lap and the instruments on his shelf spinning slowly. The old man looked tired, genuinely tired, in a way that transcended physical exhaustion. He looked like someone setting down a burden they'd carried for a very long time. "You knew," Harry said. "Since second year. Since the ring. I knew. You should have told me. Perhaps. But you had enough to carry without adding my mortality to the list." Dumbledore's blue eyes were gentle. "I've had a good life, Harry. A long one, by any standard. Full of mistakes and corrections and the occasional moment of genuine wisdom. And I've had the extraordinary privilege of watching you and your friends, do something that I and the founders and every wizard who came before you failed to do. You listened. You built. You chose understanding over fear. That was all of us. Not just me. Yes. All of you. And that's the point, isn't it? The founders failed because they couldn't agree. Each of them was brilliant individually, but they couldn't combine their brilliance into a unified approach. You succeeded because you did. Gryffindor courage, Slytherin cunning, Ravenclaw wisdom, Hufflepuff loyalty, not in separate houses, not in competition, but combined. In you. In your team. You're saying goodbye. I'm saying thank you." Dumbledore reached out with his good hand, the one that wasn't blackened and dying, and placed it on Harry's shoulder. "Take care of the bridge. Take care of each other. And take care of the Hollow King, it's been lonely long enough." Harry gripped the old man's hand. "I will. I know you will." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, one last time, one final spark of the calculated warmth that had defined him for a century. "Now go. Your friends are waiting. They always are." Dumbledore died 3 weeks later, peacefully, in his sleep, with Fawkes singing a song that the entire castle heard, a long, rising melody that spoke of endings and beginnings and the way that the two were, in the end, the same thing. The phoenix burst into flame at the moment of Dumbledore's passing and was reborn from the ashes, as phoenixes always were, and the baby bird sat on the pillow beside the old man's still face and chirped, once, softly, as if to say, "It's all right. You can rest now." The funeral was held on the castle grounds. Every person Harry had ever met was there, students and teachers and ministry officials and shopkeepers and house elves and centaurs and Hagrid, who wept so loudly that his tears formed actual puddles. The Hollow King, connected through the bridge, attended in its own way, a gentle warmth in the earth beneath the funeral gathering, a presence that spoke of respect for a man who had, in the end, chosen to listen. Harry didn't speak at the funeral. He didn't need to. The sword spoke for him, a single, sustained note of silver light that rose from the blade and hung in the air above the gathering like a star, burning steadily, burning brightly, a founder's tribute to the last great wizard of the old world and a promise that the new world would be worthy of his sacrifice. McGonagall became headmistress. The school adapted. The work continued. And Harry, standing at the edge of the lake after the funeral with the sword in his hand and his friends around him, looked at the castle and the sky and the earth and felt, beneath the grief, something that Dumbledore would have recognized and approved of. Not an ending. A beginning. Pipsy found Harry in the chamber the night before the bridge ceremony. The little house elf, the bravest of the kitchen elves, the first magical creature who'd ever spoken to Harry with reverence instead of fear, stood in the entrance to the chamber and looked at the array that had been built in the space where a basilisk had once slept, and her enormous eyes filled with tears. "The young master has done it," Pipsy whispered. "What the castle has been waiting for. What we has been hoping for, all these long centuries." Harry knelt so he was eye level with her. "You helped, Pipsy. You and every elf in this castle. Without you, I'd never have known about the founders. Never have known about the sword. Never have found this place. We is only servants, young master. Your family." Harry put his hand on Pipsy's shoulder, the thin, trembling shoulder of a creature who'd spent her life being told she was less, who'd helped save the world despite every voice that said she couldn't. "When the bridge activates tomorrow, I want you there. All of you." The house elves built this castle. You maintained it for 1,000 years. You deserve to see what it becomes. Pipsy's tears spilled over. She reached up and touched Harry's scar, the quiet scar, the healed scar, the scar that no longer defined him, and said, "The young master is very brave. But brave is not the word. Pipsy thinks the word is kind." Harry thought about that. Brave was what the world called him. Kind was what Pipsy called him. And kindness, he'd learned, through 4 years of impossible problems and unlikely solutions, was the more powerful thing. The Hollow King stirred beneath them. A gentle pulse, warm and present, as if it too was listening and agreeing. The ancient consciousness had learned many things through the bridge. Human language was still beyond it, but human emotions were becoming clear. And kindness, the Hollow King was discovering, was a frequency it could match. The morning of the bridge ceremony dawned clear and golden, the kind of morning that felt deliberate, as if the weather itself was making an effort. Harry stood in the great hall and looked at the gathering and felt the full weight of the moment. The Beauxbatons delegation, elegant and curious. The Durmstrang contingent, serious and attentive. The Hogwarts students, every house, every year, from first years clutching their wands to 7th years who'd watched the crisis unfold over their entire school career. The teachers, McGonagall stern and proud, Flitwick practically vibrating with excitement, Sprout weeping into her handkerchief, Snape standing at the back with his arms crossed and an expression that, if you knew him well enough, might have been satisfaction. The house elves. All of them. Standing along the walls in a line that stretched from one end of the hall to the other, their enormous eyes shining, their small bodies straight with a dignity that they'd earned through 1,000 years of service to a castle that was about to become something new. Sirius and Lupin, standing together, 2 survivors of the First War witnessing the end of the Second. The Weasley family, all of them, even Percy, who'd come despite a year-long estrangement because some things were more important than pride. Draco Malfoy, standing alone at the edge of the Slytherin table, his face carefully composed but his eyes bright with something that looked like belonging. And Harry's team. Neville at the botanical interfaces, steady as always. Hermione at the enchantment controls, notebooks at the ready. Ron at Harry's right side, where he'd always been. Luna at the consciousness map, seeing things nobody else could see. Ginny at the anchor stones, fierce and ready. Vane at the master controls, precise and brilliant. Ready? Harry asked. Since the day you found that sword, Ron said. The bridge was built in spring. Not literally, the translator nodes would take months more to manufacture and deploy across Britain's ley line network. But the prototype, the full-scale proof of concept, was constructed in the Chamber of Secrets over 4 weeks of the most intensive collaborative magic Harry had ever participated in. The 4 founders' anchors were placed at cardinal points around the communication array, Cup to the south, Diadem to the east, Locket to the north, Sword to the west. Harry stood in the center, carrying Gryffindor's blade, the living anchor that Vane had theorized about 2 years ago. Not fixed in place but mobile, conscious, choosing to serve as the bridge's keystone. Vane activated the translator nodes. Hermione's enchantments linked them to the anchor stones. Neville's plants connected the array to the root network. Luna guided the consciousness mapping, directing the Hollow King's attention toward the bridge with the gentle precision of someone who'd been talking to invisible things her entire life. The Hollow King responded. Its consciousness flowed through the root network and into the array, not the overwhelming torrent of previous encounters but a measured, modulated stream. It was trying. Adjusting its output. Reducing its intensity to match the bridge's capacity. Cooperating, just as Harry had asked. The array hummed. The anchor stones glowed, gold, silver, blue, green, each one channeling a different aspect of the Hollow King's consciousness through Hermione's translation framework. The plants in Neville's ring swayed, their leaves rippling with frequencies that crossed the boundary between magical and biological. And in the center, Harry felt the Hollow King's consciousness meet his own through the sword's connection, and for the first time, the meeting was gentle. Controlled. Two minds touching without collision. The Hollow King spoke. Not impressions this time, something closer to structured thought, filtered through the bridge's translator nodes into patterns that Harry's human mind could process as meaning. It said, I am the land. I have always been the land. Before your castles and your wars and your small bright lives, I was here. The rivers are my blood. The mountains are my bones. The ley lines are my thoughts. I am not separate from this island. I am this island. Harry listened. The sword translated. The bridge held. And I was alone. For ages beyond your counting, I was alone. The only consciousness in a world of stone and water and growing things. I did not know loneliness because I did not know that anything else was possible. I simply was. Then you came. Small things. Brief things. Bright with a magic that was different from mine, concentrated, individual, burning like sparks from a fire. You built on me and through me and with me, and for the first time I knew that other minds existed. I tried to speak. My voice broke your constructions. I tried to touch. My touch corrupted your systems. Every attempt at contact caused harm, and I could not understand why. The founders came. The cleverest of you. They heard me, not my words but my effect, and they were afraid. 3 of them wanted to stop me. 1 of them wanted to understand me. The one who wanted to understand was overruled. And so they built the seal, and the silence began. 1,000 years. 1,000 years of screaming into walls that would not listen, of reaching through stone toward minds that would not hear. 1,000 years of being treated as a threat because my voice was too loud and my touch was too heavy and nobody, thought to ask if I might learn to be gentler. Until you. Harry stood in the chamber with tears running down his face and the sword singing in his hand and the consciousness of an ancient, lonely, magnificent entity flowing through him like a river of pure meaning, and he said the only thing that mattered. We're here now. And we're listening. The bridge activated fully. The translator nodes locked into harmony. The 4 founders' anchors, no longer a prison but a gateway, channeled the Hollow King's consciousness through the bridge and into the ley line network, filtered and translated, present but not overwhelming. The corruption that had been spreading for 3 years began to reverse, the ley lines clearing, the roots untwisting, the earth remembering what it felt like to breathe properly. Across Britain, magical infrastructure stabilized. Ward strengthened. Enchantments that had been failing for years suddenly worked again. In Diagon Alley, a shopkeeper noticed that his perpetual motion display had started moving faster. In Hogsmeade, the barman of the 3 broomsticks poured a glass and paused, because the beer tasted better than it had in years. In the Forbidden Forest, the acromantulas descended from their webs and the centaurs looked up from the ground and the thestrals stopped stamping and stood very, very still, because the earth beneath them was humming with something that felt like contentment. Dumbledore stood in the chamber and watched and wept. Not with sadness, with the particular joy of a man who'd spent a century making mistakes and had lived long enough to see one of them corrected. Not by him. By children. By the unlikely, mismatched, extraordinary team of young people who'd looked at an impossible problem and refused to accept that impossible was permanent. This is your legacy, Dumbledore told Harry. Not the sword. Not the scar. Not the boy who lived. This, the bridge, the understanding, the choice to listen instead of fight. This is what people will remember. They'll remember all of us, Harry said. Not just me. Yes. Dumbledore smiled, the real smile, the one that made him look young and hopeful and almost ordinary. All of you. The Hollow King's consciousness, flowing gently through the bridge, added its own agreement. An impression that encompassed the whole team, every person who contributed, from the sword-bearing boy to the plant-whispering herbologist to the brilliant researcher to the creature-talking dreamer to the loyal friend to the fierce survivor to the committed spy to the precise scientist to the passionate godfather to the gentle teacher to the inventive twins to the devoted elf. All of them, acknowledged. All of them, thanked. All of them, remembered. Voldemort's proto-body, contained in a secure ward deep in the Ministry, flickered and went still. Without Horcruxes, without anchors, without the dark magic infrastructure that had sustained his fragmented soul for decades, the last remnant of Tom Riddle had nothing left to hold it together. It didn't die dramatically. It didn't explode or scream or make a final villainous speech. It simply dissolved. The borrowed flesh returning to nothing. The shattered soul, stripped of every fragment, every anchor, every connection to the physical world, dissipating like fog in sunlight. Tom Riddle, who had feared death above all things, who had torn his soul apart to avoid it, who had terrorized and murdered and corrupted in pursuit of immortality, died alone in a Ministry holding cell on a Tuesday afternoon in April, and nobody noticed for 3 hours. It was, Harry thought when he heard the news, the most fitting end imaginable. Not a dramatic battle. Not a climactic confrontation. Just the quiet cessation of a life that had refused to end naturally and had finally run out of artificial means of continuation. The opposite of everything Voldemort had wanted. The ordinary mortality he'd spent his entire existence trying to escape. Harry stood on the castle steps that evening and watched the sun set over the lake. The sword was warm at his hip. His scar was quiet. Beneath his feet, the earth hummed with the Hollow King's consciousness, present, gentle, listening. Neville appeared at his side. Then Hermione. Then Ron. Then Luna. Then Ginny. One by one, the team assembled, standing in the golden light with the castle behind them and the future ahead of them, and nobody spoke because there was nothing that needed to be said. The war was over. Not with a bang. With a bridge. And the world, healed, connected, understood, breathed right for the first time in 1,000 years. The celebration lasted 3 days. Not a formal celebration, nobody organized it, nobody planned it. It simply happened, the way celebrations do when an entire community realizes simultaneously that the world has changed for the better. Students danced in the corridors. The house elves prepared feasts that appeared at random hours. The Beauxbatons students taught everyone to waltz. The Durmstrang students, unexpectedly, turned out to be excellent singers. Hagrid cried so much that his beard needed wringing out. In the Forbidden Forest, the Acromantulas emerged from their webs for the first time in years and sat in their clearings, still and calm, basking in the warmth of ley lines that no longer burned. The centaurs gathered in the largest clearing and looked up at the stars and then down at the earth and, for the first time in living memory, saw no conflict between the two. The Thestrals stood at the edge of the lake and drank, and their skeletal bodies reflected the moonlight, and Luna sat among them and stroked their muzzles and whispered things that only she and they could hear. Harry found a quiet moment on the second night of celebration. He sat on the astronomy tower, the highest point of the castle, the place where the sky and the earth met, and looked out at Britain spread beneath him like a map, and felt the Hollow King's consciousness flowing through the ley lines like warm water, gentle and present in content. The sword lay across his knees. Its hum was different now, not the cold warning of danger or the warm reassurance of safety, but something new. A frequency Harry had never heard from it before. It took him a while to identify it. Satisfaction. The sword of Godric Gryffindor, forged 1,000 years ago by a man who'd helped build a prison, was satisfied. Its purpose had been fulfilled, not the purpose its maker intended, but the purpose it had chosen. Not a weapon. Not a key. A bridge. Thank you, Harry said to the sword. For choosing me. For being patient. For teaching me that the best thing you can do with a blade is find a way not to use it. The sword hummed. Warm. Steady. Content. And beneath him, through the earth and the stone and the ancient ley lines, the Hollow King echoed the warmth, and the castle echoed the Hollow King, and for one perfect moment the boy and the sword and the consciousness and the castle were all part of the same song, the song of a world that had learned, finally, to listen to itself. On the morning after the celebration ended, Harry visited the headmistress's office. McGonagall wasn't there, She'd gone to bed at 4 in the morning after dancing a reel with Flitwick that the students would talk about for decades, but the sorting hat was on its shelf, and it spoke before Harry could. "Well," the hat said. "I told you you'd make Godric proud. You told me I'd do well in Slytherin. And you did. You used cunning, ambition, and resourcefulness to achieve something that brute courage alone could never have accomplished. You honored every founder, Potter. Every single one." The hat's brim curled into something that was definitely a smile. Godric would have been proud. Rowena would have been fascinated. Helga would have wept with joy. And Salazar. The hat paused. Salazar would have said, "I told you so." And he would have been right. Harry laughed. The sound echoed through the office and mixed with the whirring of Dumbledore's instruments, still spinning, still recording, still watching the castle's magic even though their creator was gone. Some things continued after their maker. That was the lesson, wasn't it? That was the whole point. Snape was waiting in the corridor outside. He looked different. Not physically, he was still pale, still angular, still dressed in black with the particular severity of a man who'd decided early in life that comfort was for other people. But something behind his eyes had shifted. The constant vigilance, the coiled spring tension of a double agent who'd spent decades anticipating betrayal, it was gone. Replaced by something that looked unfamiliar on Severus Snape's face. Rest. The man looked rested. "Potter," Snape said. "Professor. I am resigning my position at the end of term. I intend to pursue research in magical pharmacology. Specifically, the development of treatments for curse damage using ley line-enhanced brewing techniques." He said this in the same tone he'd used for 3 years to announce pop quizzes. "I mention this because your bridge project has opened research possibilities that I find compelling. You're saying thank you. I am providing professional context for a career transition." Snape's lip twitched, the closest he'd come to a smile in Harry's presence. "But yes. If one were inclined toward sentiment, which I am not, one might characterize this interaction as an expression of grudging appreciation. I'll take it." Snape nodded. Turned to leave. Then stopped. "Your mother," he said, without turning around, "would have loved the bridge. She believed, as a matter of principle, that everything in the world deserved to be understood. Even the things that frightened her. Especially the things that frightened her." His voice was very quiet. "You are very like her, Potter. In the ways that matter." He walked away before Harry could respond. But Harry heard the words and held them and added them to the collection of small, precious things that people had given him over 4 years: Pipsy's kindness, Ron's loyalty, Hermione's brilliance, Neville's steadiness, Luna's clarity, Ginny's fierceness, Dumbledore's wisdom, Sirius's love. And Snape's respect. Hard-won, reluctantly given, and absolutely genuine. The sword hummed. Harry touched the handle through his pocket and felt its warmth and thought, "We did it. All of us. Together." Then he went to find his friends, because there was work to do and a world to build and a conversation to continue, and some things were too important to do alone. In the years that followed, the bridge expanded. Translator nodes were deployed across Britain, then Europe, then the world. The Hollow King, no longer hollow, no longer a king, just a consciousness learning to coexist with the small bright things that lived on its surface, communicated with wizarding governments and magical communities and, eventually, with individual witches and wizards who developed the sensitivity to hear it. Harry Potter became the first bridge speaker, a new magical discipline, neither wizard nor creature, occupying a space between human consciousness and the ancient awareness of the land itself. He taught others. Neville developed the botanical interfaces that made bridge communication accessible. Hermione wrote the theoretical framework that became the standard text. Luna mapped the consciousness of other land spirits across the globe. The Hollow King was not unique, just the first to be heard. Vane returned to the Department of Mysteries and rewrote the fundamental theories of magical infrastructure. Snape, freed from his decades of espionage, turned to pure research, developing magical pharmaceutical techniques that saved more lives than his spy work ever had. Dumbledore retired, finally, and spent his remaining years writing a book about mistakes, his own, the Founders, the Ministry's, and what could be learned from them. It became the most widely read magical text of the century. Sirius Black adopted a dog. Named it Padfoot Jr. Spoiled it rotten. Ron Weasley married Hermione Granger and their arguments, legendary, passionate, fundamentally loving, echoed through their home for 50 years. Ginny Weasley played professional Quidditch, then became the youngest head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, then surprised everyone by entering politics and becoming the first minister for magic who'd been possessed by a Horcrux. Luna Lovegood traveled the world, finding land spirits on every continent, building bridges wherever she went. She never married. She never settled. She was, in her own words, too busy being amazed. Neville Longbottom became professor of herbology at Hogwarts. He tended the plants in the bridge array for the rest of his life, and when he walked through the Forbidden Forest, the trees leaned toward him like old friends. And Harry Potter, the boy who found a sword, who killed a basilisk, who befriended an ancient consciousness, who built a bridge between worlds, lived a long and remarkable and imperfect life, full of mistakes and corrections and the steady, stubborn conviction that understanding was always better than fear. He kept the sword. It stayed warm. On quiet evenings, when the world was still and the ley lines hummed their gentle song, he'd hold it and feel the Hollow King's consciousness flowing through the bridge they'd built together, vast and strange and kind, a reminder that the most powerful thing in the universe wasn't magic or courage or even love. It was listening. It was always listening. Sometimes, late at night, Harry would press his hand against the earth and feel the ancient consciousness press back, gentle, warm, present. A friend. The oldest friend he'd ever have. And the conversation they'd started in a chamber beneath a castle would continue, word by wordless word, for the rest of Harry's life and beyond, because some things were bigger than lifetimes and some bridges were built to last forever. And beneath him, always, the Hollow King listened and learned and grew, and the earth breathed right, and the story, which had begun with a boy and a sword in a church in the rain, ended the only way it could. Not with a battle. Not with a victory. Not with a single dramatic moment that resolved everything neatly and permanently. With a conversation. The longest, strangest, most important conversation in the history of magic, between a human boy and the land he walked on, conducted through a bridge made of courage and compassion and the absolute, unshakable refusal to accept that some things couldn't be understood. It was still going. It would always be going. That was the point. Some conversations are too important to end. Chapter 6 End.